1 minute to the deadline. Deadline.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Diplomacy Broadcast Network's broadcast live of DixieCon 2023. Coming to you live here from me in studio in California. Unfortunately, I could not be live on site in North Carolina today, but we are excited to have with us a few top tier commentators. So we'll start with, and I'm definitely not doing this in alphabetical order, but Chris Brand. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
All right. Also coming to us from the other coast of Canada, we've got Nicolas Sahuguet.
Hello. Good to be here.
And last but certainly not least, from the other side of the world, we've got Robert Schupa. Hello.
Hello. Good to see you all.
All right. You all have had a chance to look at some of the games. Are we excited for this weekend? Are there some interesting things happening? Chris, you up first.
Yeah, I haven't looked at a lot of the games. I've looked at some of the games, and the ones I looked at were fun. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I know we've got a interesting cast of characters at the tournament this weekend. I'm hoping to see some clash of personality and some exciting stuff happening. I know that 3 of us on stream have been to Dixie each exactly 1 time. And that would be myself, Chris, and Nicola. We're all in attendance 9 years ago in 2014 when DixieCon was World DipCon. It's an excellent tournament, well worth getting out there if you have the time. David Hood, who you all know from Deadline News and DBN broadcasts, and he's just a regular fixture out here, hosts a wonderful tournament. He's just fantastic to be out there. There's a lot of other gaming besides diplomacy, which we'll get into a little bit later. But since we've all only been once, I would like to give you a little bit of a peek into someone who knows a little bit more about DixieCon and who's been there a number of times. So David Hood was very kind to give us this little sneak peek.
Hey there, Pablo dear. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, David.
Bob, I wanted to just take a little bit of time away from the action. You know, we're in a little bit of a calmer place here. We just got through looking at all the diplomacy action in round 2. You are a DixieCon veteran, I think it'd be fair to say. So let's talk about your early visits to DixieCon. And actually, let's talk about before that. You and I met, I believe, in the fall of 1984 when I came to the campus, or it might have been 85, when we started playing together as a club. Do you remember that at all?
It might be a little bit beyond my, let's say, the horizon of my memory. I remember, I thought I had met you through diplomacy, through DixieCon, and I thought that's how we met, because I remember seeing basically a sheet of paper taped to the wall over in the chemistry building, and it's like, oh, this piqued my interest because my father had introduced me to the game of diplomacy when I was a kid, and I was like, wow, someone's playing this, and it's like, I better go to this thing, and I think that's how we met.
I think that's right, and I agree that I'm probably going to be asking questions that are going to test the memory of someone who, in their advanced, in their more seasoned years. Let's just put it that way. But you certainly went to the 1987 DipCon, which was the first one. So tell us a little bit about your experience and connection to DixieCon over the years.
Well, I actually really loved it. And I loved it because I was already familiar with the game, and I couldn't imagine that there were people other places that actually played it. My father had to bribe all the kids in the neighborhood to play when we actually played as kids. And so it's like, wow, people at a university playing this is great. And so I was very excited about it. And then once we had the tournament, I believe it was after that we started to play regularly in the chemistry building, I think, and which was very convenient for me because I was a graduate student in chemistry. So I really love that. And I've made so many friends, and like we were just downstairs looking at diplomacy, and it's like there's people that I've known now for, I don't know how many years, like
Almost 40.
yeah, I was gonna say over 30 years. So it's great to see all the same faces. And excuse me.
Well, again, folks, when you get to a certain age, a certain level of experience, there becomes to be physical and sometimes psychological changes that occur, and you're just gonna have to accept that as part of this interview. But I did want to talk just a minute about diplomacy.
Yep.
What has really what attracted you about diplomacy? What kept your interest about diplomacy back when we were playing in the day?
Well, it's a really hard game, and it taxes a different part of the mind than say my work. Having to negotiate with people, and everyone's different, and having to try to sort of navigate this complicated situation that's changing and fluid. That's exciting. You know, it's a good problem-solving kind of thing to try to navigate those waters and somehow come out on top.
Now, Bob, you back in the day played a lot of tournaments, not just DixieCon. Went with me to tournaments, and we went to a lot of cool places and did a lot of cool things. What about the tournament experience of diplomacy do you think is particularly fun?
Well, back in the day when I went to a lot of tournaments, to me it was like a wonderful freedom to go out and play all these games and play diplomacy, and I don't know. I mean, I like competition. I'm a competitive person, and you know, I finished okay in some tournaments. I won the tournament one time, and so it's like, you know, you feel proud of that, and you know, again, it's like if you like solving problems.
All right, I apologize for booting that a little bit early, everyone, but I'm getting some feedback that the audio is not good on the live stream, so we're just gonna have to get that a little bit later, and I will recap it for you. But that was David Hood interviewing Bob O'Dear, who was at the very first DixieCon back in 1987, which makes DixieCon the longest running tournament in Northern California, or Northern California, North America, and I'm trying to take credit for David's tournament here. And that makes it 37 years old this year. And this year is extra special because it is, as we noted, North American DipCon. Nicola, I'd like to talk over to you for a minute for a little bit about what is DipCon and what is NADF, the organization that sort of hosts that event every year.
So NADF is the North American Diplomacy Federation. We have President Zachary Moore, who is playing in the tournament this weekend, and we are trying to coordinate activities and tournaments for the North American diplomacy scene. And DipCon, which is the diplomacy conventions, it's an official North American championship, and it's organized by under the auspice of the NADF, and I think our role is also to try to help other tournament directors to organize and to advertise their tournaments. So go and visit. There is a website, and there is information there, and we are trying to maximize the ability of players to find a tournament that is fun and that is close to where they live, so that they can go and participate and enjoy the game they like.
Yeah. Thank you, Nicola. And yeah, DipCon, really fun event. Always good to get to if you can do it. My tournament here in San Jose hosted it last year. Obviously, this year it's in North Carolina. Chris, do you want to speak to where the future of DipCon might be in North America?
I believe we might be going to Vancouver, Canada to Cascadia, probably the first weekend in February. I'm not sure that's actually official yet, but that's certainly been the rumor. So.
That's the rumor I've heard. I just would like to give everyone as much heads up to set the reminders in their calendars. Robert, we expect to see you there next year. So yeah, that is DipCon. One thing that does make DixieCon a little different from pretty much every other tournament in North America these days is the scoring system. Love it or hate it, David Hood stands strongly behind it and will never change it, but it does change the style of play quite a bit. So what DixieCon does is they've got a draw-based scoring system, which has fallen out of favor in North America over the years. But as the longest running tournament in North America, DixieCon can do what it likes to. So Robert, can you tell us a little bit about draw-based scoring, how it works and how it changes face-to-face play and tournament play?
Absolutely, yes. So the basic idea behind it is that you have a number of points and they are divided evenly among all players who are in the draw, which are usually just all players that survive. In the case of DixieCon, there is the possibility of voting yourself out. So when you vote for a draw, you can propose like, okay, I want to have all participants, all survivors be participants of the draw, but this player wants to vote themselves out. Do we all agree on that? And then the points are divided equally amongst them. And if it is pure draw size scoring system, that is all. In the case of Dixie, there is a small part which is center based. So you get a bonus for each center you own, but it's more like a tiebreaker type of thing. So 2 3-way draws will almost always be better than 2 4-way draws. But if both of us have 2 3-way draws, the one who has had more centers in total will be ahead. And what it does is that it creates an atmosphere where sometimes deals last a little longer. Sometimes very long-lasting deals are made early on in the game. In the case that you have 3 or 4 players getting together and saying, okay, let's get together to a draw and kill everybody else or make them vote themselves out. Sometimes that leads to a little less stabbing. Sometimes it also leads to people being a little less afraid of letting the other side across the stalemate line, because alliances like you have more often a situation where, for example, three players will get together for a 3-way draw, and then you need 2 from one and 1 from the other side usually. So often you will have this thing of, hey, if I feel like I have a solid deal with 2 other powers on the other side of the board, I'm not that afraid to let them across the board if I feel like they will stick to the deal and none of them will single-handedly have a great solo shot. Because of course, a solo is still like by far the most valuable thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And, one of the things that is really interesting about DixieCon, as you noted, is that center count is an extra little tiebreaker, and it does sometimes really matter. I don't know who among the viewers was on our broadcast from last year, and who was it who won Dixie last year? Does anyone remember? What was his name?
Brandon.
Some guy named Brandon, right?
I think he was totally new, right? He didn't look like he really had a clue. It was more like good luck, I think, that he won.
Brandon Fogel came out of nowhere from obscurity to win DixieCon last year, but he did win by a single center. So these center counts really do matter in the tiebreakers at the end of the tournament. And so players really do play for every dot, and it can make or break it in the end. Chris, you've played at DixieCon before. What's your thought on draw size scoring? Do you love it? Do you hate it?
I prefer other scoring systems, but at the same time, I think what you will see is that the good players are going to do well regardless of the scoring system. I think at Dixie, you'll probably see a lot of 3-way draws. You probably don't want to settle for a 4-way draw if you're in that kind of situation. You want to find some way to turn that into a 3-way draw. What you might see is that someone who can get a better result than a 3-way draw is then going to win the tournament. That's certainly what happened on the year when I was there. So.
Yeah. And so, yeah, a lot of people going for 3-way draws, maybe even aiming for 2-way draws. What's the danger in aiming for a 2-way draw in a scoring system like this? Nicola, do you want to speak to that?
You have to be pretty careful about who you're working with and how well stalemate lines and stalemate lines on 2-way draws usually are kind of non-existent. So You have to be very, very careful, and usually you have to find a third person who is willing to vote themselves out of the draw, and that will serve as a buffer. But if at the end he decides, no, just kill me, otherwise I won't vote, and then it becomes a very, very, very dangerous weather. So it can be that, you thought you had somebody you could make you go to the two-way draw, but at the end you have to settle for three-way. So I think it's like deciding the draws is convincing people to vote themselves out is a skill that's only used at Dixie, and some people are really good at that, and less experienced players in that format will maybe struggle a bit with this.
No, and that's a really good point. And, one of my strongest memories from the one DixieCon I went to is I was on a board and it was 4 of us left at the end. And Bernard Andreoli and I were on one side of the alliance, and Brian Ecton and I believe Tom Haber were on the other side. And they kept coming to me asking me to vote myself out of the draw. And I refused for approximately 6 hours until like 3 or 4 in the morning. So voting people out of draws and getting them to vote themselves out is a huge negotiation skill that is unique to DixieCon, because Chris, both you and I, our tournaments, our draws include all survivors. So how do you go about approaching someone and saying, hey, we'd like to end the game, just not with you? How do you start that conversation, Chris?
I mean, in some cases, it comes down to those extra points for centers, because if you vote yourself out of the draw, you still score the points for the centers you control. So if you're a 4-center power, the threat is you can get 0 if we have to kill you, or you can take the points for the 4 centers and not be part of the draw, and that's a better score. And depending on the kind of person you're approaching, some people will say, no, I'll take the 0, thank you. So it can be a threat. Basically, the threat of, if you don't do it, we'll kill you. And then is that actually a viable threat? The person is then going to assess, well, can they actually take me out? If I'm sitting in Munich and Berlin, then maybe I'm just fine. I'm just going to say no. If you want to kill me, you take the risk that someone gets across the stalemate line and you've lost your 3-way draw.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did years ago. Is I essentially said to the other side, you're going to have to prove it to me. And they spent hours digging me out, and a lot of 50-50 guesses later, and they finally proved it to me, and I did vote myself out at some hour of the morning. And then I got to sleep in when I didn't play the final round of the tournament, and they had to play because they actually cared about their scores. Robert, if you're someone who the board is approaching and they're asking you to take yourself out of the draw, what are you thinking in your head? What's weighing there? What makes you take it? What prevents you from taking it? Are you just being stubborn like I was?
Well, I like being stubborn, so probably I am. No, but if you just look at it from the game perspective, I would say it doesn't often make a lot of sense to vote yourselves out of a draw, at least not under that particular Dixie system, because the points for centers are minute. The differences are not big. Yes, we pointed out it can come down to a single center, but like a score from, let's say, an elimination compared to being voted out of a draw and surviving on 4 centers they are so low that they won't help you win the tournament anyway. You will not have them in your best two scores if you are anyway near the top. So I think the main reason why people do it, or why I would do it, is sort of real life reasoning. So sometimes it's late at night, especially if I see that I cannot hold my position and I'm convinced that the other people are solid, that they will not stab each other and they will just do as they tell me, that they will just kill me and then draw. Then I might say, okay, I don't want to play this out for 2 more hours, because maybe I do want to play the next round. Maybe it's late, I want to go to bed. Maybe I want to go to the bar. And so I think that is one of the major reasons why people do it, if they really think they don't have much of a chance of surviving anyway. So they say, okay, sure, why not end it here, rather than those few points that they will get extra if they stay on the board. Because usually, like, if you're in a position where you have to fear to be eliminated, you're not at 15 centers. You are like 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, not much more usually. So I think that's kind of the deal.
Yep. I think that's exactly it. And we talk about it all the time on DBN, but those off the board considerations, you know, your relationship with the other players, just wanting to go to the bar and have a drink with someone else, getting some sleep, which is hard to come by at tournaments from time to time, they often do weigh into the decision making. And so, like Chris said, just looking at the other player and seeing what motivates them and what makes them want to get off this board as quickly as possible so that you can get your highest score. So that's DixieCon. That's draw-based scoring. Anything else you guys want to add before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to be a bit more stubborn than the other guy that can be cut out of the draw. That's, I think, the other thing is sometimes there are two players who are sure that they will be in, and then they have to decide who to cut. And sometimes it's just enough to say, you know, I'll play until 3 in the morning while the other guy wants to go to the bar. So.
And it's time unlimited. That's important, at least the first 2 rounds. So at least for the first 2 rounds, you cannot do the strategy of, hey, I'm just going to sit here for long enough until the time limit hits and going to be part of the draw. In the last round, you can actually do that. But so that is why these games sometimes go until very late into the night, because people say, no, we have to kill the last person to get our draw. And the person says, no, the last person is Siobhan. So, and then it takes until late in the night.
I do sometimes dig my heels in, and I am a stubborn player. You got to give me a reason, and you have to prove it to me on the board before I'll vote myself out of a draw. I want every little point I can get. All right, so moving on, I unfortunately don't have a list of the players at DixieCon to put up on screen right now, but this is one of those tournaments that attracts a kind of different crowd for face-to-face diplomacy. It gets a lot of what I would call old guard face-to-face players that you don't see typically. We don't see on the DBNI circuit usually, for instance. So we'll see some names this weekend that some of the viewers aren't going to be as familiar with. And mixing that now with all of these online players who've come into the scene changes the dynamic a little bit than years past when Chris and Nicola and I were at DixieCon. Chris, when you're approaching a tournament that's this heavily 50-50 face-to-face and online players, how does that change your perspective going in?
Yeah, one of the first things I always like to do when I'm at a board is get a feel for who the other players are, like what their experience is, what their background is, how they like to play the game even. And you've got as you say, you've got such a variety of people here. You've got the people who have been regulars at Dixie for almost 40 years now, and you've got the people who are online players who have joined us face-to-face in the last few years. And you've got the mainstays who will be visiting the North American tournaments. And as a DipCon, you've probably got more people from around North America as well, because DipCon, you know, if you're going to go to one tournament in the year, then DipCon's probably the one to choose. So that actual initial assessment of who are these people, how do they play, is going to be really key. That first spring 1901 negotiation is going to be really important. Get to know it, get to know who you're fighting against, and you know what motivates them. That someone mentioned motivation earlier. That's the key thing. You know, people play games for different reasons. Some people will be there just to play one game. They're not expecting to win the tournament. They just want to have a good time in one game. You can give them a good time in one game, then you can get a great result out of that. Yeah. Other people are fighting for every point they can get. So.
All right. And Nicola, when you're approaching a tournament like this, especially because it's DipCon, I know you've won some high-profile tournaments in your time. Do you change your perspective coming into a DipCon or a World DipCon later this year than just an average tournament that you're at?
I mean, clearly, you know, it's if you believe that you want to compete, then you're going to be ready to play until you know, late. While if you go to a more like social tournament, what you want is enjoy yourself, play good games, but you're not so crazy about getting every single point you can have. And yeah, of course, you need to try to identify the style of players you're facing. Who is good, who is not as good, who knows the usual openings that are played online these days, or who is going to be offended if you ask them Trieste in 1901. So I think that's an important thing. And going back to our conversation, who do you think is going to agree to vote themselves out of the draw because they don't want to play until 3 in the morning. They want to meet their friends. They want to go to bed. They want to have a drink. They want to play other games. And if you can identify these players, then I think you're gonna be better in this tournament. And I think people who have been going to Dixie regularly are at an advantage for that. But
Yeah. No, it's DipCon's such an interesting thing because people tend, in my perspective, to be a lot hungrier for a win than the average tournament. Robert, you've never been out to a North American DipCon, I don't believe. Would that change your perspective, or would you play the same regardless?
I think it wouldn't change it too much, but a little bit maybe. I mean, generally, because it will always be quite a ride for me to get to a North American tournament. I don't think I would go to one without wanting to win. However, yes, of course, I think I've said it before on one of those streams. It's a nice little thing that we have in this community because we're such a small community that it is actually possible to become a North American champion or a world champion, as two of these fellow commentators on the stream have done before, in just something, you know. In most sports or games, it's almost impossible. You have to be a professional. You have to train for years and years and have to give up essentially all of your life. And here you can, of course, you have to be darn good for sure, but you don't have to give up all of your life. You can do it as a hobby and still become a North American champion, world champion, and that is something nice. I mean, that's a nice little fun fact about you. Whenever you should get asked in an introduction game, like say your name and a fun fact about yourself, I think you will never be shy of an answer again when you say I'm the world champion or the North American champion in a board game. So it should be an extra motivation.
So, Chris, we're going on 7 years now since you've won your world championship. Do you introduce yourself on board saying, "Hello, I'm Chris Brand, 2016 world champion"?
I tend to mention it just because I feel it's better that I mention it than that someone else mentions it, and someone's going to mention it. So, but like I say, you have that initial sort of feeling out of players, and I always ask, do you know the other people on the board, and what do you know about them? And so I assume that other people are having that same conversation, and that someone's going to say, "Oh yeah, Chris is a former world champion." So I feel it's better to bring it up myself rather than try and hide it and pretend that it's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's it.
Not quite as blatant as you said, maybe, but I will mention it.
Well, isn't there some sort of jacket or robe that you wear that says world champion on the back that you take around to tournaments?
Yeah. That was when I first won it, and then I went to Worlds in Oxford to defend my title. I had to make that decision of how am I going to approach this? Am I going to try and downplay that I'm the defending champion, and I'm like, you know what? It makes everyone's going to know anyway. Let's just own it and go big, right? And use it as more of a threat than anything,
I think that was really smart. And Robert, you and I, someday when we win our championships, we'll take a lesson out of that book. Speaking of reigning champions, we've got a bit of a debate in the background here about who the reigning champion is coming into this tournament, Dixie 2023. So last year at Dixie, the winner was, as noted, Brandon Fogel, DBN's own. Except we also have our reigning DipCon champion, Tanya. So who is it? Who's defending their title this year? Nicola, is it Tanya's or Brandon's to defend?
Difficult to say. I think if you ask them, they will answer that it's the other one who is defending something. So, the diplomacy players are very shy, and they always try to get the attention to somebody else. So if you ask Tanya, Brandon is the horrible person that everybody has to focus their attention on. And if you ask Brandon, I think Tanya is the target. Because DipCon is the real title that's going to be defended this weekend. But if you ask David Hood, he's going to tell you that being part of the tradition of winning Dixie and getting into the Order of the Knife, I think it's called, is more important than winning DipCon. So I think both are very good players, and they're if you want to kill someone, you can pick one of them, and you'll make a good choice, right?
Yeah. So Robert, do you think it's the same? Are you owning that you're defending champion if you're coming into this? Are you trying to claim that title if you're Brandon or Tanya, or are you trying to punt to the other, like Nicolas says?
Yeah, I think you try to deflect the attention and say the other is it. I think that is usually the strategy. And yeah, as Nicolas said, diplomacy players are shy and very humble as well, and usually mostly care about other people and don't want to win themselves. So they don't like to say that they've won anything.
Yeah. All right. It looks like hopefully we've got Chris back. So
I think Chris tried to hide behind Nicolas and pretend that there's only one world champion on this stream.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. We're talking about reigning champions, and Chris said, nope, not me. I haven't won anything ever. All right, and Chris, if you are Tanya coming into this as reigning DipCon champion, does she get the robe like you did, or are you trying to point to everyone else? I mean, what do you think she's going to do?
Well, you know my preference. Tanya's not shy. I don't see her trying to hide it, but at the same time, Tanya's definitely a person who will say that she's not as good as she actually is. So yeah, I could see it going either way. I could definitely see her saying that it was more luck than anything that she won last year. So yeah. I don't know. It would be interesting to be there and hear those negotiations for sure.
She spent the entire last DipCon last year telling everyone that she's not that good and that she lucked into the whole thing. I was there. I watched it happen. There was no luck involved. If anyone is skilled enough to do back-to-back DipCon wins, I think it is Tanya.
The interesting question is whether people will believe her, because there's probably a lot of people who don't actually know her, so they might fall for it.
Yeah,
I'm sure she has prepared an argument saying, that since she won DipCon, she hasn't won a game of diplomacy in the last 14 months, failing to mention that she has not played a game of competitive diplomacy in the last 14 months.
That is very true. Tanya has been traveling the world and doing more interesting things than playing with us sad sods. So we're glad to see her back for DipCon. If she's coming back for one tournament back up to this hemisphere, this is the one to do. And so we'll see what she does. But, surprise, Brandon Fogel's Stab decided not to come to DixieCon in the end. Life stuff got in the way and he could not make it, leaving Tanya to take all the heat as defending champion and taking that debate off the table. So Tanya doesn't get to hide behind anything. I think that's all I've got. Would you guys like to add any more comments before we start jumping into round one?
Let's go.
All right. So first up, I believe we are with Chris and Robert for game 1A. So give me one moment to pull that up. All right, we will start here with the cast of players. So all of these boards, fun note, are named after famous or notable people from North Carolina, where this tournament is being held. Up first, I didn't actually do my research, so I'm going to be pulling most of these out of my hat. I do recognize the names, but David Brinkley is an American broadcast journalist who worked with, I believe, NBC and ABC for many, many, many years. So that's David Brinkley. But more interestingly, we have up first, DixieCon legend, has been to many, many, many DixieCons over the years. Face-to-face players will recognize the name. In Austria, we have Tim Richardson from Washington, D.C. In England, Doc Binder, another legendary former world champion face-to-face player coming to us from Tampa, Florida. In France, well known to the face-to-face circuit, yet again, making his debut back into diplomacy, Doug Moore, two-time world champion, I believe it is. And I believe he's won a DipCon or two in his time as well. Coming to us from Portland, Oregon. In Germany, familiar to the DBNI circuit and DBN viewers, Ben Kelman, coming to us from Ann Arbor. In Italy, another longtime face-to-face player, Jason O'Donnell, coming to us from Germany. In Russia, we've got Hal Schild. That name should be familiar to the DBN viewers. And in Turkey, face-to-face player for a number of years, and I'm so happy to see her name back on the lists, Emily Turnage in Turkey. Robert, any of these names jump out to you off the bat?
Well, I mean, there are little side facts like two former world champions, and then there's the fact there's somebody who's living in Germany. So Jason O'Donnell is gonna be the one who we're going to watch and root for, all of us, please. And Jason, if you ever want to play in Germany, contact me. We're trying to get people together to play in Germany, whether virtually or hopefully sometime soon also face to face.
All right. And Chris, I know you've already been through this game and you're going to walk us through it. So I'm just going to bring up the map and leave you two to it.
Okay. So the 1901, if we skip ahead to fall, 1901 was not particularly exciting until we get to fall. Burgundy to Munich is it's one of those things that Germany's often worried about. You don't often actually see it in my experience, and even less you see it actually succeed. So here, Germany supported into Holland to ensure they got Holland, which turns out to be a good idea because England did try for Holland. And that allowed France into Munich. So Doug Moore getting off to a great start here. And this is looking like an EF at this point. On the east, meanwhile, Albania to Ionian is not something you see very often. So Greece, a bouncing Greece between Austria and Turkey. And what is that fleet doing in Ionian? Well, let's move on to 1902 and see if we can find out. So the fleet in Ionian is dislodged by Italy. So this looks like a forward dislodgement. My guess is that this was all arranged between Italy and Austria with the goal of pushing that fleet into one of those seas adjacent to Turkey. So this is not good for Turkey. Turkey might have been thinking, oh, good, that fleet's going west, but now not so much. Meanwhile, the England and France continue to push against Germany. England has some problems in Scandinavia, though. That new the new Russian army in St. Petersburg allows, and the German tap of North Sea allows Russia to take Norway. Moving on to the fall, now that going back to the south, that fleet in the Eastern Med allows the convoy to Syria to succeed. So this is bad news for Emily at this point. Once you've got that army over there, very hard to recover from that. Although she does get into Serbia, so it's not all bad. So this is now looking like an AI versus RT. Who would you say has the advantage here? I mean, the convoy to Syria is definitely a good thing, but Austria is not doing so well either.
Probably the wintergreen if they get together.
Yeah. We'll see how it evolves. So yeah, Doug doing quite nicely here. If you look at the center there, he's got Munich. This winter move is quite interesting, actually. Emily gets to build. I think that was because the convoy to Syria doesn't take a dot, whereas Serbia takes a dot. So she gets an army there, which is going to help with that defense. That's going to make it much easier to hold Smyrna. Doc has to pull because he's lost Norway and decides to pull the army in Yorkshire, keeping the three fleets with the pressure on Russia. If we go to... Doug builds a fleet in Brest, which this is either a very... I don't know to what extent this was planned. It would be really interesting to hear the negotiations here. You can read that the pull of the army by Doc was a mistake, but if Doug hadn't built that fleet Brest, then maybe he would have got away with it. So to what extent Doug knew that army was going to disappear, I don't know. Maybe he knew that Doc was pulling and hoped it was going to be the army, or maybe they had some discussion about that beforehand, because it was clear that he could lose Norway. Anyway, if we go into spring, we see that Doc is at this point presumably wishing that he'd kept the army, because the two fleets from France come up to the English Channel and the Irish. He can't defend Liverpool. He can defend London, but it's going to cost him that fleet. He regains Norway for what that's worth. Fun thing down in the Balkans, Serbia gets dislodged, Greece gets dislodged. They both retreat to Albania. So we lose both those armies in spring of 03, which is going to hurt both of them. At this point, it's worth noting that Italy and France have got a very nice leave each other alone alliance. That all those fleets are going away from each other, and that's going to be significant in this game. Moving on a bit. Yeah, fall is basically more of the same. Worth noting that England here does not try to defend London. Instead, you've got France supporting England into German dots, but at the same time taking English dots. So this is, you've got to read this as Doc has decided, yeah, I'm probably not getting into this draw at this point. Doug's got the jump on me. I'm just going to do something to fun or keep myself alive. So he's decided I'm not going to defend my home centers. I'm going to work with Doug to stay alive, basically.
Well, as far as I heard, it was Doug Binder who convinced Doug Moore to play, right? I mean, Doug Moore was very vocal in like the weeks before the tournament that he was coming, but not going to play diplomacy. So that was a brutal step. But maybe Doug Binder thinks, I convinced him to play. So if Doug Moore wins this tournament, at least I can say that I had some doing in deciding who would win. So maybe that's why he wants to prop him up.
Could be, yeah. I mean, when you get to that point where you're like, well, I'm not getting into this draw, all sorts of other motivations come into play, right? So it's entirely possible, yeah. And Doc and Doug know each other from way back, so it could just be a friendly thing as well. Yeah, you got the jump on me. Let's have fun anyway. Where are we? Yeah. Sorry, trying to look at my notes here. 1904, we see more of the same. England is still helping France out, while France is still. Doug doesn't let up on him. He's not going to let Doc build, but he's going to, keep using his units as his own, basically, and try and push those English units forward while taking his units from his dots from behind. In the fall of 1904, we see a change in the east. Russia deciding that Turkey is not actually that good an ally, and the dots would be more useful to Hal at this point. So I suspect that they had arranged a bounce in Armenia. So Hal knew that army Ankara was going to go to Armenia and took advantage to just walk into Ankara, which was a nice little move there. If you look at Russia here, he actually picks up Norway and Serbia and Ankara. So he gains 3 at this point, taking him from 6 to 9, which is a huge gain. And in the West, meanwhile, Doc apparently is no longer of any use to Doug. Again, he'd rather have that Holland dot himself. So he takes Edinburgh and Holland, and Doc is no longer in this game. Shifting on to 1905, Turkey at this point is also not long for this game. He's still in there at the moment. I think I don't think she had orders in this turn, in fact, and probably not going to be around much longer if you look at the position. Doug, meanwhile, is pushing forward, but no longer targeting Germany. Ben is now taken over the role of Doug's puppet, I guess. So Denmark is pushing up into Baltic. It looks like Scandinavia is the next target, and there's an attempt to put the German army into Warsaw. So this is more of the same Doug play, just with a different person as his on the front line. If we move forward a little bit up to spring 1906, we see the end of Turkey, which was not a big surprise at this point. Doug making progress up in Scandinavia, putting pressure on St. Petersburg now. If we move up to the fall, we see the end of Austria. So now this is very much sort of a 3-horse race. Ben, you suspect, is resigned to the fact that he's not getting in this draw. So you're kind of thinking, yeah, this is looking like a France, Russia, Italy 3-way. Exactly how that works out is unclear, but it's looking like that's probably the result at this point. France at this point, actually, just go back one. Yeah, this is where Doug takes Denmark and pushes those armies forward. So this is looking like, well, thanks, Ben, you've been very useful, but now it's time for me to have those dots. And if we go into the winter of 1906, this is where Italy builds 2 fleets. France is on 13 at this point. So if you're Jason, you're thinking 13 is a little bit too close to 18. So I want to make sure I can hold that stalemate line. I've only got 2 fleets. I need 2 more fleets to make sure I've got the 4 to hold the Mediterranean if it comes to that. Or you don't know that they're necessarily going to go to the line straight away, but he's going to be ready to hold that line, which is if he hadn't built those, this could easily be a Doug Moore solo. So that was definitely a good play there. Spring 1907, this is where we definitely see Germany, Italy, and Russia working to stop a French solo. They're all working together, pushing those units up to the stalemate line. If we push forward a little bit, fall is basically more of the same. And spring 1908, this is pretty much, this looks like the game should be done, right? You've got the stalemate line there. You can hold Doug at 15. So are we done? If we move on to fall, no, this is one of those interesting situations. A 4-way draw, not good enough. So Germany presumably not willing to vote himself out of the draw, sitting in Munich and Berlin. I wouldn't. I would be sitting on the stalemate line saying, nope, I'm in this draw. I'm holding 2 vital centers. You can't let Doug Moore take these 2 centers. So, and an agreement to take him out and take that 3-way draw. And then if we go forward a little bit more, then the 3-way draw is agreed. No one gets to vote themselves out. Doug Moore getting a huge result, 16 centers, 194 points, and a good result for Jason and Hal as well.
Yeah, I think it was key to getting that 3-way draw, and bad fortune for Ben that Doug hadn't advanced earlier into the Med. I think if Doug had like some serious purchase on Tunis, and even if it just were guesses, I think Ben could have convinced the others that, hey, you do not want to risk Munich going to Doug, because then that is the dot you need to keep away from him if Tunis could be 18. In this situation, if I'm Italy or Russia, I'm saying, yeah, I'm sorry, Ben, like 1 or 2 more centers for Doug are not that much of a problem. He will not solo. This is a stalemate line proper. This is like a picture-perfect stalemate line in the Med, and we can hold everything else as well. Maybe not Munich, but that's fine. Even it's only 17. So bad luck for Ben Kelman. He was in the right spot to somehow squeeze his way into the draw, but just, Doug was just a little too weak. He had to be a tiny bit stronger.
Yeah. He's got a little bit of rust on that blade from the time he's not played.
Maybe.
Clearly not that much, though, if you can get a result like
this. It's still a terrific score.
Yeah, this is one of those games that just feels like classic Doug Moore. He's one of those players who just sees the board so early, and he knows the result that he wants. And he was absolutely counting to 18 in probably 1903. And it's like you said, if he had just done like maybe 1 or 2 small things differently along the way, 18 would have been there for him. But we've got a fleet in Berlin instead of an army, things like that, just small details at the end of the game that really mean, okay, we'll take the 3-way draw instead of pushing for the solo.
Or if Jason hadn't played so well, those 2 fleet builds, if he'd built 1 fleet and an army, then Doug's probably got the solo here. So, you credit to Jason for that, doing exactly the right thing there, and to the East in general for recognizing that, 13 is the point where we need to get to that stalemate line and doing it right,
Yeah, and you see a lot in face-to-face games. People will come to you and say, we need to all get together and stop Doug Moore or Chris Brand or Robert or whoever it is who's posing the solo threat. And sometimes people use that as a negotiating tactic, and it's not really happening. In this case, it was absolutely happening. The board had to get together in that exact moment and do everything right, or Doug was going to run away with a solo. And a solo at DixieCon often means a win at the tournament. So well done to board 1A. I think we are saying goodbye to Robert for the time being. So we'll bring back Nicola. Robert, we'll see you in a little bit. And we are going to pull up the next game. All right, so this is board 1B, and it is named after Shirley Caesar, who is a quite famous American gospel singer. A number of songs made it to top charts over the years, and is apparently from North Carolina, which I did not know. Nicola, I believe this is your board. I'll run us through the players, and then I'll leave it to you to tell us what happened. First up in Austria, we have a longtime DixieCon attendee from my memory, Keith Worstel from Burlington, North Carolina. Ryan Rutledge in England, a name I do not recognize, but also from North Carolina, so a local to the DixieCon circuit. In France, David Harshbarger from Lakeview, Ohio. In Germany, a name that I know from DixieCon's past, Claude Worrell. In Italy, we've got Nicholas Spencer from Walland, Tennessee. In Russia, Luke Cronin. And in Turkey, Jack Craig. I will say, aside from Keith Worstel and Claude Worrell, I don't recognize a lot of these names. Chris, any names you know?
No, I'm the same. I think some of these people are like DixieCon regulars, but these are not people we see around the tournament in North America. So it'll be interesting to see how the play goes.
Awesome. And we've got some people from this board in the chat. I see Austria there. Welcome. Just no spoilers until we get to them. Thank you. So I'm going to toss this over to Nicola to tell us what happened. So let's bring up the map.
So same for me. I don't know many names. I think the name of Austria sounds familiar, but for the rest, it looks like players that I haven't seen before. So I think the spring one was a kind of quite interesting, and in fact, lots of things were decided there. In particular, with Luke deciding to go to Silesia with Warsaw, which is not a move that we see very often. And that also allowed Austria to move into Galicia. And so I think that's kind of, these two moves kind of kickstarted the alliance structure. So if you move to the fall, what we see is that Turkey is taking the Black Sea. Austria is bouncing Russia out of Romania. And so we see that Russia and Austria seems to be fairly friendly. And on the other side, I think France and England saw that maybe Germany was under pressure. I forgot to mention that Italy also was in Tarolia. And so they decided that, maybe an EF was the right thing to do. So we see France supporting English convoy into Belgium. And so that also kind of started an England-France alliance in the West. And so that's going to be the story of these games. The two alliances that are formed are going to continue. So what we see is that in 1902, Russia is kind of under terrible pressure, and lots of things are going to go wrong. Is going to lose Sevastopol in the spring, lose Moscow in the fall, and so that's really not good for them. And on the other side of the board, England is continuing the attack on Germany, taking Holland, moving to Skagerrak. And, EF and AT are going to continue in a very, very efficient fashion. So if you move to the fall, we can see that France is moving to the Med, moving to Piedmont, moving everywhere. So it's going to be AT against EF for basically the rest of the game. I mean, Italy and Austria are kind of friends. I think Austria is going to help Italy defend against France for a while, but it's not going to last for long. So if you continue, you can go to 1903. Austria is moving to the line. Turkey is continuing to move their army everywhere. England is also continuing to attack Germany, and it's going to continue. So if you go to the fall, you're going to see even more of AT and EF. Now, Austria has decided that maybe helping Italy was not the best thing to do. So they stopped for Naples and Venice. And basically, we are at the end of 1903. Russia is dead. Italy is almost dead. Germany is almost dead. So it's kind of a very, very fast-paced game. 1904, a bit more of the same. France is taking Rome. So I think Austria in the fall is going to take a couple of centers in Germany, Munich and Berlin. If you go to the fall, that's, I think, what's going to happen. And Turkey is getting Romania in exchange and Warsaw. And that's basically it. Now you have 4 big countries, EF, AT, and I think Germany is left with skill. And they are just voting a 4-way draw at the end of 1904, if I'm not mistaken. I think according to the rules, they should have played 1 more year, I think. But that's what happened. It was a very, very fast-paced game. 2 alliances that destroyed their chosen enemies, and then they voted a 4-way draw, which is not a great result on the Dixie scoring system. But I think they are local players. They were there for one fun game of diplomacy on that Friday evening, and they got what they wanted. So congratulations to France, to England, to Austria and Turkey, and we can move to the next game unless Chris has picked up on some details that are fun and interesting.
No, I think you're right. This is people coming for a fun game of diplomacy and not necessarily competing for the tournament. So a 4-way draw is a nice friendly result. And let's all go sit down for some food or a drink or whatever. Yeah.
I will add at this point, I think it is the ultimate negotiation in diplomacy that you convinced the TD to take the draw vote early because you wanted to go get lunch or whatever it was. So well done, all of you. I did get a couple more details about some of the players in this game since we didn't recognize the names right off the bat. The Austrian, Keith Wurstel, is an admin on Nexus and Nexus Leagues, so an experienced diplomacy player. Welcome, loved to watch you play. And then we also saw that the Italian, Nicholas Spencer, should be known to the online community as Bob's the Builder, is his handle there. So thank you for that bit of information. Apologies if we don't recognize your names. We know people who've been on the DBN broadcasts regularly. We don't always recognize everyone who comes out to face every time.
It's difficult pairing up real life names to online handles sometimes. So, yeah. Sometimes people are well known online, but then they turn up and they play by their real name, and you don't realize who they are.
We're going to have to find a way in DBN to link the in real life name and the online handles so that we get a little clue into that. So yeah, that was board 1B, which brings us to our next game. All right, and Nicola and Chris, I believe you're staying on for this. We're just swapping your order here. Board 1C, John Coltrane, well-known name, very famous jazz saxophonist and band leader. If you don't know John Coltrane and his jazz, you should go look it up. It is required listening. I'll wait here while you do that. No, but really, our board lineup for today, we've got Austria is Jason Bennett out of Maryland. England is Stephen Hogue out of Kentucky. France, returning back to the face-to-face circuit, is David Miller from Maryland. In Germany, Edwin Turnage, who is Emily Turnage's father, who we saw on board 1A. In Italy, I just will skip right over that. I think that's from Santa Claus, California. Jason Massbaum, everyone's favorite here at DBN. In Russia, Jonathan Strange from Pennsylvania. And in Turkey, Todd Craig. Nicola, any names jump out to you on this list?
Yeah, quite a few. So Jason Bennett is a well-known online guy, and I also have met him a couple of times in face-to-face tournaments. Stephen Hogue also is a well-known virtual virtual player. David Miller is quite a well-known face-to-face player. I think he has won Dixie at least a couple of times in the past.
Twice.
Yeah, and he's very strong also. I mean, I'm playing some gunboats tournaments where he's an active participant. And so Edwin Turnage, I mean, it's also a name that's familiar to me. I mean, Jason Masbaum. Who doesn't know Jason Masbaum? Second winner of the DBN Invitational Tournament, and a long-time face-to-face player. So Jonathan Strange and Todd Craig, I've seen the names before, but I cannot really place the face with the name. I don't know if Jonathan Strange is his real name or it's just a name that's coming from the fantasy book Jonathan Strange and the Mr. Norrell. Sorry. So.
I too do not recognize Jonathan Strange, but my comic book loving in me is just hoping that he's a doctor of some sort so that he is appropriately named Dr. Strange. So report back and let us know, Jonathan. I don't care what kind of doctor, medical, PhD, just be a Dr. Strange. So we will jump right into the board. Chris, I believe this is yours.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can skip straight to full 1901. Here we see the Ionian to Aegean is the interesting move. So this is obviously the arrangement between Austria and Italy, where Italy takes Trieste in exchange for pushing Fleet Aegean forward early, leaving Tunis for later. And then in the build phase, we see 2 Russian fleets. So this is, I'm always a little wary of building that fleet, St. Petersburg North Coast. It's easy to get it stuck there and find it to be a disadvantage. Building the 2 fleets, I like that they're not committing to just being a southern power, which you see quite a lot. But at the same time, having 4 fleets and 2 armies leaves you very weak in the center. So we'll see whether they manage to pull that off. Spring 1902, some very strange moves from Turkey. I spent a long time looking at this, trying to figure out what that means. I don't know the answer. I think we'll find if we move on to the fall that AIR didn't know the answer either and decided that it probably means that they should just get rid of Turkey because either they don't want to play anymore or they're unpredictable or some combination of those things. Looking to the west at this point, nothing much has really happened in the west. Although in the winter we see a build of Fleet Marseille and builds of Roman Naples. So this is looking like maybe we're going to see some conflict in the Mediterranean. Spring 1903, that turns out to be true. The West is looking kind of Western Tripoli at this point. England's not really doing much, but France is pushing down into the Mediterranean. Germany's pushing into Livonia and trying to get into Silesia. So is it a Western Tripoli? Hard to tell for sure. You would expect to see a bit more commitment from England to the north of Russia, but that's not happening yet. Spring 1900. Where are we? Hang on. Yeah, that doesn't matter.
I just wanted to add, I really like the convoy to North Africa by David Miller there. I think it puts him.
Oh yes, that was a really good move here. In fact, David plays the Mediterranean really well here, and it works out well for him.
Yeah.
Where are we? Let's go to spring 1904. Turkey is disappearing at this point. Decides to get their revenge by cutting Ionian, which means that France gets into Tunis, which is you've always got to be careful how much you annoy the people that you're killing off. You know? that one move can make a huge difference because Tunis isn't going to change hands. Tunis is now French for the rest of the game. There was a little bit of a slow move of Austria to take out Turkey. They could have actually done that quicker and better. Austria being a little bit wary here. So this is now looking like it's AIR versus EFG. Winter 1904, France builds a fleet Brest, which is interesting. And this spooks England. In spring 1905, that North Sea fleet comes down into English Channel, presumably worried about that fleet Brest. And then, yeah, just go forward. Yeah, there we go. That's that fleet coming down into the channel. And then in fall 1905, Austria and Russia decide that they don't need Italy anymore. So we've got Venice, Trieste, and Bulgaria all falling. This is a bold move because you've got 3 French fleets down in the Mediterranean already. I guess they thought they saw the conflict between England and France and thought they could get away with it. So let's see.
Yeah, I also thought it was pretty dangerous strategically.
It's a big chance to take, but I mean, if you're reading that England and France are going to be fighting, then maybe you can get away with it. You know, maybe you've got time to replace those Italian fleets.
It's not easy to replace Italian fleets when you're Austria and Russia.
No, it really isn't. Fall 1905. Oh yeah, spring 1906. Yorkshire gets convoyed up to Norway. So this back and forth between England and France is fascinating. France built the fleet Brest. England responded by moving to English, and then decided that they obviously worked it out. At this point, the army gets convoyed away at the same time that Mid-Atlantic goes to Irish. So there's continually a sort of escalation, de-escalation on the two sides. Italy says, well, screw you, Austria. I'm going to help France in that case, which is perfectly understandable. Fall 1906, France gets into both Rome and Naples. Italy actually cuts Venice to make sure that Austria doesn't keep Rome. France loses Belgium unnecessarily. The Burgundy supporting Munich rather than covering Belgium was a mistake by David, by the looks of it. But still, England's not looking very healthy at this point. Fall 1907. This bouncing Constantinople bothers me. I feel like AR need all the fleets they can get down in putting pressure on Ionian. Their fleet short. As it happens, they've got the right number of fleets now because the Italian fleets have disappeared. So it's basically 3 French fleets against 3 Austrian and Russian fleets. But wasting that one with the bouncing Constantinople, I'm not sure about. It looks like there's a sort of a détente in the Mediterranean that they've kind of agreed, okay, we'll do the bounce in Ionian and we can all get our dots elsewhere. Sorry, just trying to catch up on my notes here. Let's skip forward a bit because it continues in much the same vein. Around 1909, fall 1909, I think. This is where France stabs Germany and England helps with that. So France going for the big result here. There's also that 3rd French fleet comes down into the Mediterranean. So maybe that agreed nothing in Ionian is going to stop. And if we go to winter, there's another build of another French fleet in Marseille. So David trying to secure the Mediterranean at this point. And now he's got the fleet advantage. And those Austrian Russian fleets are not really where they need to be. If we go to 1910, England gets killed off at this point. France takes Edinburgh, Russia takes Norway. So that's the last English units. And then go forward a little bit more. And that's it. Germany votes themselves out. And we've got a 3-way draw with another huge France. Not quite as huge as the first game I commented on, but 15 centers, 190 points. Well played, David.
Yeah, I was wondering if he had some chances for more. Even now, I'm not sure. I think there are guessing games on Rome and Naples. So he should be losing Rome and Naples at some point, but he should be getting the Scandinavian centers. So I don't know. And I think he made a little, maybe one move here, one move there, and it could have been very, very, very close to a solo. Because when you control most of Italy with France, you don't need Berlin and Munich. And so when I watched it live, I thought this was going to end in a solo. But the others played pretty well, and maybe he got a couple of details wrong. In 15 minutes, it's really, really hard to play perfectly. But it was a very, very well played game.
I think I
Yep.
would have been loath to take the draw as David at this point. I think I would have wanted to play on a little bit further because, yeah, maybe you lose a couple and you end up on a 13 center France, but maybe you secure Ionian and manage to push a fleet forward. And as you say, you secure Scandinavia. So maybe there is an 18 there.
I mean, I do think we see here, this is just excellent, just a show of why David Miller has won this tournament a few times. He knows how to play DixieCon scoring. He's an excellent player. So I say, good result. Maybe you should have gone for the solo, but we have our three-way draw for now. We are going to move on next to board 1D, keep it a little moving, and give Chris, I believe, a little bit of break. So we're going to add Robert back in. Welcome back. And Chris, we will see you soon. All right, so let's get into board 1D. This is named for Dale Earnhardt, which American fans at least should recognize as a very famous American race car driver. Dale Earnhardt Jr., I believe we're talking about, but possibly the father. What do I know? I don't watch race car driving. Let's go through the lineup today. We've got Austria is Ian Rudnick out of Boston, England. DBN favorite Karthik Konath coming to us from the West Coast in California. France, longtime face-to-face player Peter Jürgen from Pennsylvania. In Germany, Mark Franceschini from Maryland, longtime DixieCon attendee to my memory. Italy, Brian Lee from Virginia. Russia, Tarzan Greystoke coming to us from Pennsylvania. And in Turkey, our defending champion, Tanya Gill, coming to us actually this time from South America. Nicola, any names jump out to you real quick before we get into it?
Very, very famous people on that board. So, starting from the bottom, of course, Tanya, she's the DipCon champion. Tarzan, I don't know the person personally, but I've seen this name last year on the DixieCon tournament list. Brian Lee, I'm not familiar with him. Mark Franceschini, I think it's a name I've seen in the past. And then the three others I know pretty well. So Peter Jürgen, I've played with him many times. I was on the top board in Oxford with him. Kartik, everybody knows Kartik, and I've played with him in California like a couple of months ago. And Ian Rudnick, I had the pleasure to play with him in Carnage WDC, and he's the one who kind of lied to me and stabbed me repeatedly and kind of killed all my chances to have a chance. So thank you, Ian, if you're listening to me. I remember you.
All right. And before I lead you to it, Robert, I will note that Mark Franceschini, along with being a longtime DixieCon attendee, has won DixieCon in the past. So he knows how to play this kind of tournament. All right. With that, I will leave you to the map.
All right. Let's get to it. So we see the moves in spring 1901, fairly standard. Tanya Gill does the sort of more classical opening with Smyrna to Con. We see a bounce in Burgundy, but nothing too exciting here. Let's jump straight into fall, I would say. There's a move that I find interesting that is Warsaw to Livonia. So Chris Kelly was wondering, is Tarzan coming out swinging again? Well, I don't know. Livonia seems like a sort of weird choice to me, but some love between A and R in the beginning here. DMZ Galicia now. The West cannot decide on who to get Belgium, so they just bounce there. Nothing overly exciting. Tanya just takes Black Sea for now. That can be anti-Russian, but doesn't even necessarily have to be. So let's look at the build, shall we? Okay, more sort of non-committal things. Tarzan is saying, okay, if I've opened up Moscow and Warsaw, I can put down two armies. I don't know. That's his choice. I think the most interesting thing is that the army, the German army, goes into Berlin instead of Munich. So that looks like Mark really wants to work with Peter, because otherwise Munich would be the more classical choice. So maybe we see a bit of an FG action here. Let's see how it goes in spring. And yes, that sort of seems to be the case. One thing that's pretty interesting in spring of 1901 is that they let Karthik convoy into Belgium. France goes into Burgundy while also pushing the fleets north. So Peter Jürgen is keeping his options open. Maybe he's on board for that FG plan. Maybe they just want to piff or dislodge that army in Belgium just to make Siobhan happy, because Belgium is the place where English armies go to die. Or maybe, Peter hasn't decided yet. And Italy convoys to Albania. So Brian Lee is getting your revenge, Nicola. He wants to make sure that Ayn Rudnick doesn't have a good game. So you should be happy, right?
No, I'm not like that.
Of course. Okay, let's go into fall then. You might not be like that. Everybody else is pretty anti Ian Rudnick in this case here in the East. Russia takes Galicia, Turkey helps Italy take Greece, Italy drops into Adriatic, so ouch, that doesn't look good for Austria, unfortunately. And yeah, it seems indeed like FG is happening. Karthik Konev is sort of the odd man out in the West, and FG is pushing forward. So we have sort of a 3-on-1 situation in the East and a 2-on-1 in the West. Fairly standard so far. We see builds. A French fleet makes perfect sense. Karthik does the sensible thing and puts down an army. We all know if you come into the position where you have to defend your home island as England, build an army. So you go into spring of 1903. Brilliant English defense here. He bounces the French convoy into Clyde. That was attempted. He support holds North Sea, doesn't lose any position or center, so great tactics on Karthik's part here. And we see a pretty passive RT. Russia is not doing much, Turkey is not doing much. The only thing happening in the East is another successful convoy to Albania. So let's see if that passivity will come back to haunt the RT. Well, for now, Turkey takes Serbia, so that's good for them. Russia, interestingly, decides not to jump onto Karthik. They've sort of been lining up to take Norway, and now they move around and seem to want to be anti-German in fall of 1903. So who do you think will be the odd person out in the East, Nicola? Austria is being killed. Let's suppose they get killed quickly. Who's the one who gets, onto the chopping block next? Italy, Turkey, Russia? What do you think?
I think, Tanya is more worried about Peter Jürgen that she would be of Mark Franceschini. So I think she wants Italy to be strong.
Okay. So let's.
If she does something, I think she would do something against Russia from a strategic point of view. But
okay,
we don't know the negotiations, so she might go.
But
makes more sense and with the more friendly also.
You seem to be a pretty good oracle. Right now we see Turkey. You've played the game once or twice before, right? Budapest gets supported into Romania. RT is in the past, so that passivity has at least come back to bite Russia a little bit in spring of 1904. Italy convoys back, so much IT love, and we can go forward into the fall. The West is mainly just like clearing up Karthik. He did well to defend, but not that much he can do in the long run. FG is pushing forward. And, the question is, what is Germany really getting out of the West? Peter Jürgen seems to really be running this West, because Germany has gotten Denmark and Holland in a one. And okay, now they get Warsaw, but that has nothing to do with France. So it seems to be an FG that is heavily favoring France, I would say. But anyway, that is what...
In a Dixie scoring system, as long as you're in good...
You're right. It doesn't make a huge difference as long as you're in the draw. But of course, if you are small, you're always at a higher risk to be cut out in the end. But it could very well go right for Marky. As we heard before, he knows how to play these type of games. So let's see what 1905 has in store for us. Austria is just sitting still. It seems like Italy wanted to make a Janissary deal with them, saying like, okay, the West is becoming a problem. Let's put you into Bohemia. Maybe they promised to put Turkey into Sev, and maybe they made some sort of a deal. Right now, Austria just sits still and says, no, I'm just going to hold everything, while France starts dropping into the Med and Germany goes into Norway. In fall 1905, maybe there's some sort of an English Janissary deal in the making. Karthik convoys to Norway, gives up Eddie without any question. He didn't need to lose it right now, but he says, okay, I'm going to be the tip of your spear. And Austria seems to be the problem in the East. They say like, okay, we tried to do the same thing with you, but you didn't play ball, so now we just have to kill you, and Austria shrinks even more. We go into 1906, we see a few more builds, and yeah, Austria tries now the Janissary deal, tries to support Italy into Bohemia. Now the IT doesn't want it anymore. Now they're coming for him full front, unfortunately. Turkey goes into Ionia. I'm sure that is just to set up the line because France is dropping into the Med hard at this point. We go forward into the fall, and we see that the West actually sort of breaches the line. Because Italy still has to kill Vienna. They get into Tyrolia, they get into Piedmont. That could be a problem for the East. Carthage is still helping the West, surviving in Norway so far. So we go into the winter and we see, okay, the East tries to somehow set up a line. What do you think? Is that a position where Turkey should stab Italy? I mean, they are sort of like really in a position where they could take a few centers off of Italy. Is that good in this particular setup? Doesn't it matter in draw size that the West will then flood into the East, or would you rather try to prop up Italy here, Nicola?
I don't know. I think to me is the fact that Germany is much weaker than France. In fact, Germany should not try to help France breach the line. That's my because I think if Tyrolia helps France break the line, the solo shot by France can be there, because so I think what Germany needs to do is to make sure that the line stays the way it is, that Turkey gets their army much faster north, so that if he gets stabbed, he can throw to Tanya. I think that's what Germany is going to do. And I think, Italy should try to make themselves useful to make sure that the line is set. So I think that's the most interesting part in this game is the play around the stalemate line in Italy for the next few seasons.
Yep, and we see that for now, at least, Turkey stays very friendly with Italy. Nothing much moves in spring of 1907. Russia is sort of the next one on the chopping block. They try to help Turkey into Warsaw. That doesn't work. They get attacked from the north. And if we go into fall of 1907, we see that Russia gets killed. So thanks for playing Tarzan. Carthage could theoretically build, but he has no home center. And actually, Italy pushes back. They get into Tyrolia. They get into Gulf of Lyon. Let's see if it helps them, because they also lose Tuscany.
I don't really like this. I think he should have stayed in position.
Yes, I totally agree. I mean, Tyrolia is obviously nice, but this position in the mat really gets him out of position. And that could be a problem, because now actually this position is way more messy than it was before. They sort of had the mat locked up. And if we push forward, we see that maybe actually, oh no, sorry, not quite yet. We can go into spring, but I was just about to spoil something that has not yet happened. So yeah, we see a little bit of dipsy doodle, and this is a crucial turn because Italy loses Tyrrhenian, and that is something you absolutely cannot do. They still could have held it from this position, but with this move that said they lose it, and that is sort of a very bad thing, because that totally breaches the line for France. And if we move forward into the fall, it seems that Tanya said, okay, now the line is breached anyway, so I might as well take some Italian dots. But now France has that elusive center across the stalemate line. So maybe that solo threat you were talking about is actually plausible right now. They have Tunis. They are in a good position in the west. Germany is far out into the east. They built Army Kiel, but it could get dangerous,
But I think Turkey is way too advanced now, so that if France stabs Germany, I think Turkey can really, really get to a lot of centers, like in Scandinavia. Yeah. So the threat of throwing, I think, becomes...
It's plausible, yeah. Germany can certainly threaten that. So we go into spring of 09, and France moves forward into Piedmont. England finally gets dislodged from St. Pete, so they sort of say, thank you, Carthage, for your help and your advice, but now we don't need you anymore because we need you out of the draw. That's sometimes how it goes in draw-sized system. And if we move forward just another one, we see, yeah, okay, Carthage flees into Sweden. Germany's already in position to take it. France goes into North Sea. that could be interesting, it would be a risky play, as you pointed out, but that is a sensible position where he really could. But no, he's going back. He's not gone a step. Mark Franceschini, at least not right now. Karthik is killed for good. And yep, if we push one more season forward, I think that is it. It's a 3-way draw with Italy voting themselves out. So good for them, for the other 3, to get them to do that. I mean, maybe Italy could have played a little more the card of, do you really want France to be any more advanced in that? But then on the other hand, Turkey was taking the dots already. So potentially also a case where they couldn't really do much about it.
Yeah, I really wonder whether, Tanya gave all the best advice she could to Italy around this stalemate line, or if she, she said, oh, you could do this or you could do that.
Yeah.
I let you choose, and not so unhappy that he would get out of position. But I don't know. Maybe I'm saying bad things about Tanya, and she was a coach.
All right, you heard it here first. Nicolas does never listen to Tanya when she gives you advice. I mean, wonderful game, lots of interesting movement. I think this is the right result in the end. So I think we're going to move on to the next one. We're keeping the both of you on stream, but I believe it is Nicolas' game to commentate. So let me do that, and I will pull up our next cast of players. Board 1E, Edward R. Murrow, American journalist and war correspondent during World War II. Apparently also from North Carolina. I'm learning all sorts of things today. This is quite the board, I will say. I saw this one get called, and I was excited for it. So in Austria, we have everyone's favorite 3-time world champion, Andrew Goff. In England, well-known East Coast face-to-face player, Alex Maslow, who I believe runs the Boston hobby these days. In France, Johnny Gillam, familiar to DBN viewers, coming to us from New York. In Germany, Brad Blitzstein from Vermont. Haven't seen that name in a while. He's been around the face-to-face circuit for many, many years. In Italy, a longtime DixieCon attendee, Hudson Defoe, coming to us from DC. In Russia, my hometown representative, Adam Silverman from San Francisco. And in Turkey, Cameron Higby, apologies if I did not pronounce that correctly, coming to us from Missouri. I think we're just going to jump right into the game. So, Nicolas, tell us what happened.
So indeed, it's a board full of big names, and even the smaller names are well known, are good players. And I would call this game, young pup versus old foxes, because in the West is going to be Johnny Gillam doing a lot of exciting things, while in the West we are going to have Andrew Goff and Adam Silverman, the veterans, experienced player of the hobby, just running an alliance and just steamrolling the board. So if you start, we see Johnny opening to the English channel, so it's pretty aggressive. While in the East, things are kind of standard, and we don't really know exactly what's going to happen in spring 01. But if you go to the fall, we are going to see that things get pretty clear. So Johnny goes to the North Sea with support from Brad Blitzstein in Germany, and so it's going to be an FG from the start. And in the East, it's not completely clear. Adam is taking Romania, and Andrew Goff lets Hudson get Trieste, and is following up in Aegean. So it seems that it's an AI forming. So if we go to 1902, we see that in the West, things are pretty clear. Johnny is going after England as hard as he can. Just note that Alex Maslow built a 3rd army. So there are 3 English army in the island. So that's a very, very defensive formation, saying, yeah, maybe you'll get me, but it's going to take forever, and maybe the other side of the board is going to overtake you while you're doing that. But Johnny is going after that. So there is a bit of misunderstanding with Brad. I think he's supporting Brad to Holland, but Brad is staying in position, which is kind of wise, because you see the AI already moving to the line Tarolia, Bohemia, and moving their fleets to Aegean and Eastern. And so, Turkey is in lots of trouble already. And if we go to 1903, we are going to see that Adam Silverman has realized that, playing an Austria-Italy-Russia alliance is what he needs to do. The situation in Scandinavia is not completely clear. And in the West, Johnny was also taken Holland. I think he's now moving hard in the Med. And it looks a bit like it's a Western triple against air, with England with three armies in the continent saying, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to be a problem. So if we continue, this is a bit what's going to happen. Air is killing Turkey very fast. France is taking Tunis, but it was not an Italian center. So Italy just makes its fleet move towards France. And then very slowly, the AIR is going to steamroll the board going west. And this is basically what's going to happen for the rest of the game. You see the Austrian fleet Aegean going to Ionian. The fleet in Rome, newly created, is moving to Tuscany. Vienna is moving to Bohemia, etc., etc. And so Johnny is a little bit going into scramble mode. He realizes I have a great position, but I don't really know what to do. And that's when I'm not sure exactly how to interpret what's happening in the rest of the game. Because right now, it seems to me that Johnny is stabbing Germany and is trying to get as many centers as he can. So there are two ways to interpret that. One is, let me get as much as I can, and I'll try to get a stalemate line, at least in Iberia. The other possibility, he has been talking to Goff and Adam, and they have agreed that he's going to be the third in the three-way draw. Because strategically, I think French position is busted. If AIR wants to move, they are going to get everything. But it's mostly Austria and Russia who have all the power in this position, and so they can decide who is going to be the third. And maybe they had a deal with Johnny about, you break the line so we can go fast, we can kill everybody and vote the draw. Maybe Hudson didn't want to play a long game and he wanted to do other things, and he said, I don't really care being in the draw. I don't know. Or it's just after the line was breached, Johnny just started being super aggressive in negotiation and being very, very convincing, telling them that he's ready. As a young guy, he's ready to play until 3 a.m. He's not in the draw, etc. And it works. So if you continue, the game is going he cannot defend the line, so he doesn't even really try. And AIR is going to take Munich, is going to take Berlin, but they are not really pushing in against France. So I don't really know what's the deal here. And without knowing the negotiation, it's not easy. And I think in 1907 they are going to vote the draw, or in end of 1906 with Austria, Russia, which makes a lot of sense. With France, I think it was a good diplomatic outcome for Johnny. And Hudson agrees that he's not in the draw. I think, we talked about motivation. I think Johnny has ambition in this tournament. I don't know about Hudson. And but strategically, it could have gone both ways. I think Adam and Goff could have chosen, okay, let's keep moving and let's kill France. But it would have been 2 hours of their time, while if they can convince Hudson to vote the draw, they get basically the same result. So that's all for me. Robert, what did you think?
Yeah, as you said, a bit surprising that Italy votes themselves out of the draw. As you said, we don't know exactly the motivation behind that, but that's the only one I'm a bit befuddled by. I think for the other three, that is a perfectly good round one score. A bit sad for Johnny, because I think he played a good game, or actually a very good game for a long time. And this might, in another under another scoring system, that this might have gone differently, and he could have gone even higher. But given that he was under the danger of getting aired into the West, I think this is a great result for him, even if it's only 7 centers.
I agree.
Yeah. I think this is, an excellent example of one of those games where some top tier players get in and they know how to play the board quickly. They decide very early on, Andrew Goff and Adam Silverman, the result they wanted, and they played excellently. And well done to Johnny for getting there. A 3-way draw in DixieCon round 1 is a great result. We're going to move right along to board 1F, which I believe takes us to saying goodbye to Nicola for a little while. So thank you. And then we will bring back to the stream Chris Brand. So this one, Robert, was your board. So we'll bring up the cast of players. Board 1F, named for Andy Griffith, very, very famous American actor, known most for his titular show, The Andy Griffith Show. So in Austria, we have a famous face-to-face player from over the years, Brian Ecton, coming to us from Maryland. In England, Jaromir Solja from Ontario, Canada. In France, a face-to-face player making it back. Haven't seen his name since the early COVID virtual days. Mitch McConaughey, welcome back. In Germany, Ben Durfee from Georgia. In Italy, Andrew Zick coming to us from Seattle. West Coast, you got to come down to San Jose or make your way up to Cascadia one of these days. And in Russia, we have Michalis Kamaridis coming to us from Great Britain, Brighton specifically. And in Turkey, Chris Barfield coming to us from North Carolina, so a native to Dixie. A lot of great names here, but I'm just going to drop us right into the game. Robert, tell us what happened.
So we start out with a very standard opening. Lots of trust in Burgundy between France and Germany. Apart from that, nothing interesting to see in spring of 01. We can move on into fall, which I would describe as peace in the West and mistrust in the East. We see bounce in black. We see Austria making sure that Italy can't go into Trieste and so on and so forth. Whereas the West seems almost a bit triple-ish to me. They leave Belgium totally wide open, and when we see the builds in winter, well, that could be a triple. Fleet Marseille, Fleet Eddie. Let's see what it does. In spring of 01, is this a triple? F and G seem to think this could be a triple. Jaromir doesn't and so they are probably saying, Jaromir, this is a triple. You're doing the wrong moves. We're going against Russia, not against Germany. You misread that. But in fall, Germany's still saying, Jaromir, this is a triple. I'm going against Sweden. Jeremy's saying, no, I'm taking Denmark, actually. In the East, it's sort of an AIR, maybe, promoted by that early Western triple that looked to be happening, but wasn't quite happening. Spring of 1903, we can quickly skip through the winter. Germany is saying, okay, maybe this isn't a triple. I'm coming back. France is still saying, no, this is a triple. I'm going against Italy. Let's push forward. Piedmont, Tuscany, here we come. I'm sure this is a triple. I'm not sure what England and Germany are doing, but I'm playing it as one. In fall, we see, the East is still trying to crack Turkey open. Turkey defends very well here. Nice tactics. They don't lose anything. Guess right. The East starts going to the line already, while the West is sort of, scrambling between England and Germany while France is off on vacation in Italy. In spring, we have a winter. Okay, English army, that makes sense. Spring, we see Austria misorders in Tyrrhenian Sea, in Tyrolia, supposedly. I don't know why they would want to try to help France support holding Piedmont. So Italy loses Venice for now. That could be bad. And Russia seems to be the odd person out in the East, Austria moves on them. It's not an AIR anymore, it seems. Move forward into fall 1904. This is, pretty bad because France still thought that this was a triple when, England took Belgium, but Germany retreated to Picardy and has now a free walk into Brest saying, France, yeah, I know you played it as a triple, but this is no triple. Man, I've been attacked by England all game, so now I'm going to take your Brest, which is not good for France. They misguess in the south, so they don't get a center and they have to pull. That's not nice. It was looking nice for France for quite a while. Now, actually, Austria, Brian Ecton is the big leader. The question is, who's Austria's friend? Sorry. They've gone into all kinds of direction, gone against Italy, gone against Russia, gone against Turkey, and now they build a fleet, which is always nice to see, fleet Trieste built. But will they find a friend in spring of 1905? That is the big question. The answer is not really. It's sort of like everybody tries to push back. They still get into Venice, which is nice, but all of their neighbors are coming for them. And then we move forward into the fall. The Austria strikes back. Nice tactics. Brian Acton might not have a friend, but he has good tactics in this turn. He takes Rumbeck. He stays in Venice. So without a friend, he still is growing and goes up to 9. Good on him. In the West, we see a lot of fighting. Sort of France is now the odd person out. Finally, England and Germany sort of cooperate, but not on a Western Triple, but actually to kill France. So we see the winter. Yes, that's not very surprising. Spring of 1906. Is this a great northern alliance between England and Russia? It sort of seems like it. And actually, Germany doesn't seem to care about Berlin. They could have easily gone there, at least with one, or even supported themselves. But no, they move south together with England. England convoys into Brest. So I'm not sure if England wants to have Germany as part of the draw. But it seems to be everybody's pushing south from the north. Fall 1906. EG seems to have patched it up. You know, Germany doesn't seem to be super annoyed at England for taking Brest, and they move forward together. And now sort of the Austrian defense starts to crumble. Germany is in Vienna. Let's see if he can somehow turn something around, Brian. His position is still good, but he needs to find a friend somehow. Otherwise, he will probably get crushed, and that's the big question. Spring 1907, is this some AI rapprochement? Maybe he has made a deal with Andrew Zick in Italy. He pushes Germany back out of Vienna, gives Venice back. Italy goes into Aegean. Let's see in fall what's happening. Is it AI? Is it AI? No. It's just Italy taking 3. So sorry, Brian. Doesn't seem to have worked yet to find a friend here. Meanwhile, E and G sort of push south, trade some dots. Nothing too exciting. Russia is on their side. They are pushing south with them. Winter 1907, some more builds. England is way ahead of everybody else. So they just hold essentially everything in spring. I don't know if it was intentional or just like, I don't know, running out of time and not having many orders apart from inconsequential things in Germany in. Russia pushes south on Austria. It could be that England is just saying, you know, I'm not a solo threat. I just want my 3-way draw with you guys. I'm not even going to go into the Med. Let's go into fall 1908. No, they actually want to be in the Med. So maybe it was actually misorder. Austria is going down and down and down. That it was a stellar rise and a quick fall, unfortunately for Brian Acton. So the position after 1908 is that there's very little left of the East. 2 for Turkey, okay, 6 for Italy, but they are also starting to get surrounded. And Russia and Germany are pushing down England at the doorstep in Tunis. Spring 1909. Now we have to start thinking about an English solo. Similar position like the first game I called where we had France in Tunis. What do you think, Chris? Is this a position where we would get really worried as Germany and Russia about a solo, or is it just like them finishing off and taking their 3-way draw home?
I think you've got to worry about it. I mean, Scandinavia, there's nothing up there. Basically, the Army Moscow just moved south. The center, I mean, you don't get Munich, but you can pick up most of the German centers. You got that fleet North Sea. Yeah, I think this is a very nice English position. I would love to play this out as England. Is it so?
I would agree.
Don't know.
I wouldn't.
It's possible, so it's worth trying.
I wouldn't mind that English position either, for sure. Let's see what he does with it in fall of 1909. Denmark hold, that is pretty dangerous, I think. I think if I were Germany, I would for sure at least tap North Sea, because he could have simply taken Holland here. That would have been pretty dangerous, and he could have walked into Marseille, but he doesn't take the step. He pushes forward. Italy, Austria get reduced. So it seems like Jeremy either hasn't any ambitions or, you know, he saves them for later. in terms of solos, that means. I don't want to say that Jaromir Solja has no ambitions in life. Sorry, I don't know him. Okay, 909 is in the books. Move forward, 1910. What have you got for me? It's more of the same. They push down. Now England is even in Naples, and they can guarantee Rome. They are an Ionian. Is this a solo or is it a three-way draw? That is the big question. Let's move into fall. England takes Rome. They still haven't stabbed Germany. Now Germany at least taps North Sea. So thank you, Ben. That was absolutely necessary. But still, very dangerous position for Germany and Russia. This could go down south very quickly for them. End of the year, Michalis Kamaritis in Russia builds a fleet in St. Pete. I think that is exactly the right call. You gotta take some precautions. And even that might not be enough if England takes the step, I think. Because it's just like one. Germany has two. Okay, nice. But we see England still doesn't take the step, but they are in Greece now. Russia still helps them forward. I'm thinking, ooh, Michalis, you're playing with fire here. But then we move forward and we see fall of 1911. Hold. Turkey gets killed. Thank you, Chris Barfield, for playing. And after 1911, I think this is where the game draws. Great game, but I gotta wonder, isn't that like almost a guaranteed solo for Jaromir Solja if he wants to play it out? It seems to me like he had such a good position. I mean, if not before, then now, where he is like way across the stalemate line.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to assume you can pick up Holland, Denmark, Sweden.
Yeah, Marseille for sure.
Yeah, you lose Greece. Oh yeah, and Marseille. You lose Greece, but yeah, I think I would play this out for sure.
Must have been a long game, but still.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1912. I don't know what time it is in real terms, but yeah, this is a beautiful. I thought the English play was very good all along. He sort of kept flexible, kept his options open, didn't overcommit to anything, but yeah, it was really nice.
I mean, I know that in tournament play, everyone wants to get some sleep. They want to save a little for round two, especially if you get a decent result in round one. But it's really hard for me if I'm playing as England not to really count the next 5 dots here. The position was great. The play was excellent, but you're an English player in Greece. Like, there's just that's really hard for me to take a draw on. So I will say well played by everyone, but most especially Jaromir and Ben and Michalis for making it to the end of what must have been a marathon game. So thank you very much, Robert, for that one. I believe we're keeping the two of you on. We're just swapping the order for the next game. So, this game ended at 2:45 in the morning.
Okay.
Understandable then.
And
I mean, it's
got
always in the vacuum when we say, you should go for the solo, but I cannot absolutely convince myself that I would have gone for the solo if it's 2:45 a.m. I mean, maybe I would have, but I'm really not sure.
And at least Michalis is dealing with some time zone stuff here, and so in his brain it's even worse because in his brain it's like 8 in the morning or something like that.
And you've got to, when you're playing for a solo, you're moving lots of units, you're running lots of orders. Mistakes can really cost you as well. So, being a little bit cautious at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning is maybe not a bad thing. Understandable for sure.
Alrighty, we will jump right into the last game of round one, which is named for Dolly Madison, who was a First Lady of the United States, married to James Madison. As a former history major who never got to use her degree to do any practical way in my professional life, these sorts of names excite me. Dolly Madison is very well known for hosting social events at the White House where she invited both parties, members of both political parties, and is really known for kind of starting bipartisan talks and cooperation in American political discourse, which we could use a little bit more of these days. So here on Dolly Madison board 1G, we've got in Austria, Jeff Pierce from Ohio. In England, Steve Cooley from Massachusetts, longtime face-to-face player. France, we've got Emmett Wainwright from Raleigh, North Carolina. In Germany, Nick Kohler from Waxhaw, North Carolina. In Italy, John Dargis from Raleigh, North Carolina again. Russia is Chris Kremer from Sanford, North Carolina. And Turkey is everybody's favorite NADF president, Zach Moore from Minneapolis. So we've got a lot of locals here on this board, a couple of longtime face-to-face players in Zach and Steve Cooley. I think this is kind of anything goes. These are a lot of names that we're less familiar with. So I'm just going to go right to the map and let Chris.
Don't count Steve out. Steve's got he's a former DipCon champion, so he's not just a long-term player, he's a good player as well.
Steve absolutely knows what he's doing. So Chris, take it away.
Spring 1901, I think the only thing that stood out to me really was Trieste holding, which is unusual.
We need some moves.
Yes.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm having a technical difficulty.
Okay. Yeah, Steve is. I believe it was the DipCon at WAC that Steve won, and I came second, and he just played an excellent tournament there.
All right, I have solved my issue.
So Trieste holds is unusual. There's obviously a little bit of distrust between Italy and Austria here. If we go to the fall, we see that fleet then goes into the Adriatic. So this is an unusual way to play Austria, and we'll see how it works out. On the other hand, Turkey and Austria are looking quite friendly. The support into Romania, Turkish units going north. So this is looking like an AT at this point. On the western side, the French and German moves are fascinating to me. Burgundy goes into Ruhr successfully, and Munich goes into Burgundy. Like, I can totally understand Munich going to Burgundy in this situation. The fact that it succeeds and Burgundy gets into Ruhr, this is just going to be the situation is just going to be tactically a mess. So, but fun. So if we go on to 1902, that French army in Ruhr is going to cause problems. The German army in Burgundy decides that it's best to cover Munich, go back to Munich. So those moves gave both of them an opportunity. Nix played a little bit more defensively than Emmett, so now having completed spring 1902, France has got the advantage because they've got a forward unit and Germany hasn't. Fall 1902, the French fleets head down into the Mediterranean. We've still got conflict between Italy and Austria, the AT looking pretty definite here. Russia putting up a good fight. But Italy's going to have problems now fighting Austria and Turkey and France. So they really need an ally at this point. We go on to spring 1903. Looks like things change a little bit. I think, go on, one further forward, spring 1903. There we go. It's okay. It's tough to drive those things. I've done that. Italy moves to counter France, and we now see Italy and Austria cooperating. They're taking Bulgaria from Turkey. So this is now, and then the Austrian and Russian armies move up to towards Munich. So this is now looking like an AIR has formed out of nowhere on the east. So huge change in the diplomatic situation from an AT to an AIR. We go on forward a bit. It continues in much the same vein. Spring 1904. This is interesting between Austria and Italy. I looked at this. I went back and forth on this one a few times. I think this is. I don't know who stabbed the other, but there seems to be a mutual agreement that they are going to be fighting at this point. The bounce in Serbia says to me that Italy attacked Austria. Austria knew that was coming. Austria also put the fleet up into Adriatic. So this is both of them knowing that they were going to be fighting at this point. So if we push forward to the fall, England and France have been. Sorry, meanwhile, England and France have been grinding out Germany. Is the story in the West, and that continues. England and France kill off Germany at this point. Austria and Italy continue to fight. If we get to spring 1905, the Munich move is interesting. I think this is an arranged forward retreat, but it's a risky one because they could have actually ended up killing that Munich army instead. So bold moves, but honestly, England and France are dominating this game at this point because they've got this nice solid alliance that's working well. And the East is still a bit messy. They had this AIR, now AI are fighting. So at this point, it's looking like Italy is helping the West, which why not? Because Austria's been annoying them on and off the whole game, basically. I could totally understand that. So now it's looking like ART versus EFI. We push forward a bit to spring 1906. This is an interesting turn. Both Russia and Austria pull back from that front line that was holding off England and France. I'm not sure exactly why. The Austrian moves in particular look like maybe, I think this is trying to figure out who gets that third place in the draw. I think the feeling of the game is, well, England and France are definitely in the draw. It's probably going to be a three-way draw. Who's going to be that third power? So you would kind of expect that Austria is going to try and pick up some dots from the Balkans at this point. And if we push forward to a little bit further, yeah, there's support into Romania, which doesn't actually last. France pulls back at this point, which is probably wise. You've got to watch that. This is the point where both of you are getting big. You've got to watch that there's no solo threat. Turkey helps Russia against Austria. Turkey looking fairly solid here. Zach's got a nice little. The advantage here when the East is a mess, you've got that nice little corner position. It's pretty hard to cut Turkey out from this place. So you're probably thinking that Turkey's got that third position secured. If we push forward a little bit further, then sure enough, Turkey gets into the third three-way draw with 5 centers, and Austria, Italy, and Russia all get to vote themselves out. So just one of those situations where the West formed a very nice two-way alliance that worked very well. The East, there was lots of switching around, changing of alliances and things, and before you know it, the West is over the stalemate line with France in Trieste and Vienna and places like that.
Yeah, nicely played by the EF, and yeah, I think Turkey has to be stronger on the draw size system compared to other scoring systems. I would not be surprised at all to see Turkey have a higher average of points at Dixie than compared to other tournaments that have center-based or rank-based scoring systems.
Yeah. Well, that was a really exciting game. I do have a quick video of some post-game conversation between a couple of the players to give us a little bit of an idea of what it was like after this game drew. So let's go ahead and see what they have to say.
Fourth Center Power Russia, and it's spring 1906. And I see an EF. Well, it's not that. I see an EF of size 9 and 10 that it's already crossed the sailing line. Is it in Livonia, Warsaw, Ionian Sea, taking Tunis, or you're going to take Trieste or in Tyrolia? And I see an East with 4 different powers: Italy, Austria, Russia, Turkey. All not eliminated, all still squabbling among each other, and all still in the game, while the EF is already there. And I just ask myself, what the hell has been going on for the last 6 years in the East?
That's how I like my East.
You like your East?
That's how I like my East.
That's how you like it?
About it.
To be completely fair, you did get the 3-way, so.
My germ spreads better in crowded spaces.
Yeah. Crowded eastern spaces?
I don't want to get political, but this came from
All right, so just a little peek into how those post-game conversations can go. We get some contentious games from time to time. People are not always super happy. Any thoughts on Zach's answers to any of those accusations?
I mean, I think he's right that Turkey benefits from chaos in the East. The one thing you don't want in the East is the alliance to kill Turkey. As long as you survive past that sort of 1904 point, you've got a good shot at making it into the draw. As Robert said, there's definitely something to be said for Turkey having a somewhat of an advantage in a draw-based system, just because it's hard to kill Turkey.
Yep. All right. While I attempt to get the standings up on screen, which is not currently working. There we go. Let's pull up the current standings. I'm going to add Nicola back to the stream real quick, and we'll take a look at the results after round one. All right, so we've seen some exciting games. I think a couple of three-way draws and some other results. Nicola, what do you think of this top 10 going into round two?
It's crowded with very famous names and lots of strong players. Very few of the I would say, favorites stumbled and didn't get into a three-way draw. So I think almost everybody is still in the race. And given that only 2 results count, even people like Doug Binder or Kartik who got eliminated in the first game still have a shot if they get strong show. They show up in the second game. So
okay. And Robert, if you're looking at this lineup, if you're in the top 10, you're looking at names like Doug Moore, David Miller, McCallis, Tanya. I mean, all of these names are heavy hitters. What are you thinking to try and get yourself to the top of this pile if you're in this mix?
Well, I really want to get the second good score in round 2, because round 1 and 2 are different than round 3. Round 3 is time limited, and that is a problem with draw size, because if you cannot convince players to vote themselves out of draws, you sometimes don't have the time to do it. So I certainly want to get that score in round 2 to get myself into a position where I can do that. And if I'm Doug or David, I really take all kinds of three-way draws probably, unless I see a clear path to get more centers. If I'm one of those behind, I might have a look on the center count as well, because with all those three-way draws, there is a serious shot that we will just see 2 three-way draws win the game or win the tournament. And so I have to keep an eye on that as well, not just get 2 three-way draws of any kind, but 2 three-way draws that will ideally put me on top of the pack of those players who get that, which will almost certainly be more than 1 at the end of the tournament.
Yeah. And Kevin O'Kelly is informing us behind the scenes that the last 3 face-to-face DipCon champions are in this mix. So we've got Tanya Gill, Adam Silverman, and Steve Cooley, which are respectively 2022, 2021, and 2019. So everyone's coming for another win if they can get it. All right. I think that's all she wrote for round 1. Anything else anyone wants to say before we jump into the second round here?
Yes, I have to make a small correction on something I said before. So the title of game 1E was Young Pup versus Old Foxes. I may have been misinterpreted.
Well,
if you heard something else, it's your subconscious talking.
This stream is the battle of the accents, as we've affectionately dubbed it here in DBN. We are going to get some misheard lyrics, as I like to call them, along the way. So,
and I'm sure I'm gonna find a way to say my favorite province later on the stream. I'm sure all of my fans out there are super sad that I haven't said it yet. It will come. Don't worry.
We will get there.
Both of my fans will be waiting. Both of them.
All 2 of them. All right.
Yes.
Well, it is not going to be in game 2A because we are giving Robert a bit of a break here. So, Robert, we will see you in a little bit. And then let's pull up game 2A. All right, coming into round 2, which is also day 2 of the tournament, is my understanding. 2A named for Stephen Curry, who I know well because he is a NBA basketball player here for the Golden State Warriors in the Bay Area. So beginning this board, we've got Austria is Mitch McConaughey again, coming to us from Brooklyn, New York. In England, David Harshbarger from Lakeview, Ohio. France, John Dargis, who we just saw on our last board from round 1 from Raleigh. In Germany, hometown favorite of mine, Adam Silverman from San Francisco. Italy, Luke Cronin. Russia, Mark Franceschini. And Turkey, Andrew Zick. I believe this is Nicola's game to tell us. So let me flip you around and pull up the map. Nicola, take us away.
So the start of the game is fairly standard in the West. In the East, there are a couple of things of interest. First, Austria covers Trieste with Vienna, which we don't see that much online and even in regular games, and it gets punished immediately with Warsaw going to Galicia. But what is strange is that Sebastopol went to Romania, which is usually a pro-Austrian move. So kind of a strange 1901 between Russia and Austria. And Turkey take the Black Sea, so very good start for Turkey. And in the fall, I mean, the punishment comes even harder. Austria is losing Budapest. You can see that Russia and Turkey get along very well with Turkey supporting Ukraine to Romania and the fleet going back to Sebastopol, also with Turkish support. I don't think I've seen so many Turkish support for Russia in fall 1901 in any game. So yeah, Austria is in big trouble. For the West, I think very disappointing misorder with the convoy from Edinburgh to Norway not going through. I don't know what happened. It's not backstabbers this time. We cannot blame backstabber. I don't know what happened. I think it's written support instead of convoy, but I don't know. And because otherwise it was an all-out attack on Russia with the fleet going to Barents. So I think that the game is basically decided in 1901. We are going to see France and Germany take advantage of the English misorder, and we are going to see Italy, Russia, and Turkey take advantage of the kind of misplay in 1901 from Austria. So they are going to kind of pound on their target. So if you keep moving, you see that France is moving against England. Germany is staying a bit neutral, but is taking Belgium. And you can see that basically, I mean, Italy right now is still undecided, is moving towards Turkey, but you can see a very, very strong RT with Serbia getting taken by Turkey in the spring. And so in the fall, Italy realizes that it'd rather join the party. And it takes Trieste and Greece and moves back from Eastern. So I think they've also seen that it's going to be probably FG against them. So I think Russia, Turkey, and Italy are deciding to work together. We see Russia moving to Livonia and Berlin. So this is going to be a bit like this for a while. Adam is being in FG is nice because England is going to die, but you're also on the front line with Russia, Turkey, and Italy moving against you very, very strongly. So this is going to be a bit the story of the game. Adam trying to defend while trying to slowly make progress, while the rest of the board, Russia and Turkey and Italy, also working together very well. So if we continue, like in so it's spring of 03, it's a little bit the same thing. We see that Italy is building fleets, and the fleets are going to move west in 1904. I think France, if you go back, the build in winter 03, which was another army in Marseille, was a little bit optimistic given that Italy had nowhere to go but against France. And so what we are going to see in 1904 is that France is going to be a little bit in trouble with so many Italian fleets going that way. And then it's not totally clear where the RT is. So I think, Turkey is in a very, very good position, and he can decide whether he wants to work with Italy, works with Russia, works with both. And the game is going to be a little bit messy. It doesn't really look like the usual, Dixie scoring system type of game where I think 5 countries are really still in the game for a long time. So if you continue a little bit, what we see is that things are going that way. They're trying to make a stalemate line in France, and Russia is moving aggressively along the line. And for a long time, it seems that it's going to be 2 against 3 stalemate line type of situation. But if you continue a little bit, then at some point you will see that 5-way draw is not what people want, and so something needs to happen, and Turkey is going to take responsibility here and is going to stab Russia. Italy, you see that I think something went wrong with Italy breaking into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but that's the point where Turkey decides to stab Russia. And so if we continue the game, it's going to be more messy than most of the game we've seen in the past. But basically, Turkey makes sure that their position is very strong. And then between Italy and France, it's kind of strange. It should have been kind of a stalemate line, but it's not. Italy is taking Brest. But if we continue, then things are going to be get back into kind of normality, and the game is going to go for a while. We don't really know what's happening. Turkey is stabbing Russia, then going back, then stabbing again, then going back. Then France is taking back Brest. But at the end, I mean, they realize that maybe the barbecue time was coming. And I think in 1908, they're going to vote the draw. So if you continue, I mean, it's very interesting, lots of things happening. But basically, once they've eliminated the Italian fleet that was in Brest, they get back to a stalemate line. So this situation is going to be stuck. Germany had also kind of stabilized the middle of the board. And then I think, if I remember correctly, they are going to vote a 4-way draw with Russia voting themselves out, which makes sense because Turkey can basically take Moscow, Warsaw, Romania when they want, and St. Petersburg could fall to the other side of the board. And I think England also, their position is not very strong. I mean, it's a bit surprising because maybe there was still quite a bit of work to be done to get England out of the game, because I think with their fleets they can still break the French stalemate line if they're inclined to do so. So I think there was still lots of play left, but they voted a 4-way draw, which I think is it's a reasonable result. I think maybe Adam Silverman will not be super happy with this result, but he still has round 3 to try to get another good result.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew really didn't want to take those Russian dots. He could have had a lot more dots than he took, right? Yeah.
I don't. But then maybe Germany gets quite a few centers too. So
yeah.
I don't know. I think it was kind of a much messier game than most of the games we've seen so far, and I think Adam was never in a position where he could really be in control.
Yeah.
He had threats a bit everywhere. He was on the line. England was not out, so I think he did what he could to maintain his position. But at the end, Italy, Turkey were the two strong powers. Even if I think Italy could have done a bit better once they had broken the line and being in the Atlantic Ocean, I think their play after that was far from perfect. But interesting game.
Yep. Well, I always love to see a messy game as long as I don't have to play the game myself. It's always nice to view from afar. So thank you, Nicola, for board 2A. We'll just push right along because you two are staying on for 2B. which is named for Elizabeth Dole, who is a former North Carolina state senator from, I think it's the early 2000s, wife of Bob Dole, and also former president of the American Red Cross. Fun fact, she was the second woman ever to serve as the president of the American Red Cross since Clara Barton founded it in the 1800s. So it took a while to get back to having a woman in charge of the Red Cross. So in board 2B, we've got in Austria, Emmett Wainwright coming to us from Raleigh, North Carolina. In England, Brian Ecton. In France, Edwin Turnage. In Germany, we have Brian Lee. In Italy, we have Zach Moore. In Russia, we have Jack Craig. And in Turkey, we have Nick Kohler. If I can pull this up real quick, Zach Moore made a prediction for himself on the road trip down to DixieCon this year. He and Sabi, I believe, road trip together. And let's see what he had to say.
Now,
Zach Moore, Weasel road trip. Weasels go south. Brandon, sick, out, weak, ineffectual, gone. Not going to win Dixie, first eliminated. So I'm on driving duties. We're in Ohio. Got pulled over in Indiana. 90 and a 60 kind of makes me a bad boy. Kind of makes me a little bit dangerous. Some would say that makes me a little bit alluring. I live fast. I live young. Live fast and die young. That's what they say. So be a Hoosier with me on the camera. Listen, we're coming for the crown. All right, we're coming. These Dixie folks, these draw-sized dorks. We're coming for their crown. We're coming for their title. Brian Ecton, that's my guy. Actually, my prediction, round 2, I'm going to be paired with Ecton. We're going to ally. We're going to crush the board. And a 2-way draw. I'm going to call my shot right now. Next time you see me, we'll probably be in my post-tournament championship interview. So I'll see you there.
All right, so some big words there from our president, Zach Moore. We will see if his prediction comes true. The first part of it did. It is round 2. Zach Moore is on a board with Brian Ecton. Can an England-Italy alliance crush this board as he predicts? Let's find out. And Chris, take us away.
Okay. So, yeah, the two Brians in France and Germany are going to be interesting to watch. So spring 1901, the only thing that struck me here is Moscow to Livonia is not a move you see very often. It's interesting to see what's going to happen with that. If we move on to 4, we see it then actually moves down to Warsaw and Warsaw to Ukraine. So whether that was a change of heart or what, I don't know. The bad news here for Russia, though, is that Turkey bounces Romania. So that move to Livonia meant that it doesn't get Romania. Does pick up Sweden, though. Germany is nice enough to not bounce that. And this is giving me EG vibes here, the support into Belgium to bounce Belgium. Italy and Austria, I suspect, had a deal where Austria would loan Trieste to Italy in return for help against Turkey. But Italy's decided, Italy being Zach Moore, has decided that the Austrian dots are far closer than the Turkish dots. So stays in Trieste, taps Serbia, bounces Greece, and then builds an army in Venice. So then we see more of the, tries to push that, Italy working with Turkey, trying to push that army into Albania, which doesn't go, but the Bulgarian army gets up into Serbia instead. France tries for Belgium and loses Burgundy to Germany in the process, which was an unfortunate choice. I don't think I would have tried for Belgium in that situation. Having seen the moves last term with EG working together, I think I would have played that a little bit more defensively. Moving on to fall 1902, Edwin taking some chances here. He took a chance going for Belgium. He takes a chance moving Brest to Mid-Atlantic in the fall. Gets away with it, though, and leaves Marseille open. Gets away with that as well. So some big risks here, but they're paying off so far. Russia decided to cover Livonia rather than St. Petersburg, which might have been a mistake. IT in the east, IT is doing well, and they are less well. France, where are we? Oh yeah, France built an army in Marseille, which is going to try and push back Germany. In spring 1903, Austria looks like they're dying, so Turkey decides that now is the time to start getting those Russian dots. Mid-Atlantic goes up to Irish. This is like Edwin just... I'm very impressed with the courage with Edwin's moves so far in this game. Like, he's taken some chances, they've paid off so far. The move to Irish, he can walk into Liverpool in the fall. In fall 1903, sure enough, walks into Liverpool, does lose, covers Brest. That's right. He actually ends up with a bill out of this, going to 6th. And Austria doesn't die either, but this is really just a matter of time. Turkey's more concentrating on Russia now. And those Austrian dots are just a question of mopping up for Zach. We move on to 1904. We see Austria getting killed. The fleet disbanded while Italy walks into Vienna. And you've got to assume that they're not going to let him rebuild in Vienna. Germany and England back off France at this point. Edwin has put up enough of a fight. I guess that builds through them. They decided that actually 4 armies in France and a fleet in Liverpool is not looking so easy. So there's some sort of deal here. The convoy back to Wales, moving the fleet back out of Liverpool. And if we move on to fall 1904, Russia gets killed off, which is very quick for that. And Italy is now pushing those fleets to the west. So the IT doing very nicely. The EG has failed to take out France. So now this is looking more like a Western triple form to stop the IT. Spring 1905, Italy plays this cautious. They don't go all out moving west with those fleets. They're obviously a little wary of Turkey at this point, which makes sense because if you look at where Turkey is, where's their next dot coming from? Yeah, they can probably take Warsaw, but after that, the Italian dots are the easy ones. Fall 1905, France does basically nothing, backs off that one army and holds everything else. Again, wary of England, so there's also wariness happening here. And Italy, France, neither of them seem like they really want to attack each other. In the winter, though, Turkey builds that fleet Smyrna, which is going to signal to Italy that, yeah, the East is no longer an IT alliance. Spring 1906, they basically go all out against each other. The West, meanwhile, is not really doing much at all. We go forward one. There we go. A big bounce in the English Channel, lots of French holds. An army goes up into St. Petersburg for what that's worth, and then a load of German armies on the center line. 1906, we see the Zach's experience showing here, maybe. I don't know. He manages to get the advantage over Turkey here. And France heads south now, but the English fleets follow. So, yes, France is coming, decided, okay, I can trust England, I can move down into the Mediterranean, but Norwegian goes to North Atlantic is probably not what France wants to see at this point. 1907, France didn't like that. So we've got England fighting France again. England making progress, though, getting into the Mid-Atlantic. That's going to be harder to defend against. Italy, Turkey continuing to fight. England and Germany also working together against Turkey in Moscow, Warsaw area. Moving on to fall 1907. Zach would be very upset if I didn't point out the convoy from Apulia to Greece was via both fleets, both Adriatic and Ionian convoyed that army over. France loses Brest. They didn't have a lot of opportunity to hold that one. So that brilliant French defense earlier, unfortunately, was only a matter of time. 7 years, and now they're starting to lose to England. 1908, we see EG are growing. Italy is definitely winning the battle against Turkey. If in the spring, 2 Turkish units get eliminated, and then if we go to the fall, there we go. 2 more Turkish units get eliminated. So when we go to winter, Turkey has lost 3, but ends up with a build because they had 4 eliminations over the course of the year. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Gets to build an army sooner, but it's not going to help him much. And then that's it. We're done. The clear three strong powers being England, Germany, and Italy. And Turkey and France voting themselves out.
What a game.
Yeah.
So, okay, we saw Zach's prediction at the top of this game that he and Brian Ecton were going to roll this into a 2-way draw. Was there a chance for that?
I think if France had not defended that well early in the game, maybe.
Yeah, it's not out of the question. Even if you were to play on this game, you know, you eliminate France, you eliminate Turkey, and Germany is vulnerable. It's possible.
But yeah, you really run the risk if you want to kill France, Turkey, and Germany that you're around this 17-17 with no clear stalemate. So, and I would trust Brian Ecton to agree on the deal, but Zach Moore. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know.
I was going to say, you would trust Brian Ecton. Those are words I do not hear often.
I could see some really weird 17-17 where there is no line between them, where they just decide, yeah, okay, that's a cool result.
I think Brian and Zach are not the two people I would expect to reach a 17-17. But
no.
I mean, if it's me and if I'm Zach in this case, possibly even Brian, I mean, do you think you can knock Germany down far enough that he votes himself out of the draw?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, I would continue. I would keep playing here because, at the end of the day, I mean, does it matter? For example, for Zach, if he gets a second 3-way draw, or if he gets a 2-way draw or a shot at a solo? I mean, to win, he wanted to win big and not go into this, draw mode that the Dixie people are known for, and then it doesn't deliver. What is this?
Yeah,
Mr. President, what are you doing?
I mean, I left my legacy to him, and this is what he gives me. But yeah, no, I will go on record. I don't think this was the place to draw. I get you're tired. I get it's late. Maybe you want barbecue, but
I think it was barbecue time, and maybe they decided they didn't want to stop for an hour and then get back to the game. But
that's fair. There's a lot that we don't see here in studio, so this is the result at the end. So another 3-way draw for our president, Zach Moore. A few more good results around for Brian Lee and Brian Ecton, respectively.
I mean, it puts Zach in a good position, but not a great position.
Yeah. Zach left his gumption on a highway in Indiana. That's true. Fun fact, Zach is not the first diplomacy player to get pulled over while caravanning people to or from a tournament. Jason Massbaum and I were in a car with Jim O'Kelly years ago after a carnage, and he got pulled over for speeding. So join the club here, Zach. Something about those Chicago area players, they just don't know how to respect speed limits. Well, that is a wrap on board 2B. So I believe we are saying goodbye to Chris for a little bit and bringing back Robert Schupa. Welcome back.
Hello, thank you.
All right, let me flip that around and let's take a look at board 2C. So board 2C, named for O. Henry, which was the pen name, I forget what his original name was, of a famous American author, most notably of short stories. The one that most everyone knows is the short story, The Gift of the Magi. So let's take a look at who we got. We've got in Austria, North Carolina, local Chris Kremer. In England, we see Tarzan Greystoke. In France, everyone's favorite Jason Massbaum. In Germany, Doug Moore back for a second round. In Italy, Chris Barfield. In Russia, Johnny Gillum. And in Turkey, Jonathan Strange. All right. So anything we want to say about the players, or do you want to jump right into it?
Number 1 seed, former world champ. That should be interesting because he's also playing Germany, which he has a bit of a reputation for, I believe. So
Yes.
let's see if he's gonna get jumped on, or if he's gonna demonstrate to everybody how to play Germany.
All right, let's take a look. Talk us through.
So, spring 1901 doesn't look too bad for Germany. Jason Mastbaum jumps right into the English Channel. And in the east, we see a bit of a potentially anti-Austrian move. You know, Italy going to Trieste and following it up with an army is sometimes not too friendly for Austria, but it doesn't have to be. And an Armenian fist bump, so nice things happening in the east. Let's go forward into fall of 1901. And this is really befuddling because two countries get no build, and it's not really clear why. Italy gets dislodged from Trieste, but they could have retreated to Budapest. I'm not sure if they were aware of that, if that was a misorder or something, but they choose not to build. I mean, they get a rebuild, but they don't go +1. And England doesn't take Norway. They just go back and try to throw everything at France for jumping into the channel, but they don't even take Norway, which they could have done. So very unusual board state after 1901, which results in Johnny Gillam getting Norway and Romania in for Russia, and now moving forward into Sweden. It looks like RT is really rolling because of that weird AI play. Austria pulling everything back, Italy not building, and okay, yeah, Italy slips into Greece, but Turkey gets Serbia. So this is looking nice for RT. In fall, it seems pretty clear alliances have formed. RT in the east and FG in the west, with Germany convoying into Edinburgh already. So this is this looks like a pretty straightforward game. Russia already at 8. That can be dangerous for Russia at times, you know, having a bit of early leader syndrome. But let's see what Johnny does with it. We go into 1903, and there is an RT fallout, and both players, Jonathan and Johnny, both seem to know it, because Russia drops into the Black Sea. Turkey is shuffling things around so that they have a fleet in Con, which I think you can only read at that he somehow has gotten wind of this. In the West, however, FG is still rolling, so things are looking good for Doug Moore, the tournament leader so far, I would say. Not too bad. In fall of 1903, Germany stabs France and lets Russia into the North Sea, which could be very consequential here. I think this is a bit of a rusty step we see right here. Yes, they get London, but they also lose North Sea in the process, which can be positionally a pretty bad thing. Plus, they make no advances in the north whatsoever. Let's see what 1904 brings us. First, we've got some builds. Yeah, sorry. And then we've got spring of 1904. Gulf of Lyon is a shuttle boat now.
Maybe if I have one thing to say
yes,
before
sure.
you go. If you remember the first game where with Doug Moore, he was at 8 centers in 1903. This time he's at 9 centers in 1903.
It's,
you know,
it's pretty insane, yeah. The center count looks great.
It's about tempo.
Doug Moore is showing us how to play tempo, for sure. The question is, what will he do with this position? Because obviously now he's got France against him and Russia, it seems. I mean, at least they're moving back Norway to Finland, so maybe that is some sign of Russia not committing completely against him. But he has some problems to deal with from this position, even though it's obviously a great center count. France is convoying back from Tuscany. They just went there. It's sort of a shuttle boat now, Gulf of Lyon, going back and forth every turn. And in the east, nice tactics. Turkey defends as well as they can. In Ankara, they strand Russia, and in fall they can kick them out again. So good on Jonathan Strange for making that happen. In fall, we see Austria sort of is failing forward into Bulgaria. They vacate their home center. They say run and try to get centers elsewhere. So that's the end of 1904, and we go into 1905. And it looks like maybe FG has made up. You know, France moves back from Burgundy. Maybe they realized, okay, that was not the best idea to stab here. How about we get back together and keep moving? Because Italy has arrived at France's doorstep as well. They push north in Vienna, kick Germany out of Vienna again. So the West is back together. In fall of 1905, we say, well, maybe not. Who knows? It's going back and forth in the West, a bit like in the game we saw before. Back and forth now, France and Germany are fighting again all of a sudden. I don't know why, but they are. So Unclear what's happening exactly at the end of 1905. We can move forward. We see Italy and Russia have gotten pretty big. Austria and Turkey are in a difficult position in the east. And spring of 1901 sees more ping pong. Germany is moving back again, and while Germany is moving back, France moves in on them. France is moving back from Italy. While they move back, Italy is coming back for them. So it goes back and forth, and nobody really seems to have an idea who's fighting who and who's friends with who. Fall 1906. It's a complete chaos in these. I'm not even going to try to make sense of these moves in that short period of time we have right here. France seems in trouble. They now get attacked from both sides. Yes, they get Liverpool, but it seems like Italy and Germany have finally decided that they want to go anti-France. So bad things arising for Jason Mastbaum right here. We can push forward. That is 1906. Let's go into 1907. Germany and Russia seem to have made a deal, and it works pretty well. Russia moves back out of Scandinavia. Germany moves west. Russia sends one fleet west. The rest goes southeast. So maybe Johnny and Doug have finally figured something out after they had a stalemate in the north for a pretty long time. We can see what's happening in fall. France is clearly the odd person out. Everybody wraps around them, so they get cleared up in the east. Italy is positioning to take out Austria and Turkey, it seems. And then in 1908, I'm a little surprised that Italy is moving back with a fleet east and med to Ionian. I would have thought that this was positioning to say, like, okay, we're going to get France out, we're going to get Austria out, we're going to get Turkey out, three-way draw, done, call it a night. But Italy is moving back. I'm not quite sure what they want to do in Ionian. Maybe it was because Russia keeps attacking them in Budapest, but seems unusual. In the West, that is what they're doing. They try to eliminate Jason Mastbaum, who's putting up a fight. He's doing what he can, but it's probably not enough. Fall 1908, Germany lays off of France. So that is once again another ping pong move. I don't understand this anymore. I think this is clearly just diplomatic. I cannot read this just from the moves. And yep, at the end of 1908, we are still in a position where nobody apart from England is out. We can move into 1909. I and R fight each other again, it seems, or at least they're not cooperating. Yeah, no, Russia is coming back into Galicia, so this is clearly anti-Italian, which once again, I don't understand. I mean, the game is going for long enough. I think you really need to get out some players here to get a good score. I think Italy and Russia should have very much mutual interests here, but maybe diplomatically it just didn't work out between Johnny and Chris. And so actually the game draws at a good score, three-way draw for Germany, Italy, and Russia. So in the end, they somehow manage it. However, the question is, would it have been worth for those smaller powers to just refuse to vote themselves out? Because I've seen so much chaos that I'm not confident that those players who are in the draw would have been able to get those three who are still alive and not in the draw eliminated anytime soon.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Italy's position is really, really threatening. So I think Russia and Germany had to make peace, and Russia needed to get some armies back, because if Italy keeps getting, you know, Serbia and Bulgaria, we are not very far from a solo threat. So I think that was that. And I think, yeah, I mean, from then, yeah, it's just if they continue, I think Italy is really in a strong position to keep growing. And
yep, so. I agree. Even more so, though, a reason for France or Turkey, I think, to say like, okay, show me how you kill me off without having Italy to be a real solo threat. But maybe they were tired and all these things we've talked about. But I think there was potential for the smaller powers to somehow squeeze themselves into a draw.
Yeah, I think the dynamics between Doug and Jason were really, really interesting, and I think maybe Jason has not been playing draw-sized games a lot lately, and it showed. While Doug was playing for the three-way draw, I think Jason at some point was playing for like a big result, or was, and I think he got a bit. Surprised. Yep. But that was it was fascinating. And Johnny Gillan played really, really, really well. I like
I
it.
totally agree. Yep.
This was a fabulous game on so many levels for so many of the players here. And I think your note about the scoring systems and Jason Massbaum is spot on, Nicola. We say it all the time on DBN. You play the scoring system. You know, here it matters so much less how much bigger you are than the next power, you know, which is, you know, sum of squares and the whipping scoring system and other things that really reward that. Here it's just play to the draw. Get your three-way draw or better, and that's your path to victory in DixieCon. So,
but I think, you know, he has played so much, so many games with different, where topping the board is so important that, you know, you get this kind of the muscle memory in, and when you have so little time and your neighbor is Doug Moore, usually, you know, you're going to maybe go with your feeling, go with your instinct, and when your instinct is designed for one scoring system, and sometimes it can go wrong. And I think that's a bit what happened, because, you know, Jason is really good, and here I think he maybe followed his virtual face-to-face instinct instead of thinking about the draw.
Yep, I will agree with that. All right, we're keeping the two of you on for our next game, 2D, which is named for Richard Petty, who I had to look up. It's another American race car driver from North Carolina. All right, so here in Austria, we've got Stephen Hogue coming to us from Lexington, Kentucky. In England, Michalis Kamaridis from Brighton in Britain. In France, Hudson Defoe from DC. Germany, Karthik Koneth coming to you from the West Coast. In Italy, Ben Durfee. Russia, Claude Worrell. And in Turkey, former world champion Doc Binder. This is a stacked board. Robert, any predictions? Because I know you haven't looked at this one.
I've been leaked some things about it, so I don't want to make any predictions, but I want to point out that Karthik and Michalis is a very interesting pair up, because they've played a lot virtually, and they have interesting play styles, which can sometimes be very aggressive and tactical. And Hudson is a long-time face-to-face player, I know, but he has not played at all virtual, I think, or if so, just like very few games. So that is an interesting matchup.
All right. Nicola, why don't you tell us what happened?
So I just realized that I made a mistake when I was looking at this game, and I looked at another one. But I've looked at it anyway, so it's okay. And let me just So what's going to be fun is we know that the name of the game is a race car driver's name, and Michalis is a Formula One aficionado. And is going to play it like a Formula One race driver. So it starts kind of standard with like Turkey moving aggressively against Russia. So I think Russia is the one who doesn't play standard moves, moving to Silesia and the fleet to Romania. So I think it's kind of a disaster, with Doug being in Black Sea and Armenia. And maybe Michalis or Hudson had something to do with the move to Warsaw, because it's going to put Karthik in a very, very difficult situation. And also, I mean, moving to Finland instead of Botnia is also something that we don't see very much. And I was told that whenever Russia moves to Finland, you should bounce them out of Sweden, because there is nothing they can do to retaliate. So if you keep moving, we are going to see that Karthik is the target. Once again, is the odd man out. France is moving to Belgium. Michalis bounces him out of Holland. He bounces Russia out of Sweden, but that means that Russia is not a friend. The only good thing is he guesses right, and he covers Berlin instead of Munich, but it's not great. What we see is also Italy making this kind of, in France we call this the little train opening, where you move to Bohemia and Tyrolia and you build a third army. So this goes well with the Turkish move, because that leaves Italy kind of weak in the med, but with Doc moving aggressively against Turkey, this is fine. So if you continue, it's going to be Turkey completely destroying Russia very quickly, and Italy moving against Austria, while in the West it's going to be an EF with Michaelis attacking Kartik very aggressively, and Kartik, he's trying to defend, but he's going to lose skill. He's going to Michaelis is going to support Russia into Sweden, so it's a disaster for Kartik. There's nothing he can do. So if you continue, we are going to see a very, very fast-paced Turkey. I mean, Doc Binder, when he gets a good position, he can remind everybody why he's a world champion. And, he got outplayed by Doug Moore, or lied to by Doug Moore in the first game, but in this one, he shows his class. And it's basically it's EF versus AT. But with Turkey really, really, really moving aggressively. And usually when you play AT, what you're saying is for Austria to be safe, Turkey should be building fleets and should be going in the Med. And here they are building armies and they are moving to the center of the board. So this does not look very, very good for Austria. And in fact, it happens quickly. I think Doc also maybe make the right call that he needs to stop France in the Med. So by giving some stuff to Italy, there is going to be a buffer there. But for we are in 1903. Germany is dead. Austria is almost dead. Russia is in lots of trouble. So this is like a race. And the race continues. France is moving to Silesia, to Bohemia with his armies. Michaelis is sending the fleets and armies east at as fast as they can. And Doc is continuing to move his armies. Now, Austria is almost completely yellow. So Italy and Turkey have now killed Austria. France is in Galicia in fall 1904. This is just incredible. Michaelis keeps moving. He's taking Sweden now. So clearly, Russia is next. So it looks like it's going to be a four-way draw, maybe with either Italy or France that can be cut out of the deal. But it looks maybe a bit dangerous. So for now, you see Michaelis keeps pumping armies into the continent. He's convoying to Denmark. Denmark goes to Prussia. Norway goes to St. Petersburg. So and Doc keeps getting more armies to the center of the board. So it's very exciting. If we continue, what you can see is that Hudson keeps moving his fleets to the Med. I think maybe here it's a little bit optimistic because what is he going to get from this position? Italy has 4 units, and then Turkey is right behind. And so even if he breaks the line, I think Turkey is going to get most of it. And in fact, in fall 1905, you see Turkey getting into Trieste, and so that's basically the end of Italy. And so now basically Italy is out of the draw. Spring 1906, you see that it seems that we are going toward a three-way draw with Michaelis keeps convoying units in Denmark, in Norway. He wants to have lots of armies. I think he knows that he needs to build a line against Turkey, and he's doing that while Doc keeps pushing his armies to the west. And Hudson is also moving more and more, taking position in Italy. But what we are going to see is that Michaelis knows exactly what he's doing. He's convoying another army in Prussia, another army in St. Petersburg. He's getting Ukraine, which is a super important position because once you are in Warsaw, Ukraine, and Moscow, it's going to be basically a stalemate line, and Turkey cannot move much more forward. So I think Doc knows that he's not trying to do anything, and maybe it's already an agreement that once England has a stalemate position, he can move against France, and they can go for more than a simple two-way draw. And if you look at what's happening in 1907, is it in 1907? So let's move spring 1907. So now, yes, England is in Warsaw in Silesia. The other army is in Livonia. So now basically the line is there. He can defend the line almost by himself. It doesn't really need the French armies anymore. Fall 1907, now that he doesn't need France to hold Turkey down, he can stab. So you see he's taking Berlin, he's moving to North Atlantic Ocean. I mean, Hudson is not that naive, so he covers Belgium. But the position is kind of the position is kind of gone now. So I think the build is building a fleet in Liverpool, and Mid-Atlantic Ocean is going to fall, and the French position is kind of gone, and there is not much he can do in terms of retaliation, because Michaelis made sure that he had enough armies in position to stop anything, and I think Doc doesn't really want to move forward, because if Doc moves forward, maybe it's a three-way draw. So and then Hudson decides that he had enough, and he's voting himself out of the draw, and it's a two-way draw. So great result for Michaelis, great result for Doc Binder. Great game. Exactly, they were super efficient, super fast. Doc did it all by himself. I mean, he worked a bit with Italy, but it was just he just pushed him out of the way when he needed it. And Michaelis played a great game. He knew that to be able to stab France, he needed to have enough armies in position to make a throw by France not effective, and that's exactly what he did. Maybe the two-way, I mean, voting yourself out of a draw in this position is a little bit too soon, but I think it's all right, and a great result. I think it's the first two-way draw we see, and it puts Michaelis in the driver's seat, no pun intended. And it also gives Doc Binder a shot if he manages to get a good result in the last round.
Yeah, it's a terrific result for both of them. It's a bit befuddling to me. If I'm France, I for sure don't do that, because I think if this keeps on going, this is a very, very dangerous situation for Doc. I think if Doc just sits around and does nothing, and England pushes forward, I mean, at some point, England is so dangerous already. I think this is a position that could very well, if you play it out and in an English solo, the threat is already there. I'm not sure if I would go for it as England, because the two-way draw is still very, very good, especially since Michaelis already has a three-way draw. So maybe you don't take the risk. But especially as France, I try to play that card and say, like, look, even if it's just Marseille, Spain, Portugal, what are you gonna do when England has taken everything else, or maybe Munich or something? Are you really gonna want me, to be gone there? So I think I would have tried to hang on to the three-way draw that way.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's nothing is very clear, but I think there is a risk of an English solo, and but there is also a risk that if the draw vote doesn't pass right now, maybe France. I mean, I think there is a guessing game between Silesia and Ukraine, or something like that.
Yeah.
And
there's definitely some guessing games left on this board, and it would have been an interesting one to see play out. But I think if I'm Michaelis in this instance, if I can get a two-way draw, I take that every day of the week.
So I think he had put enough units in the center of the board around Warsaw that he believed this position was strong enough to avoid losing much, but it's not stalemated, I think. But anyway, great game. And I think Michaelis did two things that other players haven't done. First, he went against one other heavy hitter. He went after Kartik right from the start, and he worked with Hudson, which I don't think they know each other from before. So I think that's an impressive feat to work with somebody you never know and attack the guy you know and who is a known commodity. And then he went for it in the end when he prepared for a while and then stabbed, and it got him the good result. And Doc, textbook Turkey.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna call a wrap on board 2D, which I believe means we're giving Nicola a little break here. So we'll see you in a little bit. And we're going to bring Chris Brand back on stream. All right, welcome back, Chris.
Thank you.
I believe this is, it's Robert's game. So board 2E, named after Meadowlark Lemon, who was another American basketball player most known for his time on the Harlem Globetrotters. In Austria, Cameron Higby. In England, Emily Turnage. In France, reigning champion Tanya Gill. In Germany, David Miller. Italy, Alex Maslow. Russia, Ben Kelman. And Turkey, Ryan Rutledge. I'm just going to drop us right into the game. Robert, take it away.
All right. We see once again pretty standard opening, supported move into Burgundy, classical Turkey opening. Nothing to write home about. So I think we just go into fall because there's something that is a bit more interesting. Turkey actually going back to Smyrna, which is something that I have not seen that often. It seems a little counterintuitive to me. Once you've made that move, Smyrna to Con, why do you move back? There's another bounce in Black Sea, but okay, that's Turkey's idea. Maybe they want to put 2 on Black Sea and do an AT or something. When we look at the winter builds, that's indeed what's happening. And in spring of 1902, we see them going against Ben Kelman. Unfortunately, everybody is going against them. AIR seems to be the plan in the East. So Ryan made his bid, but for now, it seems to be that it has backfired a little bit. And in the West, it looks like an EG. They're taken, at least in spring, it looked a bit like an EG. Now it's not that clear because France actually put into Belgium in fall, so that's a bit of a turnaround. But Germany still takes Sweden, so nice position for them anyway at the end of 02, while the AIR rolls forward and Turkey is down to 2 already, and they keep the fun unit in Albania and sort of leave their home centers vacant. In spring of 1903, the question is who will get the Russian support because Austria and Italy start fighting. Turkey's almost dead and they decide to jump on each other. So Russia's in a very comfortable position there in the Black Sea. They can sort of pick whether they want to do an AR or an IR, I think. And in fall, we get the answer. They seem to prefer the wintergreen. They go against Austria in Anatolia, in the Turkish home centers. In the West, not much really happened. France has gotten into a position where they can attack England now. So what looked to be an EG in the beginning has not really turned out to be one that was doing anything. More stasis than anything in the West so far. Let's move forward. 1904. Spring 1904. Germany starts moving into the east. So even though the West has not resolved at all, they seem to get the impression that they want to intervene in the east, maybe to control the growth of the wintergreen just a little bit there, while France jumps onto England. Germany can walk into North Sea, so that looks not good for England. Emily Turnage, that is. Fall 1904. It is kind of weird to me that Russia puts Germany into Vienna here. Yes, sure, Austria is one of the countries they are fighting, or mainly the country they are fighting, but at the same time, Germany moves into Silesia, and I'm not sure that I would have been convinced as Russia that Germany was there to help me. So that backfires a little bit. Germany is in Silesia. They put England as a sort of janissary deal into Norway, so not that nice for Ben Kelman. So at the end of 1904, we see a Germany that has gone into different directions, and sort of Russia, Germany, Italy, France being the 4 countries that are really in a good position. The question is, how will they make a good draw out of this? To get a good result, at least they have to drop one other power, So in 1905, the East realizes that the West is very, very dangerous, and they sort of get into position to kick Germany out of Vienna again. Turkey helps, Austria backfills Trieste, so some peace in the East for now, and they seem to defend against that FG that is pushing forward and now also has an English Janissary. Fall of 05, nice guess for France. They walk into Tunis, guess correctly that Italy would cover Tyrrhenian rather than Tunis. So once again, this looks very dangerous, actually, to me. We've seen that a couple of times. Once a Western power gets into Tunis and the other power is sort of moving into Russia, this could be very dangerous for Germany at some point. And Tanya Gill in France, you know, she can push some pieces around. She might be able to parlay this into a position where solo is a serious threat, I would think. We go into 1906. A pretty awful misorder, if I'm correctly, spring 1906 in North Africa. Right, it can only be a misorder, I think. North Africa doing nothing and just losing Tunis, so that nice position is sort of gone again. And Germany gets into Galicia, so all of a sudden Germany has all the cards to play. They are in Edinburgh. They've gotten into Galicia, so things turn around quickly in this game. And then in fall, the big question is really, okay, what I said before, what will be the draw of this game? Now, France has been pushed back. They get Belgium, which is probably arranged. But the question is, who will be cut out of this for those players to get a great score? Nothing really is clear yet. So spring 1907, and we see that Austria-Turkey still being alive is a massive problem for the East. Because now that the West has been pushed back a little bit, those two team up and do a mini AT with Vienna and Trieste as their centers, and Russia and Italy, while trying to defend against the FG, they also have to deal with that. They lose Budapest, and that's really not a good thing to do at this point of the game. In fall, we see Germany gets back into Galicia. They've been kicked out before, but it's really not a position where the East can stalemate the FG, even though that is the case in the Med. And so that is really hurting them. Austria is moved off the board. They have no unit anymore, but they can rebuild in winter. Winter 1907, Austria has no units on the board. No problem. They rebuild a new one in Trieste. Nice for them. So they stick around. Spring 1908. Tyrrhenian Sea is the interesting one. So France pushes forward. That misorder was costly, but now they've breached that line in Italy once again. And London to Yorkshire, what is that about? I mean, that could just simply walk into Edinburgh. Is France, thinking about stabbing Germany? We'll see. We move forward into the next turn, and we see a nifty little move on David Miller's part. He sees that danger as well, and instead of doing the arranged bounce in Belgium, he actually walks into Burgundy behind France. And I really think that this is just like, a matter of precautions. I don't think that he has any intentions of stabbing France here in terms of aggressive moves, but he sees the writing on the wall that this could be dangerous, especially if France takes the walk into Edinburgh here, which they don't do. And so he takes Warsaw, so he gets a build and gets position in Burgundy. Good on him, because France is now also in Ionian. At the end of the year, Germany gets a build, and maybe that move was kind of crucial. Maybe that was the thing that convinced Tanya not to push any further. I don't know. Maybe she never intended to do anything against Germany. But the interesting thing is when the game draws here, Italy votes themselves out of the draw, which is once again a choice you could think about whether that's a good idea or not. I think that there's a lot to say about Italy's position, that it is absolutely crucial for keeping France in check. But no matter, France, Germany, and Russia get their three-way draw, so good score for them. Congratulations. Not even that much of a quick game, but a more straightforward game than some of the games we've seen lately. And yeah, nice score for Tanya, for David, and for Ben Kelman.
Agreed. I think that, the real turning point in that game was the lack of support for Tunis by Tanya a couple of years ago. That was
super costly.
Just killer. So thank you so much, Robert. We will move right along to our next board, which is 2F. Named after James Taylor, American singer-songwriter. Again, another required listen. If you're not familiar with his work, go listen to it. I'll be here later when you come back. This board is filled out with Hal Schild in Austria, Ian Rudnick in England, Andrew Goff in France, Dave Maletsky in Germany, Todd Craig in Italy, Jason O'Donnell in Russia, and Jeff Pierce in Turkey. Some names I'm very familiar with, some I'm less familiar with, big personalities and big hats all around this board. Chris, this is yours to tell us what happened.
Okay, so spring 1901, Vienna to Budapest is unusual. No Galicia DMZ. I don't think we've seen many of those this tournament, actually. And Moscow to St. Petersburg. So Jason not playing a Southern Russia, which I like to see myself. In the fall, we see why that Vienna went to Budapest. This is an early AT, maybe, pushing Turkey up into Romania. Ankara getting into the Black Sea. So maybe Russia wishing they had put that army down in the south. In spring, Venice supporting Munich down into Tyrolia. You have Pat here. You get out of the way. And Berlin down to Silesia. So Germany, David Maletsky, not one to play a boring game, deciding that he's going straight across the stalemate line right in 1902. Sweden goes up into Skagerrak, with Finland following up into Sweden. I don't understand that. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's very, very strange moves to me. I mean, gives him play on Denmark, but doesn't actually manage to get into Denmark. In fact, doesn't do anything with it in the fall. Like, Sweden goes back to Finland again. And St. Petersburg, meanwhile, was left wide open. So I don't know. Starting to look like IG definitely working together here in the fall as well to attack Austria. Russia loses both their fleets in the fall here. And then moving into spring 1903, France literally does nothing, all holds. Knowing Andrew Goff, this was not a misorder or a failing to get your orders in the box. I would be pretty certain that he wrote hold. Just the kind of thing he does. But the West hasn't really come to any conclusions. But here we see Ian moving into Heligoland. So England has decided that there's been a lot of sort of moving around, doing very little, but now he's going to go and get some of that, some of those German dots while Germany's over the line. IG were continuing against Austria meanwhile, and Turkey now joins in on that. So the East's evolving into let's kill Austria. And here we see the conclusion of that. Austria is dead at the end of 1903.
Look at that line.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Russia recovers a bit here. They managed to get into Budapest and doing a little bit better, but it's not going to last long. England wisely builds an army in London, because here we see Andrew has decided that he's going to do something after all. He's going to go and take some of these English dots. Spring 1904, England unwisely holds in London. Bad guess. You know, the convoy could have gone to Wales, could have gone to London. It's more or less a 50-50, but unfortunate getting that French convoy into Wales. Austria, sorry, wrong one. Austria's gone already. France goes against England, and that Burgundy to Munich. When I saw that, I'm like, yeah, he's not attacking Germany. That's probably just passing through in the spring. And sure enough, moves out onto Silesia in the fall, because you've got to get those French armies across the line somehow. France and Italy here. Oh, England and Russia have a bad year, and then France and Italy both build fleets, which is interesting. If we go to the winter, yeah, so that Fleet Rome, Fleet Marseille, they've been very peaceful so far, but is this the sign that that's going to change? And if we go into the spring of 1905, nope, they're both going their own ways, keeping that nice big empty sea in between them. The French army in Silesia goes forward to Galicia, very popular move, that one, supported by Russia and Germany. 1906, Goffey plays with his boats, basically. France takes Romania, which, yeah, I suspect that's for entertainment value as much as anything else. Basically, they're convincing Turkey here that you're not part of this draw. It seems pretty clear that, I mean, Italy, Germany, France, and Turkey were the four big powers. This is we're not having a four-way draw, we're having a three-way draw here, and Turkey, you're the odd one out. So basically 1906 is convincing Turkey to vote themselves out of the draw, and sure enough, pretty soon that draw happens. There we go.
Yeah, wow. Andrew Goff playing his mind games. I mean, if you get that result, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. Sure, he could have gotten some more centers. But as long as you manage to convince Russia, to convince Turkey, and to convince England that there is no space, no room for them in this draw,
yeah,
why not? It's fun to do convoys from Clyde to North Africa, and then North Africa to Norway, or what it was.
Yeah. Well, I think we will affectionately dub this game Goffey Plays with His Boats.
Yes.
And so thank you very much, everyone from 2F. We are actually saying goodbye to Chris, and I will let him go from the stream for now. And we will bring back Nicola, who is going to take us through our final game of round 2, which is named after Billy Graham, who was a American evangelist, apparently. Had to look that one up. In Austria, we've got Steve Cooley from Massachusetts. In England, Jason Bennett. In France, Brad Blitzstein. Germany, Tim Richardson. Italy, Peter Jürgen. Russia, Jaromir Solja. And Turkey, Nicholas Spencer. I'm going to drop us right into the game. And Nicola, tell me what happened.
So it's a very interesting board. Lots of good players, lots of big names. And, my title for this game is How the West Was Won, and the answer is basically if you move there unopposed. So just follow the Italian army in Venice. It's moving to Piedmont, and then so that's the kind of weird little trick that Peter did, and we haven't seen that done, I think, in any game so far. He's the only one opening west. Then it was followed by Germany opening to Burgundy and England opening into the Channel. So Brad Blitzstein, thank you for playing with us, but that's going to be a difficult game, especially in a Dixie scoring system. In the East, it's a bit of a more traditional game, a bit of a weird thing with Turkey not taking the support into Romania, but bouncing Steve Cooley in Greece. So Steve Cooley, who started very well the other games, this time is a bit slower from the start, but with Italy moving west, I think he has time. So we're going to see that Italy is building fleets. Its fleets are going west, and that's about it. I mean, one is in west, one is in east, the other is going to Ionian just to help and make sure that he's not getting any threat in the east. We see that Russia is going to the Black Sea, so it's going to be an attack on Turkey, and then the attack against Brad continues with 2 fleets. Jason Bennett is going to English Channel and Liverpool, and from Liverpool to Irish Sea. So with only 1 fleet, Brad is in trouble, and is going to decide in the fall that I mean, the one who did him wrong was Germany, and Italy is not at fault here. And if you want to give Italy the West, then be my guest. And so in the fall, he's not defending Spain. Anyway, he couldn't defend Spain, but Italy is moving to Spain. So it's 1902. He already has Spain and Marseille, and he's also in Aegean Sea. So Turkey is almost dead. So when you're Italy, you have two arch enemies, usually strategically super difficult opponents, who are Turkey and France. Turkey is basically dead. France is basically dead. Peter Jürgen, you've won the lottery this year. And he's going to, sometimes when you win the lottery, you start making bad decisions. You buy a fancy car and you go in vacation, you drink alcohol. He's going to stay on course. He's going to take Portugal. We have seen games where people try to be fancy and try to, keep dots for later. Peter is an old school guy. See dot, takes dot, and it takes Portugal. And yes, the attack on Turkey continues with Khan falling. The air is very efficient, and then I think that's we start seeing that England and Germany also are working pretty well together. So Germany is attacking Russia. So I think Russia is a little bit in trouble, while AI is really strong here. So if you go to 1904. We see that Peter is building some armies, so he wants to be sure that he has enough firepower to hold Austria if Austria is moving in his direction. He also wants to have units in France, armies in France, not just fleets. But he's taking Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I mean, Bradley just taps Brest because he says, "Why not? You England, you killed me. You're going to see what." Italy is doing, and so it continues. So Turkey is almost dead. Italy is in Smyrna. Russia moves to Kand, and Austria is taking Bulgaria. So I mean, Steve Cooley has been very patient. He has helped Italy and Russia into centers, and now it starts growing. And it's so that's kind of pretty interesting. And Germany is taking Paris, so Germany is also pretty strong. So what you see right now, it's a strong AI versus good EG with Russia, I think, in the ropes. I think he's under pressure from a bit everywhere. Spring of 5, so things continue. Not much is happening. Austria is moving to Silesia with Russian help, and everything looks to continue air versus EG, but with not too much progress. And the English fleets are coming back to hold the line. But fall 1905, I think that's the big thing. You see that Tim Richardson is stabbing his English ally, putting Peter Jürgen into Brest, and Steve Cooley puts him into Warsaw. So I think that's the point of the game where Peter and Steve had Tim convinced that he was the third guy on the three-way draw. And I think that's a typical Dixie scoring system move. You stab England so that you are the guy in the three-way draw. But if you look to 1906, it's not going to last. You see, Italy keeps going, but Austria is taking advantage, moving his units everywhere. They are attacking Munich. Austria is moving to Bohemia, is moving into Galicia. You see that AI is kind of rolling the board really in a crazy fashion. And
I just want to jump in real quick that your point about that they convinced Tim Richardson that he was going to be in the draw. There was a draw vote taken at the top of this season, and it was vetoed. So I think Tim Richardson probably called for the draw, said, "Oh, here's where they're going to take that draw with me," and then
So I didn't know, but it looked like that's the kind of thing that made sense. And so now Italy is English channel. If you go to fall 1906, it continues. Italy now is in Paris. They have taken, so Austria has taken Ankara, they have taken Sebastopol. So Russia is mad at Germany, England is mad at Germany, everybody is mad at Germany, but Italy, Austria are mad at nobody. They are just continuing there. Let's go, let's continue. Let's see where it goes. Spring 1907, you see Italian fleets in English Channel and Irish Sea. They keep moving units everywhere. Austria is also moving more and more units to the center of the board. This is just kind of an incredible position. And they seem to be still very friendly. I mean, the fleet in Smyrna is a good unit that, there is no real stab, because even if Austria tries to get Smyrna, it's not a big deal. And Austria cannot be really stabbed by Italy. So I think it's a very, very strong alliance. So if you continue now, fall 1907, you have Italian fleets in English Channel, Irish Sea, and North Atlantic. This is crazy. And he continues to bring more armies into France. So now there are 3 Italian armies into France. So 3 Italian fleets in England, basically, and 3 Italian armies in France. This is just beautiful, but maybe too beautiful. So I think Steve Cooley is a very savvy player. He understands that the Italian solo is pretty close, because if you count, Italy now is basically playing as France. If you are playing as France, you're going to get basically all the West, but you have already all the Italian centers. So it's basically, if you're getting Scandinavia and you're getting Belgium, Holland, you're in solo territories. So he cannot just wait for Italy to get the English centers and keep strengthening his position. So he makes a move. When I looked at the game first, I thought, oh, Steve Cooley is making an attempt at a solo. But I think more than that, he's making sure that there is no Italian solo. If Italy makes a mistake, if something goes wrong, there are some options maybe. But Peter Jürgen knows how to play this game, and but I think more than a solo shot by Austria, I think it's more of making sure that Peter Jürgen cannot get into the English centers unopposed, because then it's not clear if he can be stopped. So a little bit of a cooler for Peter, because he's losing 2. Austria is building 4. It's building 2, but he was +4. He's at 15. This is massive. But there are not that many centers that are easily reachable right now, and you see that Peter has understood, he's getting back, and I think England has understood, is trying to get in position to defend St. Petersburg, and then I think that's going to be it right now. I think they just talked and they say, okay, there is no solo. How can we end this game? I think, as I said, taking England out is too dangerous for Austria, because once this happens, I think Italy can run unopposed to 18, and so they're just going to get a few more dots and then vote a draw. But it's going to continue for a while. So they're going to get all the German centers. They're going to, get a pretty balanced count, and I think it's 1912 where they're going to vote the draw at 14 for Steve Cooley and 13 for Peter Jürgen. It's a 3-way draw, so I think Jason Bennett did great. He realized that he was needed to maintain the balance between the two, because there is no stalemate line anywhere, and if they try to kill England, it's going to be somebody's going to solo that game, and they know it. They very, very, very well played game. I'm very impressed. I think by far that's my favorite game in the tournament so far. 2 great player. working in alliance perfection. And yeah, it's true that Brad Blitzstein got jumped at and he kind of threw his darts to Peter, but this happens, and I think Peter took full advantage, and Steve took full advantage of it, and they ran the board. I think if it's not Italy and Austria, and they have two countries where they can set up a line, maybe they can go and try to get a two-way, but I think from this position it was too dangerous.
Yeah, what a game. So we're going to leave round 2 right there. Thank you so much, Nicola, for finishing that last game off for us. What a round. And we will take a look at standings in a little bit, but I spoke at the top of the broadcast about some stuff that Dixie does that is non-diplomacy related. We've got the Iron Man tournament, which is a tournament for other board games. And this year, I'm not sure if also in years past, Dixie does variant diplomacy. And David Hood has sent me a little video of some of that. So let's take a look.
Hello, folks. Here we are on Saturday night of DixieCon. This is the night that we typically have open gaming. And let me just tell you, we've got gaming going on in every corner of this room. Different games. There's actually one diplomacy game still going on way back there. If you can see Tim Richardson's Phillies hat back there with Jason Bennett and Peter Jurgens back of his head. That's a diplomacy game still going on here on Saturday night that started on Saturday morning. But I wanted to focus right now on the other gaming that we're doing, the Iron Man gaming. We've got a game of Castles of Burgundy being played right here. We've got 1775 being played right back there with Hal Shield and Andrew Goff and others. We also have some Cascadia back there being played. We've got Mosaic being played. But also wanted to, and there's other games as well, but also wanted to focus on the fact that tonight we're actually doing a variant game of the Ancient Mediterranean Diplomacy variant. This is the board that we're using for that variant. And we have one game right now going on with the 5 players. Let's check in and see how they're doing, shall we? Looks like that the game is in a negotiation phase. I believe that we are in the fall of 02, perhaps. We've got Ian Rudnick here. He's one of the players. Ian, which country are you playing?
Greece.
Okay, and how's it going with you so far?
I'm okay. Nobody has attacked me so far.
All right, well, I'm sure that could change. So let's see what the board looks like as we play the variant event at DixieCon. So just a little bit of a focus here. We've got Egypt, Persia, Macedon, Rome, and Carthage as the 5 players. This should be a fun way to play 5 players, which is why we're doing the variant here. Variant games are a great way to accommodate if you're doing a club game or a local house game or something and you don't have exactly 7 showing up. Having a variant available is a great way to spend your day. So that's one reason we're doing the variant event tonight. By the time you see this, we'll know who won this variant event, and then we'll report it right here on DBN.
All righty, let me get us back on stream. Sorry, I didn't warn Robert. I'll give him a second. So that is variant diplomacy. David gave me a little bit of details on what was going on there. What we had was Nicholas Spencer as Carthage, Alex Maslow as Persia, and Michalis as Rome. There was no true variant winner. A bunch of players dropped out because their regular round 2 games were not over. So the people who had planned to play the variant couldn't because regular diplomacy took over. But looks like a good time had by all. That map looks really interesting. I'd like to play it someday. So thank you, David, for giving us a little insight into what's going on there. Something I'd like to speak to is, let me see one second, if we're ready for, we've got some, give me a second. I apologize, I'm having some technical difficulties. So I'm gonna bring Chris back on stream. Let's just sort of recap our thoughts on round 1 and 2. Chris, I'm gonna let you speak first.
Yeah, I think it was, I mean, we made some predictions about how Dixie plays a little bit differently at the beginning, and I think a lot of those have sort of panned out. A lot of 3-way results, 1 2-way draw. It was interesting to me that the score on that 2-way draw was not that much better than Doug's ridiculous round one win. I think he got 194 points, and then in the two-way draw they got 214. So 20 points between them. It's enough that there's a lot of people with two good results. So I don't know what the standings are. I guess we'll see that soon. But going into round three, it's going to be anyone's game, anyone's tournament, basically. Well, not anyone's, but there's going to be a lot of people in play. Is what I mean to say.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious front runners at this point are the two in that two-way draw, as you mentioned, Michalis and Doc Binder, and everyone that's coming right behind them. And so once almost there. Apologies, everyone, for that. Nicola, what was your favorite part from round one or two? Anything stand out to you?
I think I like the different ways that diplomacy is played all around the world with time limited, time unlimited, draw based, and every time you learn something and you see people play differently. And I really enjoyed some of the games. I mean, the last game with Peter and Steve was fantastic. I mean, something you don't really see in other tournaments. And I mean, there were lots of very interesting, and also I mean, seeing some players that I haven't seen playing in a while, like Doug Moore, Doug Binder. That was really exciting. I mean, they are great players, and they have a slightly different style. They are very tempo based. They go after their neighbors hard, and they don't think too much. I mean, Doug Moore always thinks a lot, but he doesn't think too much before attacking people. And that was fantastic. I really enjoyed that, and I think we'll see even more in the third round, where players will need big results to catch up with Michalis and the rest.
Yeah. Well, you've actually prompted my very next visual here, which will be. This is a little bit just sort of summarizing some positioning ahead of round three. And essentially what it says is what they've done coming in, but what they need to do in round three. And, I'll sort of talk us through it. What this says at the end of the day is the math is that Doc Binder would need a three-way draw of at least 12 centers. Everyone else would need a two-way draw with a total center count from both of the boards that count towards their end score of 23. Because of this 23 right here, which is his total center count going in, if Michalis does not improve in his third round, again, three-way draw of at least 12, everyone else two-way draw totaling to 23 or more. So some thoughts on that, Robert. If you are anyone but Doc in this moment, if you're one of these 8 here, how do you get a two-way draw in like the last round? Like, it's a timed round, it's really hard.
It is very hard, and we got to remember that a two-way draw is almost always a diplomatic stunt. Now, the whole game is called diplomacy, so sure, everything is a diplomatic stunt, but it's just like, as we've talked about before, almost impossible to force, especially in a timed round. So it's all about managing the people and putting yourself in a position where you are the strong leader of the board, where it's clear that you have a legitimate shot, where people think you've done well, you've done well on this board, but also where you've not pissed off too many people. Because I think it will only work if people somehow manage to get at least 1 or 2 players to vote themselves out of a draw, so you can have them. The other option is you can somehow try to play a crazy tempo game and just push for a solo as crazy. Obviously, a solo is always in the cards, and obviously, I don't know. I think to play for a solo might even be easier, quote unquote, than to play for a two-way draw. Just because two-way draws are always such weird games, it's really hard to prepare for a two-way draw, or to really direct a game into the direction of a two-way draw, I think. So maybe actually just thinking like this is solo or bust might be better, and you might arrive at a state where you can convince people to take a two-way draw, which will still be enough.
Yep. I think that's very well summarized. So with that said, I think we're just going to jump right into round 3, because we're all really anxious to see what's going on. So for a little bit, we're going to say goodbye to Robert, give him a bit of a break. So we'll see you in a little bit. All right, Nicola, Chris, are you ready for the first board that we're going to look at from round 3?
Yes, bring it on.
All right, so 3C, I don't know what happened here, or maybe David Hood is just a really big Andy Griffith fan, because this is our second board of the tournament named after Andy Griffith. So here we have in Austria, Tarzan Greystoke. In England, Dave Miletsky. France, Todd Craig. Germany, Cameron Higby. Italy, Emmett Wainwright. Russia, Jason Bennett. And Turkey, Michalis Kamaritis. If you were Michalis in this moment, what is your thought? Either one of you.
I think if I'm Michalis, it's I've done my job. Now it's other people who need to catch me, and I think, you know, I think Doug Binder has a real shot, because convincing people to let him have a 3-way draw is something that could be done. Because I think convincing other people to give them a 2-way draw is as much a move against Michalis than a move for the person asking. And I think Michalis is just going to, you know, tell his neighbors, you know, I just want to have fun. You can have the result you want. If you want a 3-way draw, you know, let's run the board. I think he can do it with Austria. He can do it with Italy. He can do it with Russia. And he said, you know, I don't need to be big. I don't need a score. And it's, you know, even if you kill me, it doesn't change my result. So I think it's he's in a great position to just have fun and play his game, and sometimes you know, it gives him opportunities. I mean, if Turkey starts rolling, maybe he can improve on his 11 center 3-way. You never know.
One of the things I'd be doing if I was him is keeping an eye on the other games as well. See if there's a threat elsewhere. Take a minute out of each negotiation period just to wander around and look at the other games.
Yep. All right, so I think we're going to jump right into it. I'm going to reveal the orders. Let's start, because you're on top, Nicola. Why don't you tell us what you see?
So I was looking at the east. So there is a bounce in the Black Sea, a very standard move. Italy is taking Trieste, so that might mean that they're after Turkey, and you know, being the leader of the pack for Michalis might be trouble. In the west, very standard moves, but for the moves to Wales. So I don't really understand, but it's Maletsky, so he must have a deep reason for that. Maybe it's just to make sure, to tell Russia I'm not going to convoy. So if I'm not going to convoy, it's why not just do something crazy with my army. France, the self-bounce in Burgundy, also something we don't see too often. It's something that I used to like to do. It's very patient, it's very defensive, and it's telling people I don't want Belgium, and so interesting.
Yeah. All right, we'll push straight into the fall, and Chris, I'll let you talk about this for a second. I'm going to leave you, but I'll be right back.
Well, probably not what Austria was looking for here. But no, I guess the move to Trieste wasn't arranged, because Austria is kicking Italy out of Trieste and giving up Greece in the process. Unfortunately, that the problem with this position, if you're being attacked by Italy, is that there's always that retreat to Budapest that there's not much you can do about. So now he's got Thailand's definitely got Italy problems at this point. Looking to the west, very unexciting actually. France picks up Iberia. Germany walks into Belgium unopposed. So the English Channel could have bounced that one in Belgium, but didn't. And Russia walks into Sweden. So everyone being very friendly to Russia in the north as well.
All right. That was fall of 1901. I'm just going to push forward into builds. Looks like we've got a fleet in Edinburgh, 2 fleets from France, fleet Kiel along with 2 German armies, 2 Russian armies, and a fleet in Smyrna along with a fleet army build from Italy. Any surprises for either of you?
Curious why Moscow rather than Warsaw. I guess it's more of a northern army.
That would be the presumption, I'd guess, yeah.
Yeah, and Michalis, is playing. I I mean, it's a bit strange because he helped Italy into Greece, but now he's making moves that are very anti-Italian. So I think it was more, let's make sure that Italy and Austria never work together because there's no more Austria. And now I think he's going to go for...
And you know, as long as you don't have a third fleet, you, as Turkey, you can still negotiate peace with Italy if you want it. Right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's see what he does with it. Nicola, take us through spring.
So Michaelis is, I think, he's playing on the Austria-Italian war, and Austria is taking Greece, and Michaelis is taking Serbia. He's taking Aegean Sea. I mean, it's this is a great. It's already a great Turkey, and I think Russia is happy to work with him. There is a fleet the fleet is in Romania. I think it's going to be an RT, and it's going to be fast and furious. In the West, I think France is moving against Italy, so that's also good for Michaelis. And it's less clear what Dave is doing. He's moving his fleet. He's playing. I think he's working with EG. It might be that it's a Western triple type of play. I mean, with Germany at 6, it would not be completely crazy because, you know, Germany usually doesn't want to be in a Western triple, but when they're at 6, they can feel a bit safer. And because all the other moves look a bit Western triplish.
Mm-hmm. All right. And Chris.
Yeah, I would say this is looking very Western triple at this point. Yeah, the West, nothing there that says to me that this isn't the Western triple, basically. Russia already on the defensive for Germany. Interestingly, the German armies moved to Livonia and Galicia while Russia covers Warsaw. So that sets up an interesting position for next year. Austria working with Russia. Italy's not done very well out of this in the end. They took some Austrian dots to start with, but they didn't manage to hold them. So they get kicked out of Vienna here. So the end result is they're going to end up with just the 4, Italy and Tunis, right? But with France breathing down the neck, which is not really where you want to be.
That's the risk with Italy attacking Austria. You need a friend, and here they had no friend.
Yeah, Turkey wasn't really a friend, but Turkey was very opportunistic.
All right. So winter, I'll call out the builds. Army Berlin, Army Sev, Fleet Smyrna, and Italy pulls Venice. Anything jump out to either of you, or is this relatively expected?
Definitely an RT rather than an IT.
Yep.
And it's an RT that's good for Turkey, I think.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see how that goes for Turkey. And Nicola.
Let's see. So he's getting into Ionian Sea. No, he's not. Yeah, he is. I don't know why. Why is he?
Let me see if I can pull up the orders for you.
Because
I
had the impression that Albania was supporting
Greece.
Albania supported the fleet move.
Okay, I thought.
Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. Okay.
It went under the Greek unit. But...
Okay, so yeah, so he's getting Ionian. He's getting 3 fleets out. I think it must be agreed the bounce in Bulgaria so that Russian centers are not too much in danger. The rest of the board, the Western triple keeps making progress. Dave Maletsky is taking St. Petersburg, but with a fleet. So I think it may be agreed with Jason, telling him, listen, you know, I take that, but I'm not going much further. And I think Dave Maletsky is, I find his play very Andrew Goff-esque, doing as little as possible while making sure that everybody else is moving away from him. So that's pretty impressive work here. And yeah, France is making progress against Italy. So, I mean, what I see is I see Turkey and a Western triple. And usually when you have Turkey and a Western triple, Turkey wins. So,
but if it's a Western triple, then where's England going next, right?
Yeah, but we'll see.
All right. Well, Currently, England is going nowhere, but Chris, tell us about people who are going places.
Let's see. The center of the board looks fairly stalematy. The Piemonte Tyrolia is a nice push forward for France. In fact, there's a whole lot of not much movement here, isn't there? Lots of bounces in and around Austria. Ionian doesn't go, even though the Italians supported the French move there, so that's significant. But they haven't quite got the fleets in position to make it stick. Okay. Not a lot. Very interesting.
Dave's build will be interesting. Oh, a fleet.
Oh yeah. So Fleet Edinburgh and Fleet Rome from the Italian. And meanwhile, the Russians disband their southern fleet, which makes sense given what we're seeing.
And that's good for Michaelis, right?
Yep.
Oh, it's fantastic for Michaelis. Yeah. Anytime as a Turk, you can get that southern fleet. All right. So Nicola, there's more movement in the spring. That's nice to see.
Okay, so let's go in the east. So Michaelis is supporting Ionian. Because I think Italy and France are kind of working together now. So Serbia is going to Trieste, but Greece is backfilling. But now Michaelis is in Bulgaria also. So I think, Michaelis is in the great position where he can hold the line for as long as he wants, and if he sees that he needs a big result, maybe he can stop for 5 in one season and go from there. Then you see that it seems that finally Dave Maletsky is moving his fleet, but the move to Liverpool thing is a diplomatic sign saying, I'm not going to go after you. Maybe he's going to send the fleet to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, North Africa, or whatever. I don't know. I think he's trying to, but Germany has tapped France, so maybe it's a coordinated move against France. I don't know. That's gonna be interesting. So it seems that E and G are studying France, and maybe it's also a way to remove pressure from Italy so that he can defend against Turkey, because Turkey is already huge. So maybe it's a balance of power type of play. Yeah.
All right. Chris, talk us through how the fall develops.
Yeah, France loses 2 centers to EG. That's unfortunate. So I guess this is definitely no longer the Western Triple. Interesting that France decides to keep Tyranny and Sea in place. That could be well arranged with Italy still, because you don't want the Turkish fleet coming through there. No, neither of them want that. So there's no push for Ionian this time. Everyone's happy for Michaelis to just sit there. Austria still hanging around. Doesn't lose Greece, which is interesting. I guess the Austrian units are useful to Michaelis at this point. But Jason in Russia has got the freedom from that fleet and from the German moves in France that he can send those armies south, have some play in Austria or the Balkans. Hard to tell whether that's defensive or offensive or a bit of both. That's where the armies need to be, I think. So it's the right move, I think. Whatever he does.
I think it's offensive, because otherwise we would have a bounce in Romania.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
and that's why the fleet in St. Petersburg can be a very, very strong move for England. I think people just automatically want to send an army there because that's a way to get armies in the continent and get a great result. But for balance of power play, I think the fleet allows Russia to be safe and look somewhere else. So I like Dave's play here.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll call out the builds. We've got a fleet in Liverpool, Army Berlin, and France pulls Tyrrhenian Sea and Tyrolia. I'll just pause here. I think it's fairly obvious that EG are in a great position on this board. Is there anyone else you think is for sure going to make it to the end draw, however this board winds up?
It's hard to see Michaelis doing badly from here.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. We'll keep that prediction in our pocket for a little bit. And Nicola, 1905.
Okay, so it looks like Michalis didn't really like this move to Romania, and now he's supporting Austria to Budapest, and then following by taking Greece and
Serbia.
Serbia. I think Serbia is, then it needed to be covered, but it's convenient that it's a Turkish unit that covers it. For the rest, it seemed that France has been convinced for some reason to go back into the Western Triple. I mean, I think he has realized that he's not going to make the draw, and so he wants some excitement rather than defend and die, and so he's sending his units back into the Med, which is great for Maletsky and for the EG.
Yeah, I mean, this EG just keeps rolling. Chris, talk us through the fall.
Yeah, the English fleets aren't going to hold back, though. North Atlantic comes down to Mid-Atlantic. And the German armies, Paris to Gascony as well. Then the question is, are they going to take the French dots in Iberia and Marseille, or are they going to keep France around? The French unit's not doing anything very useful to EG at this point, so leans towards might as well take the dots if the units aren't going to be helpful. Convoy from Albania to Apulia. Well, that's fun. This is fall, though, so I don't think that's going to help you. I think you're dead anyway.
It's cute, but unfortunately not enough.
Yep. And Germany helping Russia into Kiel, into Vienna to finish off Austria, and tapping Trieste as well. Although Trieste looks like it was also helping that move. So, but Germany really wanting to make sure that Russia gets into Vienna.
Yeah. Okay, so that brings us into winter of 05. We say goodbye to Tarzan in Austria. It was nice knowing you. Jason Bennett in Russia is up 1 and puts an army in Sevastopol. And Turkey, Michalis is up 2 and plops down 2 armies. From my perspective, this spells just tension between Russia and Turkey. There's nothing else to read from that, especially with the Russian armies lined up in Vienna, Budapest, and Romania. Do either of you have a different read on that?
I don't know. I mean, don't you build a fleet if there are tensions between Russia and Turkey? I mean, if you build if I'm Turkey and I want to, I don't know. I mean, if you look in the previous season, I think Michalis supported Russia back into Vienna, I think, and also cut Adriatic. Yeah. So I think it may be the RT is back on side, and they are saying, okay, let's hold the line because otherwise the EG is going to roll the board.
Yeah,
I don't know. Might go both ways. I think Russia has options, but I think if he attacks Michalis, it could be, he could have German armies everywhere and be in trouble.
I mean, I think Jason's more friendly with Cameron than with Michalis. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I just pushed us forward into spring. Nicola.
So, I think Michalis was a little bit too hopeful.
Yeah.
And Russia is taking both. He's taking 2 centers. It seems Italy is also moving towards him. So, I think the Turkish moves are kind of. The Turkish position is kind of not very, very strong anymore, but still, it's not going to be easy to dig him out of his position. But yes, I think if he's in the draw, it's not going to be a huge score. And the rest, I think, nothing is moving. So I don't know. It's a bit weird. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe EG wanted to make sure that Russia was on board before, finishing off France, and they can still go back and.
Yep. All right. So in the fall, Chris, what do you see?
Michaelis couldn't recapture those two Austrian centres that he wanted, and doesn't get to keep Venice either, which was pretty inevitable given the position. The Bohemia to Vienna probably agreed with Russia because Russia's picking up the two Turkish dots. The RG seems pretty solid at this point. No bounce in Armenia this time, but I suspect Sevastopol is going to see a build. So it's and maybe we'll probably see that fleet now, I would think.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go.
All right. Fleet Sev. You heard it from Chris first before I showed it, so he was prescient as always. Army Munich, and Michaelis decides to get rid of the fleet in Apulia, which, you know. So we'll see what 1907 brings. And Nicola.
Michaelis is in trouble. This fleet in Albania is getting destroyed. Maybe it's not so bad because he will be able to rebuild, but he's going to lose another dot, either Greece or Bulgaria, maybe both. So Michaelis is, he has two good scores, so maybe he doesn't really care. And the rest of the board, I mean, not much is happening. David is doing Andrew Goff, no moves written. And
I mean,
he doesn't need to, so he's in the draw, so he's just waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, from Michaelis' perspective, he would need a 12-center three-way draw for anything to improve his score. So at this point, I mean, he probably just says, all right, you know what? This is fine.
And as long as he doesn't see anyone else getting a two-way draw, which doesn't look likely, then he's fine with it.
No. So this wraps up in this turn with a four-way draw between England, Germany, Italy, and Russia. It's round 3. No one but Michaelis was playing for the crown. Is this the right result?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable.
Okay. All right, we will leave game 3C there. I'm going to give Chris a little bit of a break. And once I find, there's my cursor. So we'll see you in a little bit. And I'm going to bring Robert back on stream. Welcome
Hello.
back.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we've got game 3B, Thelonious Monk, very famous piano player. Again, add it to your required listening. David Hood's given us all the good stuff this year. Here we've got a couple of interesting names from our top list. So we'll start off with Tanya Gill in Austria, Rick Desper in England, Tim Richardson in France, Nicholas Spencer in Germany, Brian Ecton in Italy, Chris Barfield in Russia, and Ian Rudnick in Turkey. So Tanya Gill at least was on our top 10, Chris Barfield as well, and I think that was all she wrote for that. So we got a couple of people who are in contention to maybe have a shot. They both need two-way draws to do anything of consequence to beat Michaelis. So let's get right into it. And I'm going to flip you around. I'll make Robert go first. So Robert, talk us through, once I show you the orders, what happens in the spring?
We see a bounce in Trieste, whether that's arranged or not, I don't know. I was just about to get ready to say that I'm not entirely positive if Brian's and Tanya's playstyles are super compatible. Might be. DMZ Galicia, Ian Rudnick jumps into Black Sea, so either Chris Barfield misordered or there was a stab already. Ian's and Tanya's playstyle I could see very well be compatible. I could very well see that the West is pretty standard apart from Liverpool to Edinburgh, which is not a huge deal, and a DMZ Burgundy.
Okay. Which brings us to the fall. Nicola.
Okay, so in the East, seeing, Tanya has realized that Italy was not going to be their best friend for now. And so they managed to demilitarize Galicia and now get the fleet to go into Romania. So I think that's already a huge diplomatic win for Tanya. And it seems that Turkey is also super friendly with Tanya. So I don't know, are they going to do a rat or something like that? And
possible, yeah.
And go from there. In the West, so it seems that it's an EG because England is supporting Germany into Belgium. So Germany is going to do +3, and we'll see. Interesting, and also Germany's support. But it's strange because it seems that it's an EG, but at the same time they support Russia into Sweden while Russia has opened north, which is very anti-England. So I don't know, maybe Germany is playing a bit both ways. I don't know. We'll see. It's not clear. It's going to be an EG that lasts.
All right. Well, it looks like this is a board of professionals and every neutral was claimed in 01, so well done. We've got a fleet in Edinburgh, fleet in Brest, Army Paris, fleet Kiel, and 2 armies from Germany, a fleet in North Coast St. Petersburg, forgot what that center was called for a moment there, army in Moscow from the Russian, 2 armies from Austria, and 1 southern fleet from the Turk. And a fleet Naples for Brian Acton in Italy. Any surprises from either of you?
Not entirely. I mean, sometimes we see the German fleet built in Berlin when EG is strong, but when you get 3, it makes sense because probably with all those armies, you might as well send 1 east. So it's not the worst position to have Berlin to potentially go to Silesia, because I guess the move will be anyway that you only get into Burgundy once you've put an army into Ruhr, which might as well be Holland.
Okay. Okay, some interesting orders on this one. Robert, tell me what you see in the spring.
Germany essentially does nothing. England loses Norway, so Rick Desper, as a thank for giving him Berlin, doesn't get any cut of Sweden or something, and France jumps into the Channel, so not nice for England. And yeah, it seems AT is pretty solid, maybe red actually, because Turkey moves out of Black Sea. So yeah, it seems very much like a red. Austria gets into Tyrolia, Turkey shuffles the fleet out. So Brian Acton has unfortunately no friends again. Maybe he has good tactics again. Let's see.
I will point out a little bit of a misorder on the Germans' part. They did attempt to move to Helgoland, but they moved the wrong unit. They attempted to put the army in Berlin to Helgoland. Denmark was supporting, well, Berlin to Helgoland, but as we know.
Classical face-to-face thing, right? Where you just, right into the wrong line.
Yeah, pressure's on, you write into the wrong line, and or I've had it where sometimes another player will intentionally say the wrong unit to me just to put it in my head, and because they've said it, my brain just says, oh, of course, Berlin to Helgoland. So we've all been there, Nicholas. I feel it.
Yeah. I've heard in the last round of top board, I think it was Cyril Sevin who said to someone like, "Oh yeah, so you're covering Liverpool, and that's and you top the board." And of course he had to cover Edinburgh, and the guy brought Liverpool. And,
oh no!
Jedi mind tricks sometimes work.
They do. All right, Nicola, why don't you tell me what happens in the fall?
So it seems like 80 moves keeps getting coordinated. Now they have 3 fleets on Ionian, and Tanya is very, patient, and she's moving around Venice by going to Piedmont, to Tyrolia, but Brian is, is not a bad player, especially tactically, and so he moves to Adriatic, and so first he will be able to defend for a while, and still, Tanya's position may be a little bit overextended, so there are stabs opportunities from other players, but I mean usually she's pretty good at keeping her allies in line. But we'll see. Maybe she needs to give something to make sure that things don't go wrong. So if she gives Greece in the near future to Turkey, then maybe she'll get what she needs. If she wants to get everything for herself, maybe Turkey will find a better deal somewhere else.
Yeah, And if anyone can pull off a two-way draw in round 3, it is someone like Tanya Gill, and she is playing for, at least trying for something here. So we'll see if she can do it. Here, not many builds, just a disband in Helgeland because the German lost Denmark, and a build in Warsaw for the Russian. So Robert, anything interesting in the spring?
The Russians keep coming for Germany with English help. So, and now France has jumped the attacked Germany as well, which makes sense now that Germany has pulled the fleet. There were not going to be much help against England, so might as well jump ship and make peace with England. So good on Rick Desper, found an ally there, it seems. And yep. Turkey gets into Ionian while Italy beaches their fleet into Albania. That's about all.
I think the move to Galicia also can be interesting. I mean,
it
can be defensive, but don't forget that I think Greece Barfield has a very, very big three-way in the first or the second round. So I think big results can also maybe he cannot win, but he could be on the podium or something. So.
Chris is, yeah, Chris is in the exact same position Tanya is actually. He had the same three-way, 11 center three-way in round 1, I believe it is. And so he needs a 12 centers or more in a two-way draw. So he's also playing for it.
Russia is already looking pretty good.
Yeah. All right, let's see if they can do it. Nicola, why don't you continue on? Tell us what you see.
So Tanya stabs Russia. So maybe she has understood that Brian is not easy to break, and she, or maybe it's I don't know if it's agreed that like, okay, the fleet needs to go, but the fleet was going to build. So I think Tanya has been working both players. I think maybe she tell Turkey to take Greece, and but I don't know. I think I don't know what she did, but at the end of the day, it seems everything is going her way. So that's usually the Tanya we know, right? And Italy is going to lose one. The only thing is Turkey has a pretty strong position. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I also just like to point out that anytime you see a Russian in the North Sea in 1903, something's gone on here.
Yeah.
So, and the Russian puts down another northern fleet. Chris is definitely playing that northern game. We see Fleet Eddie in response from Rick Desper, Army Paris from the French, and pulls in Prussia and Albania with another fleet from the Turk as well. So 1904, Robert.
This looks to me very much like the Red has a plan of they want to roll over this board, and I'm sure they are telling each other that they want a three-way draw. Whether they would take one if they could kill the West as well in time is a different question, but for now, I mean, that's just a huge amount of trust to let that southern fleet be killed and not even rebuild it as an army, but as a northern fleet. I mean, Russia is wide open in the south with just 2 armies, but it goes well so far. They push forward. Now Turkey is an Ionian. And in the west, Russia manages to get into Denmark, while France sort of sees the writing on the wall and drops into the Med with the second fleet, because now I think very soon the West will have to realize that this Red is dangerous also to them.
Yeah, what is the, from Princess Bride, the movie, Rodents of Unusual Size? That's what this rat is turning into for sure. All right, Nicola.
Let me see. So not much is happening. I think that's a bit, the rat is in good position, but their forward program. I mean, I think the only big move is Tanya moving into Tuscany, which is, I think, fairly smart. I mean, there is trust, but it's not super completely trust. I mean, they have to bounce in Romania, which allows, Austria would be better off somewhere else, maybe I don't know, but yeah, there is some progress there, and Russia is losing Denmark, but going into. So I think EF is doing well. I think they got their things together. They know that it's a rat versus them, and they're in position. I think Russia is going to be pushed back quite a bit in the north, and I think it may be. I don't know. It looks like
the rat is
a blocked game and stalemated pretty soon, unless somebody does something. But
the rat is really strong, but I will say Rick Desper and Tim Richardson have been playing together for many, many years in the DC area. And Rick Desper is one of the better tacticians that I've had the pleasure to play with. So if anyone can figure out how to stop that rat, it is someone like Rick. I'm going to speed through winter here because there's not a ton, and send back to Robert.
Yeah, Russia starts losing out in the north, even though they piff the German fleet, so they keep like moving around in a way that they get from one dot into another. Now they're in Denmark, but they've lost Norway, and it seems that let me see, the West is united sort of, and if that's the case, they will eventually lose out on more in the north, I'm pretty sure. And Turkey gets into Naples, so they made a deal with France. It seems France got a little worried about England, moved back. They convoyed an army over to North Africa, but it gave Turkey just the time they needed to. They relieved the pressure for long enough that Turkey could do that walk into Naples without support holding Tunis, and now they've got the Aegean fleet in place to support Tunis in fall. So that's actually pretty big for Turkey.
Yeah. Okay, and Nicola.
So fall 1905, yeah, I mean, Tanya gets Venice, which was the obvious move. I think Turkey got stabbed by France, and then Turkey stabs both Tanya and Russia and the Chris.
Yeah.
I think that might be a bit. Maybe it's agreed with Tanya because Tanya was getting Venice, but maybe not because he was getting.
That is and Rome.
Yeah, I think his eyes.
Maybe Tanya was agreed.
Yeah, I don't think so. But maybe there was an agreement of a bounce, and Russia said, "Oh, if I don't bounce, it's going to lead to war or something." I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Turkey is making a move. And it's a good one, but it's going to be in Brian Ecton's shoes. I mean, no friends, and will he be able to play the good moves like Brian does? So, and the rest, I think, yes, I don't see exactly what happened in Denmark, but
let me pull up the orders for you.
England is taking a lot of things. He's taking Sweden. He's taking Norway, and so so EF
Sweden,
is
Norway, Kiel,
and Turkey is doing really well, and Tanya is a bit in the middle. So I think she will be in trouble unless she manages to completely change the diplomatic thing and start working with France. And I don't know, or maybe it was agreed this thing with Turkey because she cannot build two, and so
the build suggests that, right? I mean, you would build army con at least. I think if you just stabbed Austria.
That's true. So,
I mean, I'm not going to linger on it too long, but this Turkish position is just something else. There's no other fleets. I mean, I guess a build of Fleet Marseille, but just you've got 4 Turkish fleets that are going to roll out quite quickly. I love to see the army builds from Rick Desper in England. We'll see those convoyed quite quickly, I'm sure. Chris Barfield, from what looked like a really dominating Russian position down 3, pulls Barents, Helgoland, and Baltic, gives up on every single fleet he has, and keeps the armies.
But I mean, that's the kind of position that looks like a 4-way, right? At best. And the 3-way is with Tanya out, I think. So
yeah. I think that's probably spot on. So, Robert, take us through spring.
Yeah, it's a bit ambivalent. It looks like Turkey's moves befuddle me a little bit. I mean, why do they self-bounce in Bulgaria? Maybe it was a misorder, because the rest doesn't really look like they ever believed Austria was on side. They take Rome, They move into position to defend. Russia is coming back. Austria is coming for them. So there's clearly strife between A and T. While in the West, England moves forward, France moves into the Med. So it seems that the West stays united, E and F. I'm not sure for how long Germany will be part of their deal, but for now it's sort of agreed probably that they get into Kiel. And the East is fighting.
All right, and Nicola?
So fall 1906, what's happening? So yeah, Turkey keeps Rome, and I think Tanya is kind of smart, and she lets Venice move away from where it was, so she keeps Venice. So she's just losing one. And Turkey has a very... I don't like Turkey's move that is not doing anything. Go to black, go to Bulgaria, go somewhere. You know, why do you do nothing? I don't like that. France is putting fleets into the Med. So why the Turkish fleets are nowhere? You know, do something, pick a target, and go get something. And now in fact he's losing Romania by so yeah, he's really
correct.
I had not seen that. So yeah, Turkey is not doing well. I think Tanya didn't like this move to Rome, and by doing nothing with his fleets, I think now he's in trouble. And maybe Tanya is the favorite to be in the three-way draw, but I don't know. I think anyway she's not going to get the result she needs, so maybe it's just going to be a four-way or five-way.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, with only Tanya and Chris in any real contention to top this tournament, we're probably winding down. So we'll see where we get Robert.
Austria walks into Munich, and yeah, it seems to me that Turkey and Austria have made up. Yes, Turkey moves forward into Tyrrhenian, Ionian. Austria protects Greece, so I'm sure Tanya was still a little suspicious and unsure if that actually would happen. But it seems that they've made that deal and realized that this is the best shot they have. They need to make sure that Russia is eliminated because there is this time limit lurking. We don't really know when it will be, because I understand the first game we saw was actually a draw that was accepted. I'm not sure if we have that information. I think it was, right?
It was a draw, yes.
So we don't really know how early or how late it will be. And the players don't know that either. So it might be that at the end of this year or next year, David Hood comes in and says, this is it, the game is drawn, and if Russia's not eliminated, Russia will be part of the draw. So might as well focus on that before you fight each other, if at all.
Yep. Okay. And in the fall, Nicola?
Yeah, a bit more of that. I think the name of the game is to kill Russia and Germany before the time runs out. And Tanya gets 2. So it's not bad. I mean, and the rest, I mean, Rick Desper keeps getting stuff, so it's good. But you know, that's the thing with Dixie scoring system. They are basically playing for a four-way draw at this point, and it's not a great result. And even if your position is fantastic, I mean, there is not much that you play for. So it's a bit of it's a bit anticlimactic, I would say, but.
Yeah, and this can happen at the end of tournaments where people just say, well, this is where we're at. So we'll push straight into spring of 08, where they take a draw vote. Germany and Russia gracefully bow out. And so it is a four-way draw between France, England, Austria, and Turkey. Not enough to win the tournament on anyone's behalf, but some interesting moves in the middle and some interesting tactics on some of their parts. So
yeah, and
any last thoughts?
Tanya was the defending champion, and it's very difficult to repeat. But she played. She was in every game. She played very well. She was in 2 3-ways and 1 4-ways, and she showed the DipCon title means something, and she defended it with pride, even if it didn't work out at the end.
Yep.
She will have to go back and win some other title now.
Well, now she can go and say, I'm not DipCon champion. Yeah. So well played by all, and thank you both. I'm going to give Nicola a little bit of a break, and we're going to bring Chris back on stream. Welcome back, Chris.
Thank you.
And let's take a look at game 3A. Come on, you can do it. There's the list of players. Okay. Named for Ava Gardner, very famous actress from mid-20th century. So on this board, we have former world champion Doc Binder in Austria, Jack Craig in England, Jason O'Donnell in France, Stephen Hogue in Germany, Andy Bartoloni, new name for the tournament today, is in Italy, Alex Maslow is in Russia, and Jason Masbaum in Turkey. I'll speak to Andy Bartoloni, or as some of us know him, Buffalo, for a moment, since we haven't yet today. Longtime DC area player, very, very good, well-known all over the face-to-face hobby. I haven't seen him play in a number of years. Usually he goes to Dixie to play other board games and will step in if David Hood needs a board filled. So that kind of looks like what happened today. I don't believe we have any of our front runners on this board, but any thoughts on this lineup?
Doc Binder is technically a front runner, even though he's just in 15th, but he's one of the probably the most serious contender apart from Michalis, because he's the only one apart from Michalis who has a two-way draw under his belt. So if he gets a bigger three-way draw, he can seriously win this, and it's probably a good thing for him that he's not paired with really any other contenders, at least in the East. I think Jack O'Donnell, if he gets a two-way draw, certainly has a shot as well. But this East he might find friends to work with in the East who will not just say, no, I need to make sure that you cannot get anything great here. Because somebody like Andy will not care about the tournament standings. He will say, I want to play a good game. I want to play a fun game, probably, I would think. And so that might work out well.
And I will say that Andy and Doc know each other quite well. And it might just be that Doc comes to Andy and says, hey, you're not in contention to win this. Let's just have an easy AI, which would be interesting for me. I love a good AI, and it's not been in the meta recently, so we'll see what happens.
And Maslow and Masbaum can both be a little bit, chaotic at times, so that could be good for an AI.
Yes, Maslow, Masbaum, I mean, even Stephen Hogue has a little bit of chaos in him, so we will see if that manages to work out to Doc's benefit. Chris, I'm going to let you take the spring this time.
Okay, let's see. Smyrna to Armenia is interesting with the bounce in the Black Sea. Jason putting the pressure on Alex right from the start. In the West, bounce in the Channel. I don't think that's the first one we've seen in this tournament.
That sounds right, yeah.
Liverpool to Yorkshire to go with it, so it doesn't look like this might even be arranged.
I think so, yeah.
There's nothing else supporting to say that this is a surprise to either of them, so it looks to me like it's probably arranged. Some interesting moves. Venice holds. Don't know what you can read into that.
I mean, almost nothing when Andy Bartoloni's involved.
Yep.
All right, and Robert?
So after Turkey opened Sandstrom, they seem to get cold feet and move back, actually. Italy puts the fleet into Tunis, so not a super quick AI, I would say, even though you can still turn it into one. But Jason Masbaum has put himself into a position where he can defend fairly well against the Lepanto. And in the West, England goes to the Channel a second time, France doesn't. England gets Belgium as their only build, so that's interesting. So they had a lot of trust in Stephen Hogue. Germany could have bounced Jack out of Belgium, and England would have had no builds whatsoever, but it works out. Norway, neutral, that is unusual. And a bounce in Sweden, so maybe EG actually incoming.
Okay. All right, we'll see what this turns into. Builds here, I'll call them out. We've got a fleet in Brest and an army Paris from the French, fleet London from the English, fleet Kiel from Stephen Hogue in Germany with an army in Munich, fleet Naples and fleet Smyrna, and 2 armies from the Austrian. I'm going to push straight forward, and Chris, tell me what you see.
Very much EG. Nice defense by England of Irish and by France of Picardy. Those other French armies coming up from Iberia to help defend. So, yeah, Jason O'Donnell not in a bad position there. Although Venice to Piedmont is interesting. Venice to Piedmont with Tunis to Tyrrhenian Sea. So it's not a hard push of Italy against France. Is that Piedmont army friendly? Probably no one knows at this point.
I mean, knowing Andy, it's half, I'm going to give Doc some breathing room and tell him he doesn't have to worry about me, and half, this just causes a little bit of chaos, and it's different than the Tyrolia move that everyone always does. So
I would agree with that. And then in the east, Con to Black, Jason just sort of solidifying his position, really. Austria goes after Romania, and Bulgaria supports Romania. So is it an RT? Con to Black's not completely inconsistent with an RT. Alex wishing he hadn't moved Warsaw to Moscow, I guess. I saw Warsaw to Moscow in the fall, and then Moscow back to Warsaw now.
Nothing else to do, just keep ping-ponging it back and forth.
But he's got opportunities in the north, right? No one's competed for Norway. He should be able to pick up Norway or hold Sweden. I guess he's probably got a choice.
Yeah, either or. You've got the 2 German fleets that could take Sweden. So in the fall, Robert, how's that resolve?
He stays in Sweden, so good for him. And Turkey moves anti-Russian, while Austria moves anti-Turkish. So there's no clear agreement on what's actually the alliance structure in the east, which is bad for Doc. If he wants to have a shot, he needs to get tempo, and this is clearly not a tempo east in any sense of the word. And Germany gets into Belgium, so they decide that EG was fun while it lasted. Now it's time for FG potentially, or something else. So stabbed by Stephen Hogue, who maybe hoped to get 2 builds, but at least gets 1 because Sweden stays Russian.
Yep. So with that build, Stephen Hogue puts down a fleet in Kiel, and Alex Maslow, missing that army in Moscow already, rebuilds it. And that is all she wrote for winter of 1902. Lots of black arrows on this one. Chris, what do you see?
Yeah, I'm looking at those German fleets first of all. Germany definitely trying to get into the North Sea. Defending Brest, this is switched completely to be an FG, and England in quite a bit of trouble here. Russia's even on side as well, whether it's supporting the German into Skagerrak. I guess that makes sense, gets them out of Baltic. Still some pressure on Sweden, but a little bit less.
Mm-hmm.
And in the east, Andy not working with Doc for sure. The fleet goes up into Adriatic. Tyrolia walks into Munich. I saw the Piedmont to Tyrolia last turn, and then he's in Tyrolia Venice, which could easily be going against Trieste, but no, he just walks into Munich instead and can hold it. Depends on what the French army in Burgundy does, right? He could well get kicked out of it, but I think he's going to be in something because he's in Berlin.
Yeah,
indefensible.
Berlin cannot be covered.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always interesting when you're at Italy and you pick up a German center.
All right. I mean, this is just Andy having some fun at the end of the tournament, and so we'll see. It looks like he holds on to Munich. Robert, what else do you see?
He is seriously having fun. He thought, okay, now that I've seen the Adriatic, show me the Aegean. I want to see all those sea spaces. I'm on a cruise. I'm sure Doc is happy to see that because that Turkish fleet is dislodged and pulled off the board for now. So finally, at least some coordination between A and I, but Austria still not taking a dot. And in the West, they don't even bother kicking Italy out of Munich because of that retreat, probably. Instead, nice convoy for France. Brest directly into Liverpool. That's pretty cool. Germany actually walks into Sweden behind. Russia gets put into Norway by them, and they just take it from behind. Whether that was an agreement or they promised not to do that, we don't know. But Russia holds in St. Pete, South Coast, so maybe they thought they had an agreement with Germany, because otherwise I think you would get it into play.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I love the convoy from France to Liverpool. There was nothing stopping it. You know, England does convoy Picardy back to Wales, trying to get back on the island to do something, but it's probably a little too late now that France has an
down
army
to
on the
2.
island.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. So England disbands North Sea, which is just anytime you're in a position as England to disband North Sea, and that's the thing that makes sense, you know it's gotten pretty bad. We've got some builds, all armies, Army Paris, Army Naples, Army Ankara. Army Naples is just hilarious and chaotic to me. So
Yeah.
welcome back to the hobby, Andy. We've missed you. All right, Chris, what does he do with Army Naples?
It gets convoyed to Bulgaria. That's a nice convoy. I like it. I have not seen that one very often. And yeah, Jason covered Smyrna with one of his new armies. Made sure that moved. So he knew he was going to lose, or he suspected he may well lose Bulgaria. So he opened up Constantinople for the fleet by supporting down into Smyrna. So that's good play by Jason, to be expected. Italy now in Munich is helping France into the Ruhr. So France also picking up Edinburgh. So it's France decided that, yeah, I've got the English dots now. Now the next move is the German dots. That's what it looks like. Germany, meanwhile, gets into the North Sea with the help of Norway, except that he also cut Norway. So Russia thinks they're friends. Germany not so sure. Maybe.
I really like that play by Jason O'Donnell, because like he's the one who can still maybe win this with a two-way draw. So you might as well play it go, and you just take your shot. It might backfire, but just try something. You have a shot, and now he's in Ruhr. That's pretty good.
It's a game to take chances, right? And yeah, I agree.
Okay, and what about the fall, Robert?
He gets Belgium because that was a guarantee, I think. Unfortunately, he guesses wrong over Liverpool and Eddie, so England stays on 2, which could be a thorn in the side. And Russia takes Sweden in the north, while they lose out in the south. Austria and Italy finally seem to be on the same page in the terms that they want to do an AI and do it for more than just one turn, and then do something like Adventures into Adriatic. And Italy takes Bulgaria, Austria takes Romania, Eastern Med is taken. So that looks kind of nice for AI now.
Sally, he walks into Berlin.
Okay, in the winter, we've got yet another fleet from the French in Brest. Germany is down 2, decides to get rid of 2 of the fleets in Denmark and Yorkshire. Fleet Naples from the Italian, and Army Trieste and Army Moscow. Brings us into spring of 05. Chris?
Yeah, AI is still looking pretty solid to me. Trying to get into those last Turkish dots, but not managing it yet. I guess the Bohemia Tyrolia is probably just pushing those armies forward to somewhere where they can be useful. In the west, looks like France and England have come to some sort of agreement. There's no fighting there right now. Russia walks into Denmark. France gets into Ruhr with help from Italy. So that's also interesting. I don't think we've seen... Did we see French-Italy cooperation before? Maybe. Oh, yeah, I think he helped him into Ruhr.
We did. Ever since the Italian walked away from Piedmont, they've been at least apathetic, if not actually actively friendly to each other.
Yeah, so looking nice for Jason. And not bad for Alex either.
Yeah.
I would see, you could see the rest of those German dots falling to those 2. The English dots, maybe not just yet, but they can be taken anytime, right?
Yeah, those will wait for later. Robert, how about the love for getting into Galicia at the moment? That's what jumped out to me.
Yeah, I mean, they've essentially all they did in spring was positioning to do that. So now they get the payoff for that. Move slowly forward. In the West, France decides, those English dots are hard to take. They always outguess me. So I just, go past them. Maybe I have more luck with outguessing Russia. Drop into Skagerrak, backfill North Sea, stay in Holland. And Germany is down to 1, I think, which is Kiel. So all on their way out, unfortunately, Stephen Hogue.
Yeah, not for not trying though. He did walk out of Kiel, so perhaps he's just over this game. So yes, Stephen down to 1 chooses to keep the fleet in Helgoland. Another fleet Brest for the French, and another army Moscow for Alex Maslow. And pushing on into spring of 06, Chris.
France getting into Norway, so this anti-Russian campaign working quite well. Everyone wants Russia into Kiel, kill the German. Not sure why that's to France's advantage. Oh, he's thinking he won't keep it in the fall. The army's coming up into Ruhr. If he's got Italian help, then they've got a shot at Kiel and Berlin in the fall. Kiel and or Berlin in the fall. Those Italian fleets have given up on Turkey. They're heading west now. That's interesting. Jason managed to hold out long enough that Andy got bored, basically. And Italy, Austria, Doc doing a whole lot of nothing. Oh, except
Venice.
Tyrolia to Venice. Now, that's got to be a stat, right?
Yeah, but once again, a situation where both of them must have felt the vibes, right? Or got leaked. Yeah. It seems to be too much to be a coincidence that Italy just completely out of nowhere abandons that eastern attack and Austria walks into Venice.
Yeah, but no attempt to take Bulgaria.
Yeah, true. I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
maybe not.
Maybe we'll see in the fall.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look in the fall. Robert.
Andy tries a cute little convoy back to Rome, which doesn't work. Bounces Venice. I'm sure Doc wishes he had put some sort of an attack on Bulgaria right now. And in the West, not that much happens, actually. Germany is dead for good now. They even support Russia in Kiel, so they are happy to have that game, to be over with that game. Apart from that, England takes North Sea. That could be interesting. No other center changes in terms of like spring fall.
Yep. This time we see a bit of a change in builds from France when he puts the fleet on the south in Marseille this time, and an army in Trieste, and then we lose some fleets. Thank you to Stephen Hogue in Germany, well played, and the Tyrrhenian Sea from the Italian has been pulled.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah.
They decide at this moment that France, Austria, and Russia deserve to draw this game in a 3-way. And that's it. Is that the right result, do you think?
I think it is, probably. Those 3 have played well. Austria has gotten the jump on Italy. Italy still has 5 centers, but they are totally like scattered. So I think it's probably, apart from the thing that we were talking about earlier, that you can just gamble on the time limit if you're a smaller power, and maybe you squeeze into the draw, but does it really matter for those players? Probably not. And yeah, it should put Jason O'Donnell in a pretty good spot at the end of the tournament. Obviously not win it, but he has 2 3-way draws, so he should easily be in the top 10, if not top 5 at the end. So congratulations. And also obviously Doc Binder even better. I mean, we talked about it before. He has that 2-way draw. This will certainly not put him ahead of Michalis, because Michalis had more centers, but it's probably rank 2 unless somebody else gets a very good score. Let's see. Certainly a very, very good result for Doc Binder.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great result. Doc needed, I believe it was 12 or more centers to overtake Michalis in a 3-way draw, and it just wasn't in the cards in this game, it looks like. But stellar play from Jason O'Donnell in France, I will say. If this was an untimed game, I think there's no way he takes this draw and he
Yeah.
plays for a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, one could argue that Doc Binder could have just played on just for the sake of,
Yeah,
if it's for a tournament win, you might as well try until the time limit strikes.
I was counting dots there. I mean, Rome, Naples, Bulgaria puts him on 10, and then what? Munich, Tunis. There's a possible 12, but it's a long shot.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to leave that one there. That is the end of board 3A. And this is the point at which we are going to say goodbye to Robert and bring Nicola back on stream. So thank you, Robert. I know it is very late over there, so we'll let you go get some rest or get on with whatever else it is in life that you have to go on. And as always, a pleasure having you on stream. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much as well. It was a lot of fun, and have fun with those last boards.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, we have 2 boards left here in round 3. Just real quick, what you've seen so far, no real surprises in boards A, B, and C. Do you think McCullis has this locked in at this point?
It's looking pretty good for him, but I mean, there's always that possibility of a surprise in the last round.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know DBN does not choose the order of boards randomly, so
I'm trying to think who we haven't seen.
maybe there is some excitement in store for the last 2 games. So people at home, stay connected and follow the next hour because.
Yeah, we haven't seen Andrew or Doug yet, have we?
We have not seen Doug. We have not seen Andrew Goff. We have not seen Peter Jurgen. We have not seen Steve Cooley.
Yeah,
we have not seen a number of them.
So there could still be some surprises.
Yeah,
There it is. Yes.
So and they're on the same, so they can just decide. Let's go for broke.
Yeah, and the other thing that's going to happen here is we only do have 2 boards left, so a lot of these players, like you say, are going to be playing together, all aiming for the same kind of thing. So let's jump into our first of these, which is 3D, named after Dean Smith, who Google tells me was a men's college basketball head coach. So go sports, something like that. On this board, we've got Ben Kelman in Austria, Brian Lee in England, Zach Moore in France, Steve Cooley in Germany, David Miller in Italy, Karthik Koneth in Russia, and Edwin Turnage in Turkey. So our contenders are David Miller, Steve Cooley, and Zach Moore from that top 10 list. So thoughts on the 3 of them on the board together, their placement, what you would expect to see. Chris, you first.
My gut feeling is that Zach and Steve's play style is not very compatible. Italy, Dave Miller in Italy is that's not a bad position for David. Yeah, this is going to be a fun game, I think, because Karthik's not going to just roll over and not play a game. He's going to push hard anyway, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, and he's pretty good at creating chaos and balance position, and he wants to finish the tournament with a bang. So I think and he may try to go for it. With Russia also. I mean, even in a short time limited game, you never know. I mean, if too many people trust you because they want a result, and at some point you never know. With Karthik, he could go for a big stab, and then it can open the door for maybe France or Italy. So exciting.
Yeah, and important factoid note here: David Miller has won back-to-back DixieCons back in 2018 and 19. So he knows what he's doing in a tournament like this. And before we move on to the actual board, Chris, I want you to actually say what you mean when you say that Zach and Steve won't get along playstyle-wise, because I know Steve to be very calm and polite and just a brilliant tactician. So what does that mean about Zach Moore from your perspective?
I didn't say wouldn't get along. I said I feel like there's a bit of incompatibility between the styles there. Yeah, I think Steve's he's a old school style player. He's fairly measured. As you say, he's calm. He's polite. He's a very nice person. Zach is a little bit more chaotic and unpredictable and excitable, maybe. So yeah.
Zach got a speeding ticket for going 90 in a 60
Yeah.
mile an hour zone. That
wasn't going to be Steve Cooley getting a speeding ticket.
Exactly. We also have a note, Karthik won in 2021. So we have several DixieCon winners on this board. So let's jump right into it. I'm going to do year by year this time. So Chris, you're on top. I will give you 1901. What do you see?
Okay. Bouncing Trieste again. We saw one of those earlier, didn't we? And DMZ in Galicia. So that's interesting moves from Ben there. Edwin going to Armenia, the Sandstrom opening there. Karthik putting Moscow up into St. Petersburg. I like that myself. And then Brest into the Channel with a support into Burgundy. So that's the who cares about Iberia? I can pick those up anytime. Belgium's where it really counts.
Okay. And continue on in fall.
So yeah, Zach does secure Belgium. Well done. And also Spain. Venice goes to Trieste again and doesn't get bounced this time because Vienna went to Galicia. So, and Ionian to Aegean. Okay, so Ionian to Aegean. So this is looking like an AI. This is arranged that, okay, you can have Trieste. We're going to go kill Russia and Turkey. And the supporting of Turkey into Romania is an interesting part of that. Because my money would be on Austria, on Ben, thinking of Dave Miller as his main ally and not Edwin as an ally in that. Germany, not very exciting. Let's Karthik into Sweden. And Brian does the right thing and supports himself into Norway. Doesn't put the army in, which makes sense because you've got that French fleet sitting in English Channel. So kind of friendly in the north. We'll see.
England's got a lot of things to look at right now between Karthik forcing him to support himself into Norway and the French fleet. Okay, we've got a few builds all around the board. I will call them out for you. We've got Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Brest, Army Paris, so no love lost between France and England. Fleet Kiel, Army Berlin from the German, Fleet Naples from the Italian, Fleet Caen from the Turk, and armies in Budapest and Moscow for the Austrian and the Russian. Anything surprising to you there?
Caen's not that surprising given that Bulgaria is neutral. It gives him play on Bulgaria, and Armenia can cover Smyrna. Yeah, it's nice for Steve in Germany because he hasn't picked a side yet. England and France are fighting, and he's there with that fleet in Kiel that could go towards the North Sea or could go towards Scandinavia. Who knows? We'll find out.
Yep. Okay. All right, Nicola, in spring of 1902, what happens?
So I think Edwin realizes that he got a little bit played by AI, and so I think he's back on side with Karthik, going to Bulgaria and covering Smyrna. And I think Karthik wanted to wait and see, and so he's playing defense. In the West, Steve is going in every direction, so he's positioning himself potentially for Belgium and for Sweden, or for both. And I think he has a very flexible and solid position. I think he's trying to get to work with England because he's not moving to Heligoland, and I think he's in a good position. France is also has a solid position, so I think England's play is going to maybe decide a little bit what's going to happen. Maybe England should try to side with Karthik here and try to wait and see and try to maybe convince Germany to go for Belgium. I don't know. Interesting anyway.
Is that just setting up the convoy to Portugal?
Maybe.
I think so. Well, let's find out.
Oh.
And no, unfortunately. Nicola, continue on for 1902.
So I don't see is no. Oh yeah, Norway has taken Sweden with German help. So yeah, and Steve is taking Belgium. So it's an EG, and an EG that has made lots of progress already because they've taken Sweden, they've taken Belgium. Mid-Atlantic Ocean is going to fall soon. It's a very, very bad turn for president, I think.
He has made friends on this board.
In the East, yeah, I think what we saw in the spring is continuing. I mean, Edwin and Kartik are working together now. I think for the first time in the tournament, Kartik has a friend. And when Kartik has a friend, he can be very dangerous. I think he's giving up in the north, but with no pressure on St. Petersburg right now. I think it's a smart move. And maybe he's going. I don't know. Maybe he's going to build an army in St. Petersburg and tell England and Germany, go do your business somewhere else, and I'll play in the south. So I think that's fairly smart. We'll see. I mean, it's possible that EG. I mean, there are two German fleets. Not much to do, but go and take St. Petersburg. So maybe he's going to lose that. But if he managed to, to keep growing in the south, well. And St. Petersburg is the last doubt that EG is taking from him. He's still in the game. And Italy, Austria, big. So I think Ben Kellman is out. I think Dave Miller realized that RT was going to be a thing and that he didn't want to be stuck in an alliance that's not making progress. And so he's going for it. And yeah, I mean, big Italy. And the problem, is he needs a two-way. And if there is EG and him, it's a three-way. So maybe he's going to hope that with Steve Cooley, they can get to an understanding at some point and stab everyone at the same time and try to go for a two-way between themselves.
Okay. Let's take a look at builds for 02. We see another Fleet Liverpool from the English, an Army Berlin from Steve Cooley in Germany that's very EG friendly, an army and a fleet from the Italian, and a Northern Army, which was the only place he could put it, from Karthik in Russia. For the Austrians' part, he just disbands Serbia, and that's all she wrote for that. So back to Chris for 1903.
So Austria fighting Italy was the right thing to do. Italy losing Greece to Turkey, that's not what they wanted. It's got Ionian to Albania. No, you can't retake it in the fall. So yeah, not good for David Miller this turn. Smyrna goes to Armenia at the same time as Black Sea goes to Con and serve to Black. Okay, Edwin, I'm not. I don't get that. And those Russian armies are also coming south. So I wonder if that was supposed to be a bounce in Armenia.
This almost looks to me like Karthik convinced Edwin, hey, just move your fleet south. You need to get out there and deal with the Italian. Put your army in Armenia. I'll convoy you across. It's going to be fine. I promise I'll do it. There's a fable somewhere about a frog and a scorpion and the scorpion wanting a ride across the river.
It could be that, or it could be well, if you move Black Sea to Con and we'll bounce in Armenia, so you'll know that my fleet's not going into Black. And then just, well, I don't care. I'll go into Black anyway.
What's the danger of this? Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. I think either way, Karthik is pulling one over on Edwin here.
And in the west, the English fleets continue to advance, going to force Mao in the fall, I guess. And the German armies continue to advance on France. The German fleets come back to the west. Not clear what those German fleets are going to do from there. That's making Karthik feel nice and safe in the north and able to commit to the south. Maybe that's all it's about.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And in the fall, what do you see now, Chris?
Yeah, Skagerrak to north again. Very. You don't often see Scandinavia in the area this vacant. Ruhr goes to Holland. No more pressure on France from Germany. So Steve is doing literally nothing here. I mean, that one move is, if anything, alleviating the pressure on any person he's been fighting so far. So, Mao does fall, retreats to North Africa. Tunis goes. Look at that, the last neutral. David kind of needing the build at this point. He does recapture Vienna, so Tunis is a trade for Greece, basically. So it's really gains out of that. And bye-bye Austria. Russia taking the last Austrian center there.
Yeah. As for that fleet in the Black Sea, it looks like it did indeed offer a convoy to Bulgaria. Edwin did not believe it. So he decides to cover Ankara instead, which understandable given that it's Carthage in the Black Sea next to you.
Yeah. The RT's still looking okay though, with these little miscommunications around the Black Sea taken into account. RT's still looking. They're getting the job done.
They'll get there in the end, I think. So for builds, we see Fleet Marseille, 2 armies from Carthage in Warsaw and Moscow, and fleets from Turkey and Italy in Smyrna and Naples, respectively. Any surprises here for either of you?
The Fleet Marseille is a surprise. Has Zach sold his soul to Brian?
Possibly. I didn't realize he had a soul to sell. Okay, well, let's see what his plan is. It might just be an attempt at an olive branch of saying, hey, I'll move south, I'll hold off David Miller, you go somewhere else, please fight Germany, anyone. I don't know that Brian has any motivation to do that. So, Nicola, what does Brian do?
So yeah, England, Brian is convoying to Brest, so that's super strong. And finally, Steve Cooley is moving a bit everywhere in all directions. All the armies are moving south and east and west, and the fleet is going to Denmark. So I think he may be going to make a move now. I think Kartik is in great position. He's just stabbed Turkey. He's gonna get all Turkey. So maybe Steve and Kartik are going for it and going to go as fast as they can and see where the chips fall. Maybe with Italy, but I don't know. It's not totally clear what's happening with Italy and. I don't know. It's fascinating, I think. I don't know what France is doing. I don't know what... I'm not completely sure what Kartik is doing, especially with Warsaw and Galicia. I think he was afraid of Steve moving against him. But now he's under pressure from Italy. But, I mean, maybe it's not a big deal because if he gets stuff from Turkey, then maybe Italy can get something. And I don't know, it seems that Zach Moore is going to commit suicide on Dave Miller. I don't know if... I thought his style was not compatible with Steve Cooley, but it seems he's not compatible with Dave Miller. Or maybe Zach Moore is hard to work with on a diplomacy war. But as the president is great.
Sacrilege.
I mean, viewers can weigh in.
As fast as I can.
I know, right? Let's weigh in, viewers, about how easy is Zach Moore to work with on a diplomacy board. We won't speak to his presidency. So continue on into fall then. What do we have here, Nicola?
So let me see. So in the east, so it seems that Dave Miller wants to work with Kartik because he's offering Budapest, and Kartik is taking both Ankara and Khan. And Ed is retaking Bulgaria, so it's a +2 for Kartik without losing anything, which is fantastic. and I mean it's going to be at 9 and with no enemy anywhere, so that's great. Yeah, I don't understand Zach Moore. So Zach Moore seems to be committing suicide on Dave Miller. I don't know if something was said or something was done. And Steve Cooley is taking Paris. He's in Tarolia, and he has lots of. I think he's moving back to Kiel to be friend with England, but there are lots of English dots everywhere. So I think I wouldn't. I mean, I think it's turning out that Germany and Russia could maybe pull out a two-way from this position if they are going. It's going to be hard to eliminate everybody, but if the game was a bit longer, I would think that that's probably what would happen.
It's particularly hard to get rid of England.
Yeah, but you have to take them unaware. But it's a great position, very interesting game. I mean, Italy still has a strong position, but we'll see. I mean, if Zach removes Marseille and Portugal, then.
And since the prevailing question of this game is what is Zach doing, it is entirely possible that he just removes his 2 armies. So we'll take a look at these builds. Very prescient. Someone please explain to me what is happening with Zach Moore here.
Well, he wants students, clearly. I mean,
he's decided what his goal is.
Something must have been said, or a challenge must have been accepted. Like you're not going to throw to, and he said, "Why not?" or something. Like
Why not? You can't tell me what I can and can't do.
Exactly.
All right, so we lose the last 2 French armies from Zach Moore. We see yet another Fleet Liverpool build from the English, Army Berlin from the German, Fleet Rome from the Italian, 2 armies in Warsaw and Sev from the German, and we lose Albania and Greece for the Turk. We are going to pause this game in a moment, but I just want to take a look at this position. So our front runners coming into this round that we were looking at were David Miller, Steve Cooley, and Zach Moore. I think we can agree off the bat that Zach Moore is not going to turn this around and come out with a 2-way draw and win this tournament. But, Dave Miller's still around, and Steve Cooley's in a decent position. You were talking about a possible 2-way with him and Karthik a moment ago. Do you think Steve
solo also is not out of question? Because Dave Miller is known that when he's angry, I mean, at least in Gunboat, he throws a lot. I've been watching that. I know in face-to-face he's more, but the two removals, the 2 armies, this could be. I'm going to throw to Karthik. I don't know. I mean, it's possible, and I think now, it's. I mean, this is complete chaos. I love it.
How about you, Chris? What do you think is going to happen?
It is tough to see a 2-way out of this, but Karthik solo is not out of the question here. I think Karthik, we know he can get the solo. The question is whether there's time and whether the other players are going to decide that shouldn't happen. Steve won't give up a solo easily.
No, and Steve is hard to out tactics. So we'll see if there's time or if Karthik can do it. So we'll leave this game here for a minute and go take a look at our last board of the round, which is board 3E. So here we have, named after Carl Sandburg, who is an American poet from the 20th century. In Austria, we've got John Dargis. In England, Johnny Gillam. In France, Andrew Zick. In Germany, Andrew Goff. Italy, Chris Kremer. Russia, Peter Jürgen. And Turkey, Jaromir. So on this one, the big contenders are Peter Jürgen and Andrew Goff. Let's remind ourselves what they need, which is Peter Jürgen would need a 2-way draw with 13 centers. Andrew Goff would need a 2-way draw. I think that's somewhat right. Or a center count of at least 23. So
10 for
Peter Jürgen needs 10 centers, and then Andrew Goff would need 14 or more in a 2-way draw, which is a pretty large result. But, we've seen weirder things happen in final rounds of tournaments before. So anything you guys want to say about this lineup?
Yeah, Doug Moore is not playing round 3, right?
It appears that way, correct.
Okay. So that's also maybe, that was a relief for Mikalis when he heard the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the relief was, now there is Andrew Goff, Peter Jürgen, 2 top dogs, and Johnny Gillam, hungry as ever, and with a good country. So yeah, very interesting board too.
Yeah, a lot of strong players on this one.
Yeah, and Johnny Gillam is coming into this with a 3-way draw under his belt. Only 8 centers, so he would need a large 2-way draw result in this round. But in the mind of not cutting anyone out of this, we'll see what happens. Once I get my tech, there we go. I'm gonna flip you guys around and let Nicolas start us off this time. So spring of 1901. Orders are in. What do you see?
So Andrew Goff goes to Burgundy, but it doesn't work because Andrew Zick supported himself in Burgundy. But Johnny Gillam is going to the Channel and Chris Kramer to Piedmont. So I think the first thing, even if he's not in Burgundy, I would say Andrew Goff has come to play. He's already organizing a 3-way attack on France. And when you're Germany, this means you want a big result. In the East, pretty, bounce in black, bounce in Galicia, but not from Vienna. That's kind of an interesting thing. Vienna went to Trieste, and Budapest bounced Galicia. I think that's in gunboat. That's something I do sometimes when I'm really, really worried. And the only thing is you need Turkey not to bounce you out of Serbia or Greece in the fall. So we'll see if that happens, or if your Turkey is taking advantage of this too defensive set of moves.
Okay. Into the fall, and what happens here?
So yeah, to stay in the East, we see Peter Jürgen smelling blood. He's already in Galicia. He's taking Romania, and yeah, Jaromir has bounced Austria in Greece. And the fleet is in Ankara. From Ankara goes to Caen, so he will have 2 fleets in the Med very quickly. So very, very good start for Turkey. I think we're going to see an RT, and that's very good news for Peter, because if the Austrian center get ease very quickly, he will have a very, very good start. In the West, catastrophe for Andrew Zick, who's losing Brest. Is losing Burgundy, and yeah, it's almost as bad as it can be. I mean, it's just he guessed wrong. The convoy to Brest is working. Andrew Goff is in Burgundy. Italy is still in Piedmont. I think Andrew is going to have lots of trouble, and this is very good for Johnny and Andrew. The only problem, it's a bit too many players, too many countries have already a very, very good position. I would say Peter is great, Turkey is great, and England and Germany are great, but that's 4.
Yep.
There need to be fewer contenders for people to get a good result. So we'll see where it goes. Maybe there will be some changes in alliance quickly. It's to try to get help from somebody with hurt and change of plan. We'll see if either Andrew or Johnny, try to use Andrew Zick and say, okay, be my Janissary and let's kill the other one. That's a way to get a big result. But yeah, Johnny, if he does that, he's really, really brave attacking. And Andrew, yeah, I think he wants to play the alliance. He doesn't build the second fleet, so I think he wants to do the EG for real. We'll see. Interesting part.
Yeah, I mean, we see some interesting builds here. So we get double fleets from the English. We get double army, as you noted, from Andrew Goff in Germany, double army from Peter Jürgen in Russia, an army from Turkey, army Austria, and fleet Rome for the Italian, and army Paris. What surprises you here?
Army Smyrna.
Yeah.
That's really, I mean, I don't understand.
Well, I guess he sees Italy going west, and he's happy to let Italy go west and make Italy feel comfortable in going further west.
Yeah, but
I agree. I'm not sure that I like it, but I could sort of see an argument there that.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would put a fleet in Smyrna, go to Aegean, make sure that Russia cannot go to the Black Sea too easily, because, I mean, if I'm Peter and I need the result, as soon as I am in Austria, I'm moving to Black Sea and trying to get Turkey out.
Yeah, the problem is he has to commit his one fleet into Aegean now, and that's not a good situation to be in. Having that
in another game, I think it could have been very good, but here with Peter needing a big result, I think it's a little bit too.
Agreed. I mean, this almost feels like an EG that is now getting Russia into a three-way that's going to race to see which one of those three that needs a big result is going to get there first. So something of a Northern Alliance starting here. So that's to you now, Chris, I believe.
Yeah, look at the Scandinavian fleet moves. Everyone moves away. Very friendly between the ERG up there. So England pushes the fleets forward, gets into mid-Atlantic. They try to get into Paris, but Andrew defends well there. Which doesn't surprise me that much. Andrew's good he can push the pieces around. Those Italians, the fleets look like they're heading west. The armies less so. Tyrolia is an interesting move. I hesitate to say what that's going to do. It could be to prop up Austria. It could be to take advantage of Austria. Who knows? We'll find out. And then in the Balkans, Russia puts the Turkish army up into Serbia. Austria does get into Greece, retreats to Albania. Yeah, definitely RT's got the upper hand there. And that fleet Constantinople does come out to Aegean. So I'm trying to get a read on whether Greece falls. No, I don't think Greece falls in the fall. There's only 2 on it.
Yeah, let's take a look at that position. He should be able to keep it if he supports it. So, so unless he forgets to do that, which I mean he didn't, but it also wasn't attacked.
It's a good set of moves.
So, what do you think about this, Chris? Yeah.
So Tyrolia was not there to be friendly to Austria. Is the big thing there? I mean, it's understandable, particularly in this final round game. You can play that 2-on-2 thing, but you really want a fast-paced game. So if you're Italy, you're like, well, the RT is going to kill Austria anyway. You know, I could try and keep him alive for a while, but it's not really in my interest in the long term. So taking Trieste seems reasonable. But still, most of his focus is on the West. I think Italy's reading this as maybe an IT alliance. And to be fair, Turkey's playing very friendly to both Italy and Russia so far. So Turkey has yet to have to pick between the two. Yeah, Peter doesn't really get anything out of Austria this turn, but Austria's losing 2, so it's only a matter of time there.
Only one is that got picked up Greece.
Greece.
Picked up Greece. Yeah, no thanks. Munich comes down to Tyrolia, which that's probably just an opportunistic sort of move from Andrew. The army came up into Tyrolia. He knows it's probably going somewhere. I'll tap it or move there. He had a spare army anyway. Might as well go to Tyrolia.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other game where his units were not moving, in this game his units are moving.
Yeah. And yeah, France does it again, puts up a good defense. Oh, is that actually Mid-Atlantic supported Spain to Western Med. That's interesting. And Andrew took that. So there's some sort of deal between France and England at this point. Not enough to stop England from supporting Germany into Paris, but still some sort of deal there.
Enough to make sure there will be nothing to cover Portugal next time.
Yeah. I mean,
That's all I can think.
Andrew's in a tough place here. He's not really got a lot of options. So, take that Hail Mary and hope for the best.
See if you can get anything out of it. Yeah. So here we see Army Munich from Andrew Goff in Germany, Army Venice from the Italian, Fleet Smyrna, and we lose Army Albania from the Austrian. Anything surprise you on that?
No, I think it's...
Yeah, that feels right on the mark.
Could mean Turkey making his decision about who his real ally is.
Yeah.
Okay. Do any of us ever really have real allies in this game?
Well, who he thinks his ally is, or who he'd like to be his ally.
Exactly. Nicola, talk us through 1903, please.
So in the east, we see the RT rolling. So Budapest and Greece fall, one for each. And I think Vienna is not going to last much longer. I mean, maybe because Andrew Goff is now in Tyrolia and Bohemia. So I think maybe he wants a piece of the pie, or at least he wants to make sure that Russia doesn't grow too big. Yeah, France, I think now it was a little bit too much. So now they have lost Paris, and but they are helping England move through. So now they're in North Africa and Mid-Atlantic Ocean. So I think Johnny is, he's playing the long game as much as he can in this time-limited game. So I think if he wants a big result, he needs to be in position to get lots of centers at some point, and they need to be able to kill as many people as they can, as efficiently as they can. Yeah, the pressure of the clock is going to be tough. I mean, EG is a slow developing alliance, and it's really in the 1910 that sometimes the damage is done. We'll see. Maybe big stab, or maybe somebody walks out of their centers, and then you can get 2 or 3 in one go. But yeah, it's I would say Russia, Germany, and England are going to get on top. Will this be a 3-way draw? Will there be some shenanigans to try to go for more? I don't know.
Okay. All right, let's continue right on into fall, and let's see what else there is.
So Goffy, is trusting Johnny, but he's still monitoring a bit by covering Belgium, and France is getting back into Marseille. So I think the Janissarying deal is is there. Go and kill Italy, and we'll take your centers, but slowly. And I think he's happy to keep playing. I mean, otherwise, what do? You play games until the ceremony, the award ceremony. And Italy is getting stabbed by Austria, who's walking into Naples. And Russia is putting Goffy into Vienna. So I think it's also a deal to try to. I think at this point they're going to try to get a 3-way draw as efficiently as they can. I don't know if they will have enough time. So I think Turkey would be well advised to cover their bases here, because the only way to go to a 3-way is to get Turkey out. I think France and Italy, it's almost already out, but Turkey, they can, if they build a fleet and cover the Black Sea, I think maybe they can defend for a while.
Okay. So before I reveal these builds, what do you predict you'll see from specifically Andrew Goff in this moment?
I don't know. If he wants to go for it, he needs to build some fleets. And he can pretend that it's to attack Russia or it's to attack England, but he might be just building one army and waving the other and just waiting 1 more year before making a move. I don't know.
Knowing Andrew Goff.
Tough to predict, because, If he wants to play for a three-way, there is one strategy of builds. If he wants to play for more, it needs to be devious and do something different. So I think we'll see, and we'll see what he wants.
I'm hoping for a fleet.
Okay. Well, and the winner is double army. All army builds across the board. Kiel, Munich, Warsaw, and Smyrna. And the French pull Spain, giving up, at least for now, on Iberia. Just the mass drop of armies, does that surprise you both?
No, I think they are trying to go for the three-way. I mean, the three-way first, and then when it's there, let's see if there is a stab or something. But I would not be surprised if Germany was getting into Trieste, and then Sev was going into Black Sea, and I think they are going to try to take out Turkey now. But
yeah,
I'm a bit surprised to see Andrew build two armies, because I don't know what he's going to do with them. One, sure, but the second one, what's he going to do? Is he just going to sit there? Probably, knowing Andrew, he's probably just going to sit there and hold for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he's going to Denmark and there is a bounce in Baltic. Then in the fall, there is, he can
don't
go
you do that with a fleet rather than an
change.
army? I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, with the fleet, it means I'm studying while with an army, saying, I'm doing the right thing. And then if he gets to Sweden, to Norway, England gets a little bit too caught into this. Let's get France to Janissary for us. Let me move through and everything. And if he's out of position at some point, I don't know. I mean. But once again, I don't know what Andrew wants. If he's happy with the three-way and the top three results, or if or if he believes he has a chance and he's hungry. If he's hungry, I mean, he will find a way, because his position is fantastic. And the other two need big results, so they may be playing without the caution that they may in other circumstances.
Yep.
Yeah, and I have been reminded in the background that Jaromir actually came into this round with a 13-center three-way draw, so he too is going to fight, I think, to stay in. He would need a 10-center two-way. So there's a lot going on here. I don't know that he's got the position at this point, and it does appear that they want to carve him out, but worth remembering that he probably won't go without a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, I don't think it matters for him, because if he builds a fleet, then it's going to be he's never going to grow much that where he is. He can defend, but maybe he's just saying, okay, let me try to go for more, and that's the way to go. So I think everybody is playing not as cautious as they would in like round 1 or round 2 game, and that's exciting.
Yeah. All right, so Chris, I think 1904 is yours. So, lots of movement here. What do you see?
I see Andrew Zick going into the Ionian. The French fleet pushed forward by, I guess, by both. Yeah, both Austria and Italy. That's well, it's no worse in Ionian than it is in Tyrrhenian Sea if you're Italy, right? In fact, it's probably better. I see Germany and Turkey working together against Italy. And probably an arranged follow-up from Russia into Vienna. I would be very surprised if that was a surprise to Andrew. And other than that, Gascony's nice enough to support France, to support England into Spain.
How kind of him.
Yes. So England, Johnny's playing with fire here, getting very, very out of position. If he doesn't start picking up dots down there and having builds back home, he could be leaving himself a little too open.
Yeah, but he's getting Spain, maybe Marseille, maybe Portugal. So I think he's right in time. And maybe it's Goffy that is a bit in... if you get 3 builds from England, then that could be
right.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
And what does he do, Chris?
he stays in Spain.
Supports Gascony to Marseille.
Yeah, why didn't Gascony move? I don't know. I don't see any advantage for France to sitting in Gascony, but whatever. Pushing all those fleets forward, is that a friendly dislodgement of Ionian? Maybe
Ionian willingly moved to Adriatic.
Oh, Ionian moved. Okay, yeah. So this is that's probably not what the Italians wanted when they helped push that fleet forward into Ionia. Germany holds Trieste and gets into Venice. So this is very nice for Andrew. They're picking up 2 builds from way across the line there. Oh no, 1 build because he's losing Vienna, but still. Positionally, he's got those 4 armies in Bohemia, Tyrolia, Venice, Trieste. That's nice and solid and has got the potential for growth there. This really is a Germany-Russia alliance, and England's along for the ride, but I'm not sure how. I don't know. I would feel like England's more likely the odd one out of those 3, but maybe there isn't an odd one out. As you say, it could just be that that's the 3-way that they've decided on.
The question, because Turkey is basically out. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they will have time to defend and stay before, but if there are 4 years left, I think most likely they are going to die. And I think the big question is going to be, will there be a move at some point on England from Russia and Germany, or is it going to be like 3-way all the way? I think with the time limit, I think the problem is if you mess up your stab and then you don't finish England, you don't finish France, you don't finish anyone, and then that's
you end up with a 5-way draw or something.
So but it's beautiful. I mean, as a way to play this England, Germany, Russia alliance is beautiful.
Yeah, I'd love to see a good Northern alliance.
Always going to be vulnerable, right?
Yeah. So we've got 1 build each from each of them in that alliance. What do you think we see, Chris?
Peter almost certainly builds an army Sevastopol, I think. Andrew has little choice, an army Munich or possibly a wave. England doesn't really need another fleet. Well, he doesn't. Yeah, I think we might see another fleet Liverpool because he wants to go and take Portugal. Doesn't really want to move English. Fleet Liverpool would probably be wise, I think. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Well, winner is, you're correct on all 3.
Yeah.
We also see a disband from the army in Gascony and a disband in Tunis. So I'm going to just look at the position for a minute here. We've got Germany at 9, Russia at 8, the English and the Turk both at 6, and the Italian, the French, and the Austrian on their way out, presumably at 2 and 1. Peter Jürgen needed, I think it was about 10 centers. Andrew Goff needs something like 14 in a 2-way. Johnny Gillam would need something like 14 in a 2-way as well, if I remember my math. I mean, do you think any of them can do it? Do you think they're gonna pick the winner and give the 2-way away at the end of this? How do you think this ends up?
I don't think it will be voted 2-way because as much as it is, giving it to Peter, because I think Peter would be the one that has the best chance. I don't see anyone going to centers from this position. It's more like denying Michaelis the win. So, and I mean, I don't think Michaelis has done anything against any of these players. So, I mean, if there is a stab and they manage to get, I don't know, Johnny to overcome it somewhere, and then they can stab him for, but I don't really see it. I don't know. But, I don't know what happened. Maybe yesterday they were playing poker and Michaelis stole all the money from Johnny or from Flo, and it's payback time, or I don't know. I mean, they support different soccer teams, and there was a heated debate on whether Manchester City deserved the Premier League title or not, and then this created tension that we cannot imagine. So
Diplomacy alliances have been forged on weirder things in their time.
everything can still happen. Everything can still happen.
All right. Well, actually, instead of jumping away from this one, we're going to stick with it to the end. So we are back with, I believe it's Nicola that is taking us through this here.
Yep. So I think the RG Alliance is taking the sure. Was it sure? Yeah, it was the sure, the safe move to Serbia, and it keeps going. Turkey is defending as much as he can because he now has 2 fleets on the Black Sea, so that may be his best shot. But if he goes for the Black Sea, he may be losing maybe Bulgaria, I don't know. And elsewhere, Johnny is moving its fleets. It's taking Tunisia. France is a janissary that they need to maybe try to have fun for a little longer. Goffy is moving his army to Burgundy and Munich, so maybe they're making a move for something. And I don't know. This move to Burgundy, the game was lasting longer. I would say, that may be something somewhere. But
my guess would be that's going to take Marseille, and they're going to see if they can put France into Rome. But Portugal and Marseille are gone this turn.
Yeah, that would be.
France isn't useful anymore.
That would be my guess. Yeah, because everybody is making progress, but Goffy, I don't know.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Only one of the two.
I think they need to use the janissary a bit longer. So
maybe.
And they wanted to make sure to keep the 2 French units to finish Italy. And but now, what's his name? Johnny is getting 2 builds.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. And in the West,
Black
Sea is gone, but so maybe it's gonna be harder than we thought to kill Jaromir. I think his moves to have 2 fleets on the Black Sea was very good defensive thing, and now Peter might have some trouble breaking the Turkish line.
Yeah, as long as they're
going to keep losing centers, but maybe he's not going to get eliminated before 1908. I think this move to Caen was the 2 fleets on Black Sea was great. I think.
Yeah, as long as they were attacking Italy, he's got the freedom to use those fleets in the east. It's just a question of how quickly the Italian dots fall, and then the fleets come to bear on him, right?
So well done, Jaromir on this, and I think he's well aware of the time limit, and he did the best he could to try to slow them down, and hope that they don't have. I don't think they would. I think keeping the French at 2 centers may be the way to go, because now they have 3 fleets. They have Ionian, they have Tunis, they have Tis, and they can go and attack Turkey. So maybe he's not out of the woods yet, but he's doing his best.
Okay. Well, as noted a little bit earlier, we're seeing 2 builds from Johnny Gillam and also 2 builds from Peter Jürgen, and none for their ally in the middle, Andrew Goff. Are you anxious about that at all if you're Andrew?
Maybe.
A little bit, certainly, yeah.
I would have liked to have 1 or 2. Marseille was maybe the way to go, because if he was getting Tunis, so maybe Andrew should have gotten Marseille. And
it's kind of surprising to see him not get into Marseille.
Okay. Well, what we see from the English are double fleets in Liverpool and London, and then double armies from Peter in Warsaw and Moscow. The Italian, thank you very much for playing, Chris. And then the Turk disbands one of the fleets in the Black, or against the Black, doesn't need it anymore now that he's disbanded that Russian fleet. Any surprises to either of you?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think, I mean, Albania, I'm not sure if Albania is better because Albania, I think, runs the risk to get popped.
Yeah.
And while Ankara, I think if you go to Con, I don't know. I'm not sure. I would have. I think maybe I would have kept the fleet and disbanded Albania.
I think
Because
I
Greece
agree.
and Bulgaria are going to fall before the end of the game.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a better defensive piece. I don't know. Hard to say.
Yep.
It'd be easy to see all three of those armies destroyed if you're not careful.
Yeah. And lots of fleet movement. Chris, tell us what happens.
Yeah, this is not the move where you're playing France, where you want to see that French fleet in Aegean. French fleet Aegean is like really nice for most Frances, but not for this one. I mean, it's fun, but it's not really the position you want to be.
Not ideal. Yeah.
This is looking like the end of Austria. I don't see them coming back from that dislodgement there. English fleets all over the place in the Mediterranean here. But only as far east as the Ionian.
It's a race to a three-way, I think.
I mean, it really is a question of can we grind out Turkey quickly enough? Because I suspect that Andrew's probably fine with, I'll vote myself out as a draw, but Jaromir probably not. So this is looking like, I mean, there's not really any interesting or unexpected moves, I don't think. It literally is just, can we get those Turkish dots in time?
Yeah. And I think the only question along the way is, does Andrew Goff or Peter Jürgen make a move on each other in the meanwhile? And so far, the answer seems to be no.
And the longer it goes, the less likely it is, because you've only got so much time to do it, right?
Yep. I mean, in a timed round, in a game like this, they're running out of chances.
Yeah, I don't see it now. I think if it was going to happen, it would have happened by now.
Yeah. So, Chris, what do we see in the fall?
Yeah, there go those other two Turkish armies. That's nasty. So he gets to rebuild one. He managed to guess, well, he didn't cover Smyrna, which was the right choice. Other than that, what have we got? English fleets moving through the Med, German armies moving south, and a Russian army piffed in Vienna is probably not very interesting. That's just because the Budapest to Serbia bounced. I guess they probably weren't expecting that to happen, but Andrew's not going to be upset about it. But I'm sure the arrangement was that he gets Vienna anyway. So he just made sure it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. Which brings us to a little bit of evening in our allies. So one build each from the English and the Russians, and then two from Gothy. Actually, so it's not an evening. Gothy stays ahead. We see yet another English fleet and some more armies from both the German and the Russian. I mean, this is just continuing on in the same narrative.
London rather than Liverpool this time. I don't know if that's significant. Yeah. Probably not, but who knows?
I mean, so, all right, we say goodbye to our Austrian this turn, and we continue on. Spring 1907, Nicola.
Yeah, they're, trying to finish up the job. I think there is no other way to say it. And I think, they are getting in position to get another Turkish center, maybe only one, I think, this year. So the question is, if 1908 is the last year, then maybe he can survive in Ankara. If 1909 is the last year, then I think he's dead.
Okay. This takes us into the fall. And what do we got?
Oh, a convoy to Syria, but it's not working.
Oh.
I think.
Why not? Oh, because Eastern Med didn't order the convoy.
Okay. And so Russia is getting into Con. And so as I said, they are taking one this year. They're going to take another one next year. Not sure they can take both next year. Let me think. No, I don't think so. So yeah, I think it's just a question of time, or if Jaromir just sees and wants to vote himself out of the draw with 2 centers rather than wait for elimination.
Yeah.
Unless there is, if you get 1 more center, you get 2nd place rather than 3rd place, or something like this is in play. I don't know. I think Peter Jürgen might be 2nd if he keeps pushing. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is a consideration.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, what I find interesting in this build phase is that Johnny opts to waive his build in England. And that's, when we see some disbands and another army, a rebuild, or no, go up from Peter Jürgen.
Yeah.
There's no.
I think there is a guessing game for the game to be over in 1908. I think maybe if they get into Armenia, then it's not going to be. They cannot defend Ankara. If they convoy an army and it's over. He gets wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But I mean, I don't know if 1909 was going to be played anyway. It was no difference.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's about the only excitement in this turn. Here we do see a German convoy to Tunis.
And they're letting France survive. So that's nice.
Yeah.
Is this 11-11-11-1?
Let's find out in this build. Right now it is 12-11-10-1. The only question, as I had before, and I'll ask again, is do they want to dethrone McAuliffe and give this to someone on this board? Do either of you think that's at all a possibility that they'll draw a straw and give a 2-way to one of these?
Only if, as Nicolas said, if there was something outside the game that we don't know about. So,
there are 2 people that they could really destroy by voting a 2-way draw. One is Michaelis, the second is David Hood and his scoring system that can lead to very crazy things in the last minute, the last round.
I think it takes more than that to destroy a scoring system that's been around as long
I know, but just making a point. So,
well,
but I would be surprised.
The winner is you are both correct. They do call the game. France votes himself out, and Johnny Gillam, Andrew Goff, and Peter Jürgen prove that a Northern Alliance is a thing that can very much work. So well played. It was a really fun game. Any quick final thoughts before we jump back to board D?
I think Jaromir must have been so frustrated the last 5 game years. But, I called it. I think he should have built a fleet and maybe he could have been a bit more defensive. But maybe it would not have changed the result because when everybody is going after you, it's hard to defend.
He played that very well.
And it's not like he's playing random players. I mean, he's playing some of the best minds in the game. So
Yep. All right, so back to board D, and to refresh everyone's memory for a moment, this is the board where Steve Cooley, Dave Miller, and Zach Moore were contenders coming in. I mean, maybe a Karthik Connath solo we were talking about before we left it. But I'll just bring us right back in. And
would Karthik Connath solo be enough? Because I think he was in both his games.
Oh, was he? I don't know then.
Solo is a lot of points. So.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know either. I'm not that familiar with Dixie scoring, but
I don't know what the scoring system.
I am told that yes, a solo would win.
Okay.
So Chris, I believe you were the odd year, so I'll give this to you.
Okay. Trying to remember what was going on. So it looks like we've got some interesting stuff around the Balkans. Turkey, Edwin failing to defend this one, losing Greece, losing Bulgaria, having that army popped there's another Russian army coming down into Armenia. So this could be the last year for Edwin by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
Germany getting into Vienna with Karthik's help. That's right. We've seen the RG a lot in this game, right? And Tyrolia down into Trieste as well. Although that was Italy pushed that army forward. So Italy not trying to defend against Steve Cooley there, just like letting him.
Yeah, I think he's mad at Zach Moore, and maybe he's throwing or whatever. I mean,
yeah,
I would be mad too. I would be mad too.
Yep.
Loses Tunis to the French fleets. Yeah.
Okay. Right on into fall. Oof. Chris.
We do not lose Edwin. He's still got Smyrna. Because Italy helped him by well, I mean, didn't help Russia, at least. In fact, tried to take some Russian dots.
Yeah, or at least cut supports.
Yeah, or at least cut support. I'm not sure how hard he was trying to take Russian dots, but yeah. What else happened around there? Galicia to Bohemia is an interesting one. Those Russian armies advancing, and Budapest tapped Trieste. So this looks like the end of the RG alliance, I guess.
Yeah, maybe just defensive, because that's the way to make sure that he doesn't support Albania into Serbia, I think. At least as much as I don't know.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. But up into Bohemia is not necessary for defense, right?
No.
I think that at this point they're getting twitchy with each other. We'll take a look at the builds, and then I have some questions about the state of the board. So let's just jump right into it. We see Fleet Liverpool, popular with the English this round. 3 armies from Steve Cooley in Germany, and a Southern Army Sev from Karthik, which, I think that seeing a solo from Karthik in a timed round in Dixie with this cast of players seems unlikely. So it's really Steve Cooley who's going for it left in this game. And do you think he can do it? And if so, what does he need to do to get there? Nicola, I'll toss to you first.
I think he needs to stab England and hope for a 2-way with Kartik. And Brian has already told him that he would vote. Yeah, but Kartik is never going to vote a 2-way if he's not in. So while Brian may. So I think maybe I don't know. I think they have to kill Italy and France, and then hope that Brian is happy to vote himself out of the draw. That would be my prediction. If something.
Yeah. I mean, you can't cut England out from this point, not with probably like 4 years left or something.
No, but maybe he said, if you keep playing with me and I'm at 4 or 5 centers, I would vote myself out. I don't know. I mean,
it would have to be a diplomatic thing. That's what I'm saying. You can't do it. You can't cut England out unless England agrees to be cut out. Right?
Or I mean, if he's not careful, you get Brest, you get Sweden, you get into Burgundy, and but it feels like a little bit too late.
You're never getting Edinburgh, Liverpool, London, Portugal, right?
Belgium is right.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Steve.
Yeah.
All right. So, Nicola, I believe this is your year. What do we see?
So he's getting after Sweden, but maybe agreed. And Kartik is going after Smyrna, but other than that, he's more playing defense than anything else. France keeps going after David Miller, so he has, they have something. The challenge was accepted, and I think it's going to continue. So I think, David Miller is going to disappear. The real thing is what Brian Lee is going to do. Is he going to vote himself out of the draw or not? If he does, then I think Steve Cooley may win this. If he doesn't, and he just says, I'm here to stay, it's a three-way, and then Michaelis is the winner.
Mm-hmm.
So Brian Lee is the most important person in the hobby.
Wild card.
The most important person in the hobby.
Okay. Well, Steve Cooley took 3 centers in the spring. Does he take any more in the fall? Nicola, what do you see?
No, it seems that Brian Lee didn't really like this Sweden thing, and he's going to defend. So, but yeah, Italy is dead. Turkey is dead, and France is at 1. So now, I think. I mean, my prediction. It doesn't look like Brian is happy with
Zach
Steve.
might be in this draw. Hard to see anyone killing Tunis.
I mean,
can Kartik still? No, I don't see. I mean, if he gets Vienna and Trieste, it's 14. But I don't think he can go much further.
Let's see. We've got
maybe 3 years left. I mean, if England and Germany are fighting,
you
never know. Maybe, Zach Moore has been doing crazy things, so maybe he can convoy Greece to Apulia or something. I don't know. And
I mean, we've got time left in this round. Other games have gone to 09 in this round and took a draw. So they're clearly not up against the time limit here. Steve Cooley is building Fleet Kiel and 2 more armies. I mean, we see what Karthik's building with South Coast.
Yeah, Karthik is going for it, I think. And if he has Zach Moore on board, he may have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, they're both going for it, and it's,
Yeah, I don't think Steve Cooley can solo from this position.
He doesn't need a solo, though. He just needs the 2-way.
But I don't know if he can. I don't think he can get England out. I mean, it's just he's going to lose Marseille. He's going to. He's never going to go to the North Sea. So I think now the question is, can Kartik? So Kartik can get maybe the Vienna, Trieste, Venice, and Rome, which is 16. Can he get more? I don't know. If England is mad, you never know.
Okay.
If he has
I mean, is England willing to? Yeah, is England willing to put him in Sweden, for instance? Is England willing to?
Yeah. The problem that Steve has is he's in the middle between the 2 of them, right? He has to fight both of them. They both only have to fight him.
No, I think the real point is if Zach Moore wants Kartik to solo this, I think he can give at least the 4 Italian and Austrian centers to Kartik and put him at 16. I don't see more than that. I mean, maybe Naples for 17 and Tunis for 18. That would be. It would be a lot, but
Okay. Well, we have our predictions in, and the winner is the game draws here with everyone but Zach. So we see, in fact, another northern draw. While probably not quite as planned from the beginning, it is the theme of these 2 boards.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree? Do you disagree? Chris, what's your take on this draw here?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how this game could evolve. It's hard to see Steve getting a better result than this from here. Karthik, maybe, depending on how other people are feeling, in particular Brian and Zach. It's a good result for Brian from here. You can't really argue with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair result for the game for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was an exciting game with a lot of dynamic play. Given a non-timed round, I think we might have seen this continue.
Yeah.
I might argue that Karthik built on the wrong coast in that last turn to continue the game. I think North Coast would have been, if he wanted the game to continue, that would have been the build in the end. But no.
I don't know. I mean,
Well, you're
if he believes that maybe, I mean, to win this in a couple of years, you need to convince Brian and Zach that he deserves a solo. And to do that, I think the fleet in the South Coast is more useful.
Yeah.
But it's true that the game was, he had 3, 4, 10 years to continue, then maybe the fleet in the North Coast would have been better. But like for a 2 years thing with trying to convince 2 mat players or 2 players to give him something, then I think the fleet would have been more useful there.
Yeah,
but,
you don't solo this militarily in 2 years as Russia. You solo it diplomatically if you can do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think both Zach and Brian. I mean, once again, it's not just giving the solo to Kartik; it's also denying Michaelis, and I don't see any reason for that. So I think that's
Well, speaking of, that brings us to our final standings for the weekend. And as we've talked about so much, a huge congratulations to Michaelis for coming out and just absolutely obliterating this tournament. It was well played on all of your boards, especially the two-way draw with Doc Binder. Filling out our top 10, we've got Doc Binder, Steve Cooley, Doug Moore, David Miller, Peter Jurgen, Tanya Gill, Jason O'Donnell, Andrew Goff, and Johnny Gillum, which is just an outstanding top 10. But, winning DixieCon is not easy. And Michaelis, it took a lot of skill for him. What do you think really sealed the deal for him this weekend? Nicola?
I think, after round 2, when he had these two-way draws, I think he decided in 1901 to ally with somebody he doesn't know against somebody he knows, and he knows it is very difficult to outmaneuver in the middle game. But, if you get attacked in 1901, it's very hard to defend, and Kartik couldn't do anything. And then he went for it in the middle game. Once he had solidified his position, had put enough armies, he just stabbed Hudson, and it was enough to get to convince Hudson for a two-way draw. Maybe he got lucky. I mean, that somebody else who is not Hudson would not have accepted this two-way draw. But he has been working with him for 5, 6, 7 years, and he had a read. And he had a read that if he was making a move, maybe he could convince him that a two-way draw was the right result. And that's it. I mean, so he took chances, maybe a bit more than some others that just went. Cranking up the three-way draws one after the other. But in this tournament, you need three-way draws to be in the mix, and you need more to win the tournament. And I think he did exactly that. So congrats to him.
Agreed. And for you, Chris, what was the standout moment for you this weekend?
It was interesting to see the difference in the style of play in some of these games. Like we haven't seen a lot of Northern Alliances or games that finished with a strong England and a strong Germany and a strong Russia. The earlier rounds, we saw a lot of very strong Frances, which we have seen. But then we also saw some very deliberate, let's make sure there's no strong France in this game. So, it's nice to see it's nice to see you get a bit of a different style of play with different players, different scoring system. The variety is good. Yeah.
Well, I will say, unfortunately, we do not get a winner interview this time. I'm going to guess that Michaelis had to jet back to the airport and get back home, as is often the way. But I'm sure David Hood will get him on Deadline News soon enough to do that interview later. I want to say a huge thanks, one, to both of you for being on cast along with Robert Schupa. It's a long day when we do these, but a lot of fun, especially with friends. And we did finally get the Battle of the Accents on air. So there was a lot of debate in the comments about who knew how to pronounce which province. There were questions about Edinburgh, about Kiel, about Ruhr. I don't think any of the French centers were questioned, but I will affectionately dub this cast as the Western Triple of commentators. So thank you for that. Also, a huge thanks to Sabi Ahuja, who spends a lot of time and effort getting the sandboxes up and running at every single tournament they're at, and sometimes traveling just to do that. So thank you so much, Sabi. Without you, there is no DBN broadcast. And to everyone who provides laptops or any sort of hardware to help record your games as they're going along. In the background today, we had Brandon Fogel and Kevin O'Kelly giving me tips and telling me what to do. So I just had to show up and be on stream, which is always the way I like to be. And of course, David Hood for running, what is it? We said the 37th annual DixieCon. It's most TDs burn out after 5 years, I think is about the average. So the fact that you're still going strong and still enjoying this event as much as you are, it's such a staple of the North American hobby, and we thank you for it. So one of these days, the three of us will get back out there. I think maybe you need to run another World DipCon. That's the answer. And we have some upcoming events. So what we've got are July 14th to 16th, Denver is coming back, Regatta. We can put you in touch with all the relevant people. I will put up a QR code to get you on our various servers in a moment. July 14th to 16th, same weekend, if you are in Europe, the French National DipCon, which currently I do not know the location of. Nicola, are you aware where that's happening?
Yes, so it's in the west of France, and Gabriel Lecointre, who is organizing. It's he has a vineyard, so it's I think it's organized at his family house or something like that, and there will be plenty of Loire Valley wine around. So I think it's going to be a fantastic event. And I'm in Europe, but unfortunately, it's my father's 19th birthday on the 16th, and so I have to be doing something else. But otherwise, I would have really enjoyed being this event. Gabriel is a great guy. He's doing a lot of things for the hobby. He's not a well-known person, but he's a great guy, and he's been organizing this tournament there, Wine and Dip, for a long time, and it should be a great event.
I mean, that's two of my favorite things. If I could make it over to France for that, wine and diplomacy sounds like a great time. Following weekend, July 21st to 24th, also in Europe, ManorCon is happening in Leicester, England. So if you want to make a European tour of it, go down to France, play a tournament there, come up to England, play another tournament, convince your spouse that they can go sightsee while you're playing some diplomacy and pushing some blocks around a board. Make it out. August 11th to 13th, we have Boston Massacre. I believe Alex Maslow is the contact for that. August 17th to 21st, however, is the big one for this year. WDC in Bangkok. As you see along the bottom, contact Andrew Goff or go to the website at wdcbangkok.com. You can also, any of the servers, diplomacy servers, NADF or elsewise, we can point you to the correct people in the correct rooms. Just ask us. We're happy to get more people in there anytime. And last up on the list is September 29th to August 1st is Weaselmoot in Chicago. So if you haven't had enough of us fools by then, go visit the Windy City and get a couple more knives in your back from them. And that is it for the year. I'm sure Carnage is happening up in Vermont. David Moletsky would be your contact for that, usually the first weekend in November. And then I did get confirmation that following that, Cascadia next year will indeed be DipCon. So put a reminder on your calendar to book a ticket to Vancouver and get yourselves out there. I will, of course, be in attendance because I always am, unless I've just had a baby. And it is the only DipCon that I probably have a shot at winning because Cascadia is my lucky tournament. So, Chris, do you have any more information about that?
Not really at the moment. It will be I do. It'll be the same location in Surrey, which is easy to get to and from downtown. We know people who run the hotel basically, so it's we have a nice large space there, decent rooms. We pick people up from the airport or Seattle Airport. We can almost certainly arrange transport from Seattle as well. Almost certainly first weekend in February. I'll confirm that as soon as I can. We usually have a very good tournament there. I'm hoping we get a nice big tournament with lots of people coming for DipCon.
Yeah, no, it's you get caravans from the Vancouver airport, obviously. For the Americans, usually flying to Seattle is a little cheaper, and there are several caravans that come up usually through Portland. I myself will probably be flying into Seattle and renting a car, and so I will be in touch with people who want to come in around the same time and make I think it's a 2-hour drive up to Vancouver. So I hope to see you all there for next year's DipCon. Maybe we'll get McCullis out to defend his title.
I guess it's worth mentioning that now is probably a good time to check that your passport is going to last, because you will need a passport to go up to.
That is a good point.
If you're in
And passports are backlogged right now, so give yourself some lead time on that.
No, I don't. You don't need a passport to go to Vancouver.
You do not. We can't let a Canadian win a Canadian tournament again. What are you talking about? I was gone for 1 year and Riyadh's got to win. I do see a note that there are a couple other diplomacy events happening, non-NADF, I believe, but all run by Tom Haver. Origins in Columbus is happening June 22nd and 25th, and Gen Con August 3rd through 6th, which it's a very good point. Good luck finding a hotel anywhere in the city during Gen Con weekend. But beyond that, I think that's it for what I have right now on stream. A few parting words. Chris, anything you want to say?
I'm just, you made me wonder what the hobby would be like without David Hood, and we would definitely be the poorer for it. He does so much for the hobby. Thank you, David, for running an awesome tournament. I'm sure everyone there had a great time, regardless of how they did. And it was a lot of fun watching it and participating in a little way from a distance.
All right, and Nicola?
Yeah, same from me. Thank you, David, for the organization. This is great. I mean, he manages to bring back people from old times. Lots of people that I've heard, I've met before, but then they're not as active, but they come for Dixie. And once again, congratulations to Michalis Kamaridis. I mean, I think it's his second tournament in North America. He's already winning. So let's hope he's not stealing too many of those, and he leaves some for others.
Yep. Well, I just want to say, thank you, like you said, to everyone, David Hood, the whole DBN cast, Brandon Fogel, Kevin O'Kelly, everyone else behind the scenes. Thank you to everyone who spends time commentating. So you two today, along with Robert, once again, thank you all for listening to me talk for going on 6 hours now. And a huge congratulations to McCullis and safe flight home. And thank you to Chris's cats. Any stream that cats make an appearance on is a good one by me. But until next time, I will say to all of you, stay safe and stab well.